Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. All right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. Now, I wish I could come to you guys under, better circumstances, but I think we all heard the news and that Charlie Kirk has been assassinated. Now, as sad as this is, I would say that I really wasn't lost for words. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Trust me, when I was doing my investigation down to the whole Utah event, to what they were talking about, to when he got shot, to all the conspiracies, it was all like heartbreaking. And I would hope, instead of trying to find a reason to divide even more, to divide the American people even more, that we can find a way to unify the American people instead. Because if we don't, then this might just be a common thing. But let's get the show started, guys. Let's get right into it.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace.
Man,
It's a long
And that's why it's sad that he died. It's like all the man wanted to do was just debate. He asked some controversial takes, okay, but that's no reason to shoot nobody. And there's no reason to celebrate his death at all. I mean, it's kind of crazy how just because a man spoke against your lifestyle that you want him dead. I mean, this is America, by the way. I thought you guys knew, liberals, and not all liberals. No, I'm not even going. I'm say the radical leftists. Yes, the ones on TikToks that are celebrating this bullshit. But all right, let's get back to it.
Past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many.
And shout out to Luna. Appreciate the support, sis. And shout out to being shout out for starting us off. Prayers, yes, prayers at this point. That's all we can have right now is prayers for Charlie Kirk's family. He was a father of 2 little girls, 31 years old, only a year older than me. That's what even makes it even more heartbreaking. Young man, to be quite honest with you, had the potential to become president. To be quite honest, that's what really hurt me. It was just like this man had a limited potential in the political sphere, and just got shut down by some radical.
Innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And all right, now we are going to get over to a quick interview with Trump, and then we're going to have the best of Charlie Kirk. Just to, hold him in memory and for all, that he stood for. And here's the thing. I didn't agree with everything this man said. This man has some wild takes that even I disagreed with, but he did not deserve to die. And anybody who's celebrating it, you're sick and you need to get help. But hey, it is what it is. All right, guys, make sure y'all have your prayers for Charlie Kirk. And if we could take a quick moment of silence. All right, appreciate that.
Yesterday, you were at the 9/11 memorial. We were all watching that. And J.D. Vance was supposed to be with you. He went out to be with Charlie Kirk's family and to get the body back to his hometown in Arizona. And you said you were going to award him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which was very nice of you. Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued and we all don't get sued and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. Getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. It's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get lucky or talent or whatever it is. But yeah, I think we're in great shape.
Mr.
And
President,
he's in custody.
your suspicion was that he was radical left, and now you have more information. What can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
I said you were going to do well. But yeah, I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories at how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots. Somebody is going to say, whether it's a parent or whatever, I'd rather not say right now. They're going to announce it today, sometime later, probably talk about that. But somebody close to him turned him, they said, whoa.
And they already, I believe, this suspect has been identified as a Tyler Robinson, identified suspect in Charlie Kirk's death. That is the guy right now, and I'm currently looking up information on this guy.
It's interesting where we had very good pictures, but not great, not perfect. I found
it earlier.
And when you look at it, what happened is somebody, and this happens a lot. It happened with the crazy Boston bomber. It happened with others. Somebody that's close recognizes even a little tilt of the head, which nobody else would do. And somebody that was very close to him said, that's him. And essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way. And the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister. And brought him to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic. And the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but I'm just giving you, based on what I'm hearing, they'll give you a much more active. I just heard about it 5 minutes before I walked in. As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted. So you have breaking news, don't you? Huh?
Thank you.
You always have breaking news, Ainsley. Sean's going to be very disappointed that we're not doing it on his show.
He'll be very thankful and appreciative of the police officers that got this guy.
They did a great job. Everybody worked together. Pam Bondi is incredible, by the way. People don't know what a star she is. She's incredible. And it all worked out.
Could I ask you just some clarification? So a pastor was able to turn him in, or they got the family of the shooter to turn them in?
Well, it was a minister, and the minister went to a minister who was involved with law enforcement, by the way. And his good friend is a top U.S. Marshal. And they took it from there. And then it was a father got involved, namely his father, and said, we got to go in. And they, so I understand it. And again, subject to change. But, the facts are the facts. We have the person that we think is the person we're looking for. But they drove into the police headquarters, and he's there now.
Did the father know about what the son had done?
I don't know.
Oh, guys, let's make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
I'll let you get all those questions later, because I can't tell you how accurate. The bottom line is they have somebody that they think did it.
So, Mr. President, there is the death penalty in Utah.
Yes.
And I do know this is going to be a federal case. And there's many of us believe that Charlie was targeted because of his political ideology.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
What's going to happen to this guy?
Well, I hope he's going to be found guilty, I would imagine. And I hope he gets the death penalty. What he did, Charlie Kirk was the finest person. He didn't deserve this. He worked so hard and so well. Everybody liked him. I've been watching, even the left is having a hard time. They fired this guy, Dowd, from MSDNC, who's a terrible guy, terrible human being. But they fired him. I hear they're firing other people. And, we're talking about.
Yeah, because some people made some crazy tweets, and even CNN was like, oh, yeah, you got to go with that. It's like, come on now. We're not celebrating people's death just because we disagreed with them. Charlie Kirk has not hurt nobody. He's hurt people's feelings, but he has not hurt nobody physically.
But radical left. Now, they're a little bit, but radical left networks and cable channels, horrible channels like MS. I always go at DNC because it's, somehow affiliated with the Democrat National Committee. So, it's a little statement you make. But MSNBC, but NBC, ABC, CBS, they're all terrible, absolutely terrible and unfair. But even they have been giving it sort of like, this can't be allowed to happen.
And I just love moment of silence of the Yankee game, moment of silence of the Redskin game, Commanders game last night, because they understand this doesn't matter who you voted for. This was a special person. My opinion is that you have people, when a soldier dies, you write a personal letter, you feel it. When something happens in America, you feel it, you show up for it. I feel like with Charlie Kirk, from what I witnessed, is for you, it's almost like a family member.
You know, Don said to me, he's sort of like a son to you. Charlie got involved like 11 years ago, I think. He started, you know, he's a brilliant guy, but he didn't go to college. He actually started in college. He was so bored that he left. He would have done very well in college if he wanted to, but he was brilliant. I always said, you know, can you get a degree because you're sort of used to having people like you went to college, right? But he just didn't have the patience to do it. And
I mean, here's the thing, though. Charlie Kirk didn't tell you he didn't go to college. You wouldn't even know it. That was the impressive thing about him. Like, for the whole time I was watching Charlie Kirk, when I found out he didn't go to college, I'm like, damn, bro, I ain't gonna lie. You could have fooled me. Like, bro, you could have went like that you could have not told anybody that your whole life. We'd have just assumed that you went to college.
He started this really during what would normally be college, maybe even sooner than that, but what would normally be college. And it's become a movement. And, you know, I won youth. A Republican never wins youth, but I won youth. I will tell you, TikTok helped me, but he helped me with TikTok. But he helped me with youth. I've never seen a person who's, in this case, older than the people we're talking about, you know, in many cases. I've never seen young people or any group go to one person like they did to Charlie. He'd go out to Arizona, to any school, to Utah, where he was, but any school, also East Coast, anywhere. And he would have bigger rallies than any radical left speaker. And it was killing them because he'd have 5,000 people show up, 10,000 people show up. They'd go and they'd have 50 people, but they talk big league, right? Now, he was an unbelievable talent.
No, honestly, like, here's the thing. I didn't honestly understand how big his engagements were, because it was like a whole crowd of people. Honestly, you almost thought your favorite artist was pulling up. You almost thought your favorite rapper, like, I don't know, country singer, you almost thought they were pulling up when Charlie Kirk was doing these debates. I didn't think it was like that big of a crowd, like rows and rows of people. It was actually pretty impressive how many people came to, hear this man debate. I did not know he had that big of a crowd. Well, of course online, but that many people coming out to hear this man talk to, people that disagree with him. And now I understand why, a lot of these leftists who came up were pretty nervous. Because, I mean, that's a large ass crowd to speak in front of.
But he was it wasn't really so much a talent. He just really believed it. He just believed it. He loved young people. He wanted to help young people. And he didn't deserve this. He was truly a good person.
Do you think it's important for people to see how he died? I think it's to see the horrific.
Did you see I didn't watch. I didn't want to watch. I heard about it.
You don't want to watch.
I would have never made a good doctor. Let me put it that way. No, I mean, I heard.
Man, look, I didn't even want to. I accidentally ran into it. I didn't even know I was watching it at first. I thought I was watching the speaking engagement, and all of a sudden I see the complete assassination, and it was pretty damn sad. And yeah, I'll tell you this right now. You don't want to go watch it, but I'll tell you he was dead on impact. Let's just say it like that.
Heard enough. I didn't want to watch it. I didn't want to remember Charlie that way.
I ain't going to.
But
too hard.
Yes, horrific is what I hear. Just horrific. I hear that nobody can. I know friends that were there, and they told me, they said what we witnessed, the physical emotion of being there. Or watching it on television. He was somebody that I always said he was very talented, but when you love something so much, it's almost not even talent. It's that you do it well because you like it. It's a passion. And he had a passion for this. I spoke to his wife yesterday. She's like devastated.
Of course.
But in between the devastation, they want to keep Turning Point going because so many people called in to me with donations. They went, I don't know who. Do we give donations to her? Do we give it to Turning Point? Do we give it to any one of the hundreds of colleges that he worked with or universities? And they want to keep Turning Point going. They think they can do it. He had a very good staff, I noticed. Charlie would call me up. I'm president of the United States. And I get a call like a day before. sir, could you come to Arizona tomorrow? I said, Charlie, I'm president. I can't just come. He said, it's so important. Could you play? And I'd usually try and get there. He's the only one.
20,000.
Yeah, he was such a great guy that he had to end this way. But in many ways, he's bigger now because of what happened. He was really big, important. And
true.
I guess this doesn't help his family very much when I say this, but in terms of, very, very important, getting that such a good.
It's sad but true. I mean, the man has, millions of hours of content that anybody can look upon. When you hear about Charlie Kirk, the legend, the GOAT, you can go right to his channel, like right here, and just look through all his videos, and you can see what he was about, what he believed in, and why he was an influential figure. It's right there for the world to see. And don't worry, we're going to get into some of these videos. We're going to get into the best of Charlie Kirk. All right, let's get back to this.
Good word, such a solid word. We have so many bad people, so many bad philosophies, ideologies, politics. His was basically just good. Family, he talked about family, he talked about get married, go get married. Sounds old fashioned when you think about it, but he's right. He was just on. And it's a shame that voice has been stopped. But I think from what I see, he had I got to know a lot of his people. He had great people. And that includes his wife. She's very talented. He said she's the best writer he's ever seen. She's a writer, among other things. So maybe they can really keep it going.
So, Mr. President, was it a one-off? Was this guy that assassinated Charlie?
It seems to be.
He wasn't a part of a bigger network or anything that we know
you don't know. You don't know. I hear these people talking so badly about me and others. I'm a guy that just wants to make America great again. We want to look at what we did in D.C. We took D.C., probably the single worst place in the country in terms of crime. There's no crime. It's a crime-free area. I went to dinner the other night, stood out in the middle of the street, did interviews with you guys, but I did interviews right in the middle of the street. If I did that 6 months ago or a year ago, I would have about a 30% chance of being here to talk about it.
Getting chatted down.
And it's amazing. DC is now a great safe. Now we're fixing it up physically too. We're putting in new medians. We're going to give everything a little coat of asphalt so we don't have potholes all over. Filling a pothole is fine temporarily, but they'd fill a pothole and never touch it for 10 years. Right. And, old potholes don't look good. We're going to fix it up. We're going to make it beautiful at a very minimal cost. And we're going to have the most beautiful capital in the world. But even more importantly than that, it's very safe. People would come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, and their son would be killed. They'd be killed. And now you can come and you can enjoy. I was very embarrassed because I had the president of Poland in, and they started asking me about D.C. a couple of weeks ago. And I said, we're very proud of the fact that nobody's been killed this week. And he looks at me like, head of Poland. He says, what was that? And he said, well, and I'm telling the press, they're doing the little thing in the Oval Office, our great Oval Office, our very upgraded Oval. And the press is asking me, well, what about that? He said, we haven't had anybody killed in the last 3 weeks. And it's been like 9 years since nobody's been killed. Every week, somebody's been killed for years. And we haven't had crime. And they said it's down 87%. I said, what about the 13%? Why wouldn't it be? It's down 100%. Right. So you'd be very proud of your capital. You can go there now. And by the way, business is booming. Restaurants are booming. And this all took place we really did it in 12 days, but now it's better. Each day it becomes even better.
Mr. President, what do you say to the families that are watching, the moms, dads, that we've heard so much negative news with the lady being killed on the train,
terrible.
Right?
Man.
And then we have Charlie Kirk. We had a school shooting the other day.
It's like all these events and all these very, very unfortunate deaths are radicalizing. I can see it. I'm seeing it all over X. I'm seeing it all over the internet. People are getting radicalized by these deaths. Trust me, especially with the young lady on the train, that really set people off. And then with Charlie Kirk's assassination, now it's getting even worse. We had a race-fueled one, and now we got a politically fueled one. Like I said, let's try to keep level heads around here, and let's not, I would say, create more reasons to divide each other or to be divided, because this is what they want.
And those are just 3 big events that happened in the last few days. So, or that we learned about. The girl was killed
In the attempts on your life?
Yes.
Well, one thing I do say, I mean, look, we have that maniac has gone through trial right now with a fantastic judge. That was the judge that realized that deranged Jack Smith was deranged, okay? She's a phenomenal judge. I don't know her. I appointed her, but I don't know her at all in Florida. And she's a, you know, really talented person, brilliant judge. And by coincidence, she got that case. And, you know, he's like a wise guy, troublemaker, it seems. But we have to have, for like the person that killed the young girl, the beautiful, she was like a beautiful girl, 22, 23 years old. And, you know, when she got onto that train, she was, you could see that she just wanted to hide. Even before this happened, she's almost like snuck on. She didn't want to make anything. She just wanted to be. She was afraid.
Finished her job.
No, she was afraid. But if you look at her before the way she sort of like she wanted to just, and she's looking at her phone like this. She felt very unsafe. Okay, we can't have that. And then this maniac gets up from behind. That's another one I didn't want to watch. I didn't watch it. I knew what happened, but I didn't want to watch it.
I have to watch that one.
And what?
No, I watched that one. That one, man. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been a tough week for me because I do not like watching videos like that. And plus, Charlie Kirk. I mean, man, that's just and here's the thing. It's the family. To be quite honest with you, I mean, it's really the family, like the wife, the kids. It's just a lot. It's a lot, guys. That is just sad.
He did.
But like I said, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk.
To her was unbelievable. And then he walks through, the knife is dripping blood and everything else. One thing I say, we have to have quick trials.
Yeah.
I call it quick trial because in China, they do have quick trials. You know, they don't wait 6 years and
you start off guilty and you end up
reason.
guilty in China.
Oh, it's terrible. What happens here is you go through 7-8 years. And by the time it ends, and then they say, well, you know, he had a reason to do it because he wasn't treated right in grade school and it's his teacher's fault and it's the government's fault. That guy they should have a trial the following day.
But do you know that they say,
I mean, when you have somebody on tape, here's a guy on tape getting ready to, and then he did his thing. The whole thing is on tape. This should not be going on. This trial will go on. It'll start in 2, 3, 4 years. We have to have, in certain places that do it differently, they have what's called quick trial. You have a fast trial, a fast verdict.
And shout out to my man Anonymous. God didn't take Charlie away, but he was there to accept him. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, that's probably the best perspective I heard. All you evil people in the chat need to shut your mouths. If you don't have anything nice to say, man, bro, don't say it at all. I feel you on that one. I'll finish that one for you. Don't say it at all, guys, because I mean, like, come on, bro. Check your heart, check yourself. What type of evil person sits there and celebrates the death of a father? I mean, bro, imagine if your dad died and people were celebrating that just off of how he thought. He didn't hurt nobody. He didn't physically assault nobody. Nothing. He just spoke his mind and they killed him. And everybody's celebrating his death. How would you feel? I mean, god damn, man. That's just, it's sick. It's sick. And shout out Misfit Supervisor. Hey, said, this has me so upset, right? This has me so upset. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Has me upset too. It's truly unfortunate, to be honest with you. It's like I'm lost for words. It's really hard for me to explain it.
Right. Now, if he's guilty, we're going to have to keep him, feed him, take care of him for, let's say he's 28 or 29 years old, I understand. So, like for 50 years, we're going to be feeding.
But he never should have been let out.
Now, in Utah, he shouldn't have been let out. And the judge should be responsible for that, the way she did it. But in Utah, they have the death penalty. And you have a very good governor there. The governor, I've gotten to know him. The governor is very intent on the death penalty in this case, and he should be. In North Carolina, you also have it, but we have to make sure that happens. That was a horrific crime.
But I think Ainsley's point is in the big picture. What do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life, they see the Minnesota lawmakers, they see what happened, they see what happened to Charlie, and they're saying, what's going on with the political process? Now, instead of trying to get votes, you're trying to survive. There are lawmakers canceling their events this weekend, AOC on the left and a lot of lawmakers on the right saying, I'm a little concerned about doing a public event. as president, what do you tell them?
I say you have to go forward. You just have to go forward. You watch, as closely as you can. You have, I have great people. I mean, I have people now much better and far more. When I was hit in Butler, they wouldn't, it was Biden, but they wouldn't approve. We had 55,000 people. We had, we get these tremendous crowds, and I'd have far fewer.
God forbid this ever happens to anybody on the left. I would hope we have the same moral standing now to take the high road and just, hit them with the RIP. Don't say anything nasty and just keep it pushing. Because, what a lot of people in the chat are doing, well, some of you guys in the chat, it's pretty dishonorable. Like I said, has Charlie Kirk ever hurt you? Hurt your feelings? Sure. But has he ever hurt you to the point where this man deserves to be like, oh, guess he won't be debating no more? Oh, he deserved it. How did he deserve it? Like, it's honestly shocking that people even have that perspective about, or even have that opinion. Like, tell me, how did he deserve it? I'll go ahead, super chat it in and tell me how Charlie Kirk hurt somebody. Tell me how he hurt you. I actually want to hear this.
More people than Biden who'd go out. He had many more Secret Service people than me, and he'd have like 8 people show up. But
all he did was told trans people that, look, man, I don't hate y'all, but your head ain't on right. All he did was just preach damn near his opinions were just what? Through the word of God, through his Christians' beliefs. Like I said, it's America. You're allowed to low-key think however you want to. Like, when we start shooting people for how they think, what do you think that's going to do? You think that's going to shut us up? No. If anything, it's going to make us take more precautions. And it's also going to radicalize those who obviously aren't mature enough to handle this. Because I'm going to be real with you. There's going to be some guys on the right who's not going to see this in how I'm seeing it. They're going to see it as a way to get violent towards anybody on the left. And I'm telling you that some of y'all might just need to calm down with that rhetoric. And I hope nothing happens to anybody, to be honest with you, even if you are spouting nonsense about Charlie Kirk. But I just want to let you know, though, you're fueling something that you're not ready for.
55 or 60,000 people show up. Butler's a great example of that. And we have great people right now. We had a thing happen that's very big. People don't even talk about it. We won a lot of great decisions. The Supreme Court, I give them a lot of credit. We have a decision on merit. In other words, this country is now a country of merit. You don't have to be a woman or a man or a this or a that.
Give me the best person.
You don't have to be white or black or Asian or whatever it is. It's all based on merit now. And I wasn't sure if anybody would have the courage to make that decision.
And all I got to say is that this shows that the right is more influential than the left. I mean, Charlie Kirk was so influential that somebody feared his message so much that they had to take him out. Who's doing that on the left? Who's doing that on the left? Because last time I checked, man, you don't get a bullet unless you out here actually making a change, unless you're actually a threat. I mean, this is a JFK moment. I say this is a Martin Luther King moment. Speaking out there against the system, you catch a bullet. And apparently that's what Charlie was doing. Even though he was speaking damn near the word of God, even though he was speaking American values, for some reason, somebody wanted to stop that. And guess what? They only wanted to stop it. Why? Because he has so much influence. Something that the left just doesn't have.
And that was a big, big decision. When you go down to Washington and you see these people, they happen to be strong soldiers. They're big and strong. They don't mind fighting, as opposed to somebody that really isn't equipped to do that weighs perhaps 100 pounds.
And has a third nationality or sexuality.
Correct. You can say it. I'd rather not say it. I want to see. But it's based on merit. You hire.
And here's Riley Ladd. Well, at least somebody stepped up to be a dickhead. Says more like Charlie, my neck hurts. Wow. Like I said, people had that much hate for this man to where they're willing to pay to say something hateful. You're willing to pay to say something that hateful. I mean, bro, I really hope you find help, dog. I'm not even gonna say nothing insulting to you because really you're just not worth it. And 2, I don't see that pity for you.
People now based on merit. That's the way the country got great. And I give so much credit to the Supreme Court for that. So with some of these people, though, we're going to have to do, the politicians are one thing, and we can talk about that, but we have to have trials that go quickly.
Okay.
We can't have a trial like this guy. We can't have a trial that's going to start in 3.5 years from now.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Man.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get to see what the left is saying about this, because the left is saying suspect has
Welcome
been
back. We have
caught.
some breaking news now at 13 past the hour. President Trump, in an appearance that is ongoing on another network, just said that there is now a suspect in custody for the Charlie Kirk assassination. We'll say that again. President Trump just now announcing that a suspect is in custody connected to the Charlie Kirk killing of a few days ago. The president just said this on Fox and Friends. I'll read the quote. "I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. Essentially, somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens," the president adds. He goes on to say, the tip stemmed from a minister, Trump says he believes, who passed the tip to a friend who was a U.S. Marshal. And then they involved the father of the suspect. We don't have an identity yet. We don't have a name of this suspect. President Trump himself saying that he learned of it just a few moments before he stepped on set. This is all taking place in the last couple minutes, as you might imagine. This is a very fluid situation. Seems like the president himself was just briefed on this. There were some details he acknowledged he did not know. But to recap the breaking news, of course, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the conservative.
And he says he's about 22 years old, this radical leftist. Well, I mean, he can't be on the right. He shot Charlie Kirk. I mean, he cannot be on the right. You know what? I'm not even going to say he's 100% on the left. I'm going to sit here and say that I'm like almost 80-20, to be quite honest with you. But unless we see some mental health problems like with the trans shooter, I'm going to sit here and say he's on the left. And the left, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, this is all you guys. You all just need to shut the hell up. No, I'm going to sit here and say, you guys need to hold back y'all alone. You guys need to take accountability for your own.
Political commentator and organizer shot in broad daylight on a college campus in Utah a couple of days ago. Video graphic went around the world very quickly.
And shout out my man Tom. He said Kirk is an American legend, and that is the truth. I mean, he really was. He really got the president of he pretty much got a president elected off the power of social media, the power of YouTube, TikTok, all that accumulated together. I looked at this man's views. He had 1.1 billion views. 1.1 billion people viewed this man. And you know what? I could damn near say probably all 77 million people who voted for Trump viewed that man. I mean, that's a legend right there. I don't know if we can have another like him. I mean, it is what it is. But once again, though, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk, and man, God bless his family.
There's been an intensive manhunt for this suspect here. You're seeing the individual on your screen. These are images released by the police yesterday as they were searching, they're imploring the public to come forward with help, come forward with tips, with other information about this person. So now we're going to hear, I believe we're going to hear now what President Trump said just a few moments ago.
I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. You know, it's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get lucky or talent or whatever it is. But yeah, I think we're in great shape. He's in custody.
That was President Trump just a few moments ago on Fox and Friends. He's here in New York City, appearing in studio just across the street, saying with a high degree of certainty, quoting him, that they have the suspect in custody, but we don't know who this person is. We believe at 9 o'clock Eastern time, so about 45 minutes from now, authorities in Utah will hold a news conference. Let's bring in now MSNBC investigative correspondent Mark Santia. Mark, thank you for rushing back to set. This is obviously a breaking story. Just a few moments ago, the president said this. Is there anything else we've learned as to what happened?
No, right now, I mean, this is a major development. For the president to say, quote, we have him. He's in custody.
Obviously, major development. We're working the phones right now, along with my colleague, Tom Winter, Jonathan Dienst, reaching out. We know, as you said, Jonathan, there's a 9 o'clock press conference. We were told about a 9 o'clock press conference in Utah. And then shortly after, the president made these statements. Again, quote, "We have him. He's in custody." The president also talked about the great work that's been done over the last several hours, the last couple of days. At this point, we're just waiting to hear. This is something that is very, very fluid at this time. We knew they were close. We knew they had, Jonathan, 7,000 tips, pieces of digital evidence. They were.
All right, now, guys, let's go over and hear from the Utah authorities. And shout out to those people who are low-key gathering evidence. I mean, there was people all over taking pictures and doing their work, man. Shout out to y'all, man. God bless. Because, hey, man, shout out to having these camera phones. I mean, the one time it's actually pretty handy is when people are unified in catching this guy or unified in the cause. We should probably take a lesson in that.
At today's press conference, we will hear from Governor Cox, FBI Director Kash Patel.
And shout out Misfit Supervisor. The line has been crossed. It's time. I wouldn't even say that. Look, a lot of people in the chat hide behind a faceless account, and I don't even think they represent on what most liberals think. Like, even my highly liberal dad hit me up like this is unacceptable. Like, him getting shot is unacceptable. And this man hates Trump. This man thinks that Trump can do no good. And even he's like, yo, Charlie Kirk shouldn't have died. He's a young man and all that good stuff. And trust me, I'm pretty sure he also knows that, well, Charlie Kirk's close to my age, and he would hate if somebody was to shoot me for what I was saying. Like, let's try to have some sympathy here. Let's try to, like, have that perspective like, yo, what if this was my dad or my family member that just got shot just for talking? Like, even if you disagreed with them, like, is that really a reason to kill somebody? Of course not. Of course not.
And Sheriff Mike Smith. We also have with us Utah DPS Commissioner Bo Mason, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, and local and federal law.
And shout out to my man Monty. He's like, I'm gonna send you something in Discord. Please play. When you take someone's tongue, you don't silence them. You prove you're scared of what they have to say. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. And that's the baller alert from Monty. And shout out to Monty because now the call-in line has been open. And shout out my man James. He says Charlie Kirk lived out his faith in Jesus Christ. Exactly. And that's the thing, is like, this man literally like the personification of a Christian. He's basically a pacifist. He never got violent. He never really raised his tone too loud at people. He never even threatened nobody. And I'm be honest, bro, he better than me, because all the threats this man has received, I'd have got the threatening people. I'd have been like, hey, you going to pull up? Charlie Kirk is like, no, God bless him. We pray for him and we pray that he find God in his heart. I'm like, bro, better than me, because I'd have been whooping ass by now. But that's what I'm saying. He definitely led his faith through Jesus Christ, the personification of what a Christian man's supposed to be.
Enforcement partners. Following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director Patel, and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
You ain't deserving, man. All right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
Crazy.
This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes.
I'm telling you, my man. Like, shout out my man T Banky. Hey, long time no see, my friend. He says, I still can't believe he's gone. Like, bruh, trust me. Even I I had some things going on the personal side, but even I was sitting there like, man, it don't even feel right to do a live right now until I know this man's killer's been caught or something. It just don't feel real. I'm talking about the man does his thing every day almost. You know, you hear about Charlie Kirk, his turning points events, all this stuff he's doing, and then now it's just been put to a stop. Well, honestly, there's going to be somebody that carries on the mantle, but it just won't be Charlie. That's the sad part about it, because it started off Charlie. He started it, he founded it, but somebody else got to finish it, though. And it's just like I said, he's a young man. I mean, you don't expect people his age to go like that, especially not at 31.
When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also
Bro, he said Kirk was full of hate. How was he spreading hate? The man never said, he didn't ever say attack nobody or anything. If anything, he said pray for you. If you think that praying for somebody is hateful, then I mean, there's something wrong with you, like truly something wrong with you. If you truly listen to Charlie Kirk in long form and not just the 30-second clips, you would understand that he never said anything hateful to anybody, like at all.
From Rob.
Now, he may have had the wrong opinions about some things. I ain't gonna lie. He may have had the wrong opinions about some things that even I disagree with, but he never said anything hateful. And shout out to my man, Dr. Junk Fruit. Appreciate the support. Hey, shout out to the Euro. I'm not sure if you come from the UK, but hey, appreciate it.
Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger.
I assume they're coming from
Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush.
All right, and hold on. Shout out to my man Monty for sending in this video. Quick little video that Monty sent in. Let's go ahead and play it.
No, I'm fine. Not because my body is fine.
The heck? I guess the video is not going to play all the way through. Let me see here. Well, I tried to play it, Monty, but apparently...
No, I'm fine. Not because my body is...
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it, Monty. He's not playing on this side.
Messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The message is also...
Alrighty, now I was trying to play. Okay, let's try that again. Try one more time.
No, I'm fine. Not because my body is fine.
What the heck? You got anything else, Monty?
Don't, because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment.
Okay, yeah.
And I do it all over again. Second, do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families, for sanity in a culture gone mad. It is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy. Do it with strength. And never ever let evil think it won.
Yep. I mean, once again, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. But all right, guys, we're gonna get out to Charlie Kirk's. What was it? Last engagement. Well, man, it's hard to. I ain't gonna lie. It's really hard to believe this guy's dead. But let's get into one of his last engagements.
Scripture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to issues that we're facing today: gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, and the White House. Issues in the church. He doesn't just.
And shout out Jake's like the suitor is just repeating CNN talking points, literally saying he's spreading hate and all this crazy stuff. Never probably even heard Charlie Kirk speak before. He just went out there and said, F it, I'm taking him out because there's some crazy people on Twitter who's asking for him to die, who's saying, oh, if we don't take him out, the Nazis are coming back. Like, yeah, that type of rhetoric right there that you guys say every day. But yeah, shout out to my man, Jen.
Let's discuss the problems. In every episode, he gives practical things we can do to make a difference. His guests have incredible expertise and powerful testimonies. Each episode will make you recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact our world today. The Culture and Christianity podcast is informative and encouraging. You could find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. Alan Jackson Ministries is working hard to bring biblical truth back into our culture. You can find the Culture and Christianity podcast, sermons, and other thought-provoking teachings on our Pastor Alan's YouTube channel at Alan Jackson Ministries.
It's a big crowd for California. All right, you guys know how it works. We're going to do questions for a couple hours here. If I really like your answer, you get a hat. We'll be signing hats as well. And God bless you guys. We're going to have a great time. Thank you. Okay, hello, yes.
Hello, my name is Yardo. I have a small YouTube channel. I'm a political commentator as well, much more than you are. I just wanted to thank everybody at Turning Point USA, USD for having this debate. And also I would thank the Turning Point USA, San Diego State, because they gave a voice to one of my dear friends who was a victim at the October 7th Nova Music Festival. And his name is Muzai. I really appreciate that you guys did that, and you have my sincere gratitude. I'd also like to quickly state that this is a message for the far left first, and then we'll get into what I highly disagree with you about. But I just read Hassan Piker's New York Times article where he claims that he did not stifle free speech in his chat. I do not believe that's true because I was banned multiple times for having a simple disagreement with him. That is one thing on the right that you guys do far better, is not creating echo chambers. And this is a complete amazing thing that you guys are doing right now. And I just want to let you know right now, Hassan Piker, I will donate $5,000 to Palestine if you debate me. Now, I 100% mean that. And I will make sure that that is as public as possible. My question for you, Charlie, is I just want to make it clear. I am against affirmative action. Of course, I do not believe, as a disabled person myself, I do not believe that affirmative action is the entirety of what DEI entails. That being said, I would be fine with DEI gotten rid of if it meant like a true meritocracy in the United States. But why would I trust Donald Trump to create a meritocracy when he himself has appointed the least accomplished and the least, essentially, yeah, perfect word, the least accomplished cabinet in U.S. history, at least in my opinion. If you disagree, I can explain why I feel that way.
Well, first of all, one thing doesn't have to do with the other, but I'm going to reject the premise that it's the least qualified cabinet ever. So we could talk about that. But even if it was just Donald Trump picking his family members, it has nothing to do with the merits of DEI or getting rid of DEI, right? So that's a red herring. They actually have nothing one to do with the other. One's a repeal of a policy. One is your critique of a cabinet. So which one would you rather debate? Would you rather debate DEI and all of its implications or Trump's cabinet? It seems like you have more problems with Trump's cabinet because we actually might be on the same side of meritocracy. So want to talk about the cabinet? Whichever you prefer.
We can talk about it. I personally don't see it as a red herring, but we can talk about that.
Let's remember, Trump was heavily aligned with the Trump cabinet. I mean, dinners with J.D. Vance and all that cool stuff. I mean, shout out to this guy. Like I said, basically one of the I'll say the top 3 reasons why Trump got elected was, I mean, I don't know where you'd place Charlie Kirk, but he's definitely one of the top 3. If we're talking about people and influencers and all that good stuff. And shout out Dr. Junk Fruit. It's the government Kirk. It's the government self Kirk was talking about. The Epstein Island and Israel. He broke the silent contract. Whoa. And I've been hearing about that. And I've been looking into it. People are saying, oh, he was about to speak out against Israel, so they killed him. I'm just like, nah, I don't know if I want to jump right into that or just jump right into any conspiracy, guys. And here's the thing. People are saying that this is a professional hit job. They're trying to say that, oh, this was a professional and all this good stuff. They're saying that somebody must have hired him. And I mean, like, what, some 22-year-old kid that had to go to his minister? I don't know about that one, but I don't know. Unless MK Ultra is alive and well, I mean, we'll see.
Oh, yeah, one doesn't have anything to do with the other, right? I mean, you can personally have hypocrisy in your own life and still do really good things in policy, right? It doesn't necessarily equate, right?
Well, I mean, let's not go there yet. The way that I see it is that when a lot of people talk about, like when they're talking about their choice to vote for Kamala or Trump instead of Kamala, they talk about the personal aspects of Donald Trump that make them want to trust him, right? A lot of people trust him. You can see the way that people look. I mean, everybody's wearing the MAGA hats. People trust him. Why would I trust him?
Okay. So yeah, that is your contention. So yeah, what about his cabinet is unqualified? Let me just ask you a couple examples. So, I mean, Scott Bessent, who's one of the most accomplished bond salesmen and individuals in the hedge fund space ever, right? That's not unqualified. Pete Hegseth, who's actually a frontline war fighter, unlike Lloyd Austin, who never fought a war in his life, right? We have Kristi Noem, who was an accomplished congresswoman and governor from a major state running Department of Homeland Security. You have Howard Lutnick, who's a very famous and well-known financial mind and titan from Wall Street running Cantor Fitzgerald. Marco Rubio, who was a very well-respected U.S. Senator on Foreign Affairs, who's now doing a great job as Secretary of State. So build out your argument why you think this cabinet is unqualified. Seems to me very, very qualified, actually.
Oh, no, they're very qualified. It's just that Trump appointed them, so all of a sudden they're unqualified. Is absolutely hilarious. Because we line up their history and all that good stuff. It's like, yeah, no, they're qualified. It's just that he's there with Trump. So, you know, Trump derangement syndrome is alive and well and obviously very, very strong. Or else I believe Charlie Kirk would still be here.
Across the board.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to start with, I mean, this is the most obvious one, and I have many other examples that I'd like to get into, but Pete Hegseth, you mentioned, I think that is kind of, I don't really understand why you would mention.
And shout out to my man Monty. He says, 0 tolerance for BS tonight, period. 0. Yeah, guys, try to get these guys with the hateful language up out of here. I understand disagreeing with Kirk. Hey, you can disagree, but I ain't gonna lie. Championing this man's death, yeah, you got to go with that one.
Somebody that leaked war chats to a liberal journalist, to me, that doesn't seem like the kind of person that I would want to be.
Well, hold on, time out. That he did not leak it. First of all,
he added the person.
The person who actually is responsible was just removed as national security advisor today.
Oh, you mean the person who was the fall guy for Pete Hegseth's problem?
No, he added somebody without his knowledge. But fine.
Okay, so why wouldn't he see him? Why wouldn't he see the person who's in the chat before talking about war policy?
So, time out. Just so we're clear, I'm sure you've been added to group chats with 30 or 40 people sometimes, and you enter in with trust that every acronym is actually a government official. Obviously, that will not happen again. Just so we're clear, Signal was an approved chat by the Biden administration. It's an approved secure channel by
I'm not talking shit on Signal.
However, time out. Let me ask a question about Pete Hegseth. Would you rather have a warfighter or a bureaucrat run the United States military?
I would rather have somebody that doesn't have a history of alcoholism. I'd rather have somebody that, I mean, realistically.
Wow. So do you?
I'll be honest with you. I can't name you too much soldiers who don't have a history of alcoholism. They had to kill people. So I don't like people who judge people who've been through, like, I don't know, harder situations than them. My dog, you're fat, you're pudgy. I mean, I don't know if you could really speak to the experience of a war hero and the traumas he had to deal with and how he dealt with them. I mean, bro, you just don't understand. I mean, you're just speaking from a high ground right now because you never have to go out there and put in work for America.
Think how about Mark Milley and Lloyd Austin? Were they better at running the U.S. military than Pete Hegseth?
I mean, I think you're going to probably start talking about how there's higher enlistment numbers.
Yeah, not only that. So recruitment in the military is up majorly. Thank you, Pete Hegseth. He's doing a pretty good job. Number 2, procurement. We're saving money. Estimates are that we'll save hundreds of billions of dollars in efficiency. War games are up. The amount of war games we're doing in the Southeast Pacific has increased by 30%. This is a military town here in San Diego.
But no, you honestly should stop drinking, though. And that's what Pete Hegseth did. He stopped drinking. So for everybody to sit there and kind of like hinge on him about, oh, he used to be a drunk. I mean, yeah, but he stopped. So I don't know. You want to keep bringing that up, like you could be petty about it, but that's it. You're just being petty.
A massive increase in people wanting to join the Navy, want to join the military. That wasn't happening under Biden. Morale is actually 30 points higher now that Pete Hegseth, a warfighter's warfighter, is running the U.S. military.
We have a complete difference. We're never going to agree on this.
No, but not agree, but show me, then prove the evidence. What is one number that is worse with the U.S. military now that Pete Hegseth's in control?
The numbers that you're talking about are numbers that I actually actively do not care about, because I think that we have an overly powerful military, and I think too much of our money goes to the military.
No, I know, but like, tell me one thing he's done, like numerically, like empirically, judge his performance, right? What is one thing that you could say, wow, the Pentagon is in a worst place because of Pete Hegseth?
I would say his inconsistent foreign policy, where he backs on statements depending on whether or not Donald Trump has heard them or not. Like in the beginning, we were talking about what happened with Ukraine and Russia. Like they've had disagreements already within the first couple months of the administration.
What? But first of all, the president is the commander in chief, so he executes the running of the military.
I'm just saying that
he's the operationals manager. Right?
I understand that.
And so when you want a military, you have recruitment going up, you have war games going up, you have morale going up. You have, by the way, how about this? Do you agree that physical fitness standards for men and women should be the same in the U.S. military?
Yes.
Pete Hegseth is to thank for that. He has brought physical fitness standards to be the same for men and women. Lloyd Austin didn't do that. Mark Milley didn't do that. Do you also agree that we should not have like transgender pronoun type policing of our military members on the front lines of combat?
See, the thing is
Pete Hegseth has gotten rid of all that, but I'm saying you're trying to make a contention that he's not qualified. The military is in a much better place thanks to him only after 100 days, man. And that's that is the weakest example of all the ones that you have in the cabinet. You didn't address Rubio, you didn't address Noem, you didn't address Bessent, you didn't address Lutnick, you didn't address Bobby Kennedy, you didn't address all these people. So I have
the only people he's been addressing is who liberal media has been going after. That's it. Whoever left-leaning media went after, he's pretty much at their neck. Excuse me, but they don't go after Kristi Noem. In the beginning of the election, they weren't really going after Kristi Noem all that much until these ICE raids start popping off. Scott Bessent, well, the left's afraid to go after a gay man, so they weren't going to go after Scott Bessent. I mean, what was it? Trump got a whole bunch of women appointed too, so it's hard for the left to go after, a gay person, women, and a black guy who Trump also has in his cabinet. I think he's the.
Well, I can continue. I can continue addressing people.
But every one of these departments is in a substantially and an empirically better place than it was.
Okay, including the Department of Education that's been completely defunded, and somebody who literally.
I'm so glad it's being defunded.
Okay, I bet you are, but guess what? Most Americans aren't, and that's the reality.
Wrong. Donald Trump.
Okay, yeah, just because you have a bunch of people here saying that doesn't mean that's the reality.
Let me prove it to you. Donald Trump ran on a pledge to get rid of the Department of Education. We can agree with that?
No,
yes or no?
Yes.
He won a popular vote. The vast majority of people voted knowing that the Department of Education was going to get eliminated.
If you truly believe that the vast majority of people were educated enough about the fact of Donald Trump's opinion,
voters aren't very smart. Now that's what we're going after.
Damn.
No, I'm simply just responding to what you said. What you said
insult
is
the voters. They don't know.
No,
that's what I'm saying. It does come down to, if people don't think like me, then everybody's just stupid. Or maybe you're missing something. If everybody in the room agree on something and you don't, that's not just to sit there and be like, well, everybody in this room is stupid. Maybe you need to check yourself, because you might be right though. Everybody in the room might just be stupid, or you might be missing something.
I know a lot of people that voted for Trump who had absolutely no idea that he was going to defund and of course, this is just an anecdote, but I know that this is the truth. Not everybody, when they vote, looks at every single little thing and every little aspect, like you and I might, of why we would vote for somebody. Like, we're both political commentators.
Right. Fine. And as a political commentator, then I will argue more forcefully against you, because now you're not just like a college kid searching for this. Has education in America improved or gotten worse since the Department of Education was formed?
It has literally been 3 months. I have absolutely no idea.
Since the Department of Education was formed in the 70s, we now have 50 years of evidence. Has American education gotten better since we've had a Department of Education, or has it gotten worse?
I personally don't think that has to do with the Department of Education.
Well, when you've spent over $4.5 trillion with one federal department, and we have 30 schools in Chicago where a fifth grader cannot read at grade level. We have 35 schools in Baltimore where kids cannot do math or reading at grade level.
Yeah.
We cannot find a single school, not a single school in downtown Detroit, where by the time they graduate high school in the heavily black areas, that they're proficient in reading or math. We are now like 31st in the industrialized world of education. We spend more in education than almost any other country per capita, and yet our results are worse. Maybe it's because we've sent all this money to DC to overly centralize the way we educate, and the Department of Education has been a complete disaster. And so we can go anywhere you want with this discussion.
I'm just going to say one more thing about this and we can move on. And thank you for talking to me for this long. I really appreciate it. But you're talking about like people that are coming from poor backgrounds where education in their families is not like a part of the way that they're raised. Of course, they're going to be the ones that have a lower.
No, that's not correct. You see,
I highly doubt it.
The competing Catholic schools in the same area that do it for 2/3 less money. Almost all the kids can read by the time they graduate middle school.
And where does that money come from?
Shout out Catholic schools.
Sometimes from charter schools, taxpayers, or from private donors. So take, for example, in downtown Chicago or downtown Philadelphia, the private Catholic school can educate a kid for around $12,000 a year. Philadelphia, it's about $30,000 a year, and none of the kids can read. So the local religious schools.
Yep, that government money that they just squander. And here's the thing. What was it? We was funding the Department of Education about $250 billion. $250 billion. And 75% of that went to administrative cost. 25% of it went to the students. 75% to a whole bunch of bureaucrats and employees. And then 25% actually went to the students of America. I mean, wild.
They have kids that are less likely to be unruly, less likely to commit crimes. They're more likely to graduate high school.
I know what y'all saying, so we just get rid of it? Yes, we get rid of it. Because a lot of y'all ain't victims of how bad the Department of Education was.
In college, they can read and they could do math, and yet the local public school spends triple what the local Catholic school does, and they can't do any of that stuff. Why? Because a government-run program of education has been a failure in this country, and that's what President Trump is doing by abolishing the Department of Education.
Okay, so how, if there's no public, I'm not saying that the public education system is perfect. I'm saying that having, I think the privatization of public things in general is bad, and obviously that's a very.
Why would you say that? So I mean that's just. We can go through the list of that, but
because it's not, because getting rid of, for example, DEI, or getting rid of, and again, I'm not super pro DEI.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in California. I'll put it that way.
I'll try to apply it to your where.
Okay, I grew up in one of the most expensive towns in California.
Okay, Montecito. I don't know. I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, something like that. I don't want to talk because I'm a political commentator. I'm not saying my name, but I will.
Bro, you see, it's always people talking from the ivory tower. I was born in one of the richest neighborhoods in California, but I think I can talk about what's happening to people in impoverished areas. It's like, bro, really? Like, are you serious?
Stupid.
Tell you fine, but
seeing that we had three 82-inch TVs in my school for a public school when other kids in Compton had absolutely nothing, and I know a big part of that is because
it's property taxes, right? And so yes. However, let's just get down to the core of it, which is that in San Diego, are the private schools or the public schools more desirable?
It's kind of complicated because
I would say this as a person who kind of went from the public school atmosphere to the private school atmosphere. There's a huge difference. I mean, from how much the teachers, how much effort the teachers put into you, to the lunches, to the, goddamn it, even down to the field trips. And once you go from, private school, I was in a Catholic private school, it's called retreats. Shout out to the retreats. They were pretty fun. But in public school, well, it was pretty much just, I'm be honest with you, it was like the bare minimum education, literally the bare minimum. Teachers who want to do the bare minimum, school who want to only give the bare minimum. When you get the bare minimum, what do you really have? A bare minimum education, which means that when you go to college, you're going to get destroyed unless you were lucky enough like me to somehow get a private school education before you got there.
We have charter schools that are public, we have like High Tech High. We have
people pay money to go to private school, right? For a reason. So what is our perspective? The money should follow the child. You should have school choice. You should be able to go to whatever school of your choosing, and it works super well.
But the good private schools that you talk about, these ones in Chicago with cherry pick data. When we're talking about San Diego, they cost about $40,000 a year.
It's not cherry pick data.
It is cherry pick data. Talking about a single example of a Catholic school that's publicly funded or funded by donors.
There's hundreds of these examples.
Okay,
right?
Hundreds of these examples, but the reality is that the majority of them, you have to pay an exorbitant amount of money in order to get into them.
Right. So then what per pupil in San Diego? What do you think they charge?
And those Catholic schools are really community based. Like Look, I went to one of these Catholic schools, and it's like, dog, these kids have known each other since they were like in kindergarten, went to the same elementary school, same middle school, all the way up to the same college. Their parents know each other. The teachers know the parents because they're all within the same community and they're all Catholic. So some of them even go to the same damn church. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. All of us need schooling like that. All of us.
Per student in the public school. Anywhere between 25 to 35.
I have no idea, and I don't think that it has anything to do with the debate we're having.
No, it has everything to do with it. And I'll just close with this. So there's 21 million people that work for the government in this country, 11 million education, 11 million in education. How many of the 11 million do you think are teachers?
I see you're just coming up. Look,
no, it's super.
Can you repeat your question? Because I thought we were going to continue because we barely talked about anything I want to talk about.
Well, no, I mean,
because you're getting cooked.
Freewheeling, that's what this is, right? So there's 11 million people that work in education in America. How many would you guess are teachers?
Not much.
I'm assuming that it's very bloated, and I'm just going to guess that 2 million are teachers.
Yeah, it's about 2 to 3. It's like 3.5 to 4 million. So that means that 7 million people that work in education are unnecessary administrators and paper pushers. And why is that important? Because we've not been funding teachers or education the last 30 years. We've been funding unnecessary.
All right, man. Shout out to my man Monty, man. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, it's all good, man.
Man, I was stalking you on the internet. I was like, where the hell did this guy go?
Bro, I'm telling bro. It was a very long night, I'll tell you that. And with all the news and all that good stuff,
yeah.
It was
and it just kept developing. Like it was just rapidly developing.
Man, and the fact that it just happened in front of everybody, oh my goodness, that made it
worse. I'm never gonna be able to get that out of my head.
Yep. Oh, don't tell me you accidentally saw it too.
Oh, yeah. It's just it was all over Facebook, just completely uncensored and just playing. I was like, oh, great.
That's what I'm saying. It's like if the JFK assassination happened in this day, that's exactly what it'll look like.
Yep. And I'm honestly speechless. Like I can't even hear his voice without that like surreal feeling in your stomach, you know?
Yeah. I definitely hear you on that.
Yeah. It's wild. But that guy, he's cooking that kid though.
Oh no, he's cooking her for sure. This was like literally one of his last like full engagements, and I know that I honestly doubt they're gonna release the Utah one because that's gonna be too painful.
He was only there for 20 minutes.
Are you serious?
Yes, sir. He was there for 20 minutes. He was discussing gun violence in America.
Oh yeah,
and yeah, he said how many of them are from gang shootings, and bam.
Yep, right in the neck, and then yeah, trust me. When I seen the video, I already knew it was like, oh no, he's done.
Yeah, it was.
You know what hurt my feelings about it? Everybody's like, oh, he might be alive. Pray for Charlie, and I'm like, no. What I seen there in that shot, it was done.
So I mean, when you if anybody's watched the video, that classic sign of posturing when you either it's any kind of brain injury, but it could also be like severing of the spinal cord. His hands kind of went up and locked, and he fell backwards. Like he's gone.
Yeah. But all right, let's get right back to it, guys.
Necessarily bureaucracy in our education the last 30 or 40 years, and President Trump goes to abolish it. Thank you for your time. I got to get to the next question. Thank you. Hello.
Hi. My name's Ellie. Overall, just to go into my question, I am conservative. So going into this, I was like, oh, like what should I ask you about? I think overall, I was going through different policies, and in general, I agree. Ultimately, I think the topic of my question is how to approach politics in school and in general with this function. I've found that a lot of times when I talk to people who are on the other side of me, they are surprised to find out what I think, and my ideas are not that crazy. It's like when you actually get into the meat of it, it's like, oh, actually, maybe it does make sense. And so I think it's really valuable to start giving these ideas to the world. And so this is one of these options. But I guess my question is this the best way? Because when I when I hear, like, for example, on Reddit, they're like, don't approach him, don't do this, he's just doing that, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's using all these tactics. And so I wonder if you've considered.
Hey, Seth, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before she gets onto her point. So I hear a lot of people talking about how we shouldn't feel bad for him because he said empathy was a new age word and all this fun stuff. If you've ever actually heard that conversation, he said all of that and then followed it up with, maybe we should focus on more things like compassion and sympathy and understanding and coming together. You freaking idiots. So keep taking him out of context. Like it just shows how stupid and how much of a sickness you have in the head.
Man, for a guy you just disagreed with, though.
Disagreed with, and you're happy he got shot. Or not. I've seen now the rhetoric's changed to, well, I'm not really sad about it. Get over yourself. No,
come on. Like, bro, I'm sad when any children loses their father. Like, how about this? Let's break it down to that. Like, you can't feel bad about that,
right?
But if there's maybe a slightly better way, because I think what you're saying has a lot of value in this world, but it's proposed, like in this school specifically, it is thought of as evil and as like not like a valid way to think.
That's a UC San Diego problem, not a Charlie Kirk problem, right?
No, and it's not, and it's not to say it's a problem of you. No.
And I meaning like I read there was some op-ed journalists where they said ignore Charlie, ignore him. But what they're saying is that they are not either smart enough or they're not intellectually mature enough to have a discussion with a conservative on any issue. I have literally almost no notes. I have like a couple charts to show you if the topics come up. You guys can use AI. You guys can use Grok. You can do whatever you want. You could bring a professor. You could bring 5 of your top libs together. Debate me, right?
Yeah.
Right. Other side? Okay, thank you.
Oh,
And you guys can debate me at any time.
It was funny. Your whole opening was pretty much just telling them, can you take it easy on me?
I fail to understand why. Well, actually, I know the reason. Speech is not a left-wing value. And they do not believe in freedom of speech. They believe in totalitarian control. There are exceptions to that. So if they have a problem, I think this is one of the best ways, not the best way. I literally could not be more open to disagreement. I say if you disagree, you go to the front of the line.
Yeah.
And I mean, how often do you as conservatives?
No, I got to be petty tonight. He thinks, bro, he never said anything like that. Never said that. I don't know where you got that from, but you're lying. Or you were just misinformed, but never said anything.
He said that in Sharia law, gay people get stoned.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you stating facts?
Yeah, but that makes him a bigot because he points out the hypocrisy of the left. We need to come together and heal, but as long as you disagree with me, we're never going to fix anything. That's the message of the left today. That's why it's sickening. That's why I have no compassion for anybody on the left anymore. It's gone. It drained out with all of his blood on that floor. That's how I feel, honestly.
Get a chance to challenge liberals on campus, right? And being welcomed. Ever?
Oh, absolutely, almost never. Definitely
because
not in
speech
class.
is not a left-wing value.
No, but to say that, I mean, with all of that being said, that is very true. But ultimately, what happens here is I see a lot of like the ideas just being like bubbled against. And so like when I talk to my friends, their ideas aren't changed from these conversations. And so I wonder if there's just like
you would be surprised. I'm sorry to interrupt. What happens here gets seen hundreds of millions of times on social
media. Yes.
The crowds are growing. And so look, some people are going to remain closed-minded. They're not going to, have their horizons open, but that's on them, right? They have to actually want to pursue the truth and not just have their own worldview confirmed.
And then I guess that's where I disagree, because I think fundamentally there is truth within anything. And I believe that maybe I would ask you like to see that like you have a big role in this. You have a big fan base and a big media base that you are making incredible change. And to take it one step further would be really trying to push the narrative against this being like a place where people are just like debating. It's more than that.
What would you like to see?
I guess maybe it's more of a question. I guess, I don't know, moving forward, like trying to maybe to see that like instead of using these really fast tactics and to really like try to bring it down, not to say someone is not to say that they're no.
Basically, she says, can you stop hurting people's feelings? Which is, I guess, sweet, but this is debate, sweetheart. It gets like that.
No.
Facts don't care about your opinions.
Yeah, I'm sorry, they really don't. They don't really. Yeah, facts don't care about your feelings, and for starters, they don't really care if you put somebody down or make somebody look stupid. I'm sorry, they don't.
Like, if you're stupid, you deserve to look stupid because you're repeating it.
Thinking way
If
too
you're
much about
repeating
libs
your
on Reddit.
ideology, you deserve to look stupid.
All right, facts.
Care about normal people. So
No,
yeah.
But the.
I mean, you did bring up Reddit. I'm sorry. You're like.
No, I guess that's true. No, and I guess
so
maybe
these people are not well socially adjusted, right? I talk to the 90% of the American people that actually want to make something in their life and have kids and.
No, and I couldn't agree more with that stance. I guess maybe stepping away from Reddit, it's to me the people on this campus. This is a school I go to, and almost everyone I'm surrounded with has a completely different view from me. And
Not everybody.
No, and this is the people here, to find them, it feels like you're sifting through a needle in a haystack.
You want a hat?
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Disagreements, come to the front of the line. Yes.
So I have a couple points that I want to talk about in illegal immigration. Is it okay if I say all of them with no interruption? Okay, cool. So first, illegal immigrants power our economy. They're 50% of U.S. farm workers, harvesting the food on our tables, and fill 70% of construction jobs in states like Texas. They pay $13 billion annually in taxes, including $2 billion to Social Security that they can't claim. Deporting them.
So, because illegals can take jobs away from Americans, it's a plus. Well, they claim that Americans don't want to work those jobs. Man, Americans don't even know the pay of those jobs. I'll be honest with you. If Americans actually knew the pay of farm work, I think we'd have some teenagers out there doing farm work.
Slash agriculture output by 60 billion and raise food prices by 6%. Why gut our farms and wallets when these workers fuel our prosperity? That's my first point. Second point, they strengthen our communities with lower crime rates. So in Texas, undocumented immigrants have a 26 lower percent homicide conviction rates. So, which is 2.2 per 100,000.
To pretty much say undocumented immigrants have a lower conviction. I'm like, they're undocumented, so a lot of them really kind of can skirt that. Let's be honest.
Hold on. Did he said they have a lower conviction rate? So out of all charges, that doesn't mean they commit crimes at a lower rate. You see how he twists the word?
And here's the thing, though. When you compare a very small group of people to a larger group of people, you're going to get a skewed statistic every time. I keep trying to tell people that. It's like when you try to compare a group of, let's say, all the illegals in the United States, let's say about 30 million of them. There's 350 million United States citizens. So if you're comparing illegals to U.S.-born citizens, you're going to get a skewed statistic every time.
Right.
1,000 versus 3 for native-born citizens. Nationally, immigrants are incarcerated at half the rate of native-born, where it's 0.85% versus.
Yeah, I know. When there's triple the number of native-born citizens, the numbers work out like that.
1.71%. That's according to Bureau of Justice Statistics from 2019. So, if safety is your goal, why deport people who make our streets safer? This is my third point. Mass deportation tears apart American families. Over 4.4 million U.S. citizens. Children have an undocumented parent, and in Texas, 1 in 7 kids lives in a mixed status household.
Mixed status household.
Okay,
Crazy.
This is my fourth point. Deportation is a fiscal nightmare. Removing 11 million people would cost 315 to 400 billion. More than the entire.
Wow.
I bet you, I bet you if you look hard enough through CNN's footage, you will find all of these bullet points.
Literally, because it's so crazy what he's saying right now, and I'm just like,
he did
wow,
absolutely no research on his own. That is 100% copy and pasted from MSDNC. That is 100% copy and pasted from the mainstream media. Every single point he just made is, I'm a low information idiot, and I think I know something because I have statistics, and everybody says you got to bring the statistics to the fight. Doesn't matter if they're completely skewed in your favor.
Hey, it's funny how you let him go like 4 points in with no interruption. I'd be like, can we do it one by one at least? But 4 points straight down. Hey, Charlie Kirk's a patient man. I'll tell you that.
Homeland security budget and shrink our GDP by 1.7 trillion over 10 years. And this is my last point. Our immigration system is broken, pushing people to cross illegally.
So we should let illegals take jobs because it's just too expensive to remove them. We should let people break our laws because it's too expensive to prosecute them. Like, is that really a good reason?
They give $13 billion in taxes, but just forget the fact that they take 150 out of the system.
Visa waits Mexicans can exceed 20 years, and the asylum blockage is 1.3 million cases, with hearings 4 to 6 years out.
Really?
Okay.
You done?
Yeah.
All right. So without looking at the phone, look at me. What should the penalty be for breaking into America?
I think there should be a system where it's more merit-based. So if this person...
We already got that. I hate when people say, well, we need to expedite this. So that's more merit-based. We have that. It's called O1 visas. We even got the H1B visas. And people still want to skirt the system, still want to get in illegally.
And he didn't even answer the question.
An organized way of immigration that for some reason the left just does not like.
It was a very straightforward question. What should the penalty be for breaking into the United States? Oh, we should have a faster process. That's not what the question was.
Like literally.
But he can't answer the question because he doesn't have an answer. He thinks everybody should come here illegally because that's what CNN said.
And it's going to cause, and they do all of our farm work and all this wild stuff. You know what? I remember when we was reacting to that CNN video when the CNN was talking to these farmers. Dude was literally saying he pays 15 to 35 an hour, or my bad, 15 to 30 an hour, depending on your speed. And I'm just going like, a lot of people don't know that. I'm pretty sure you'd have a lot of young people on the farms working their ass off, making what, like probably $22, $30 an hour. And you're trying to say that no American would do that? Like, all right.
So what is the penalty? So what should happen to you?
Felony. It's not a felony. It's a misdemeanor.
No, it is. That's not true. It's 8 U.S.C. 1312. You can look it up right now.
It's a felony if it's done twice. If you try to cross the border, that is correct.
That is not correct.
I googled it, dude.
To illegally go across the southern border with the well intent to come into harbor yourself into the interior of the United States, the violation of 8 U.S.C. 1312, which is a felony in the federal criminal code. Now, it can be enforced as a misdemeanor, or it can be upwards to 5 years in prison. Now, I want to know, since it's a felony, law on the books.
Yeah, because that's crazy how the things. Oh, is this a civil violation? No, overstaying your visa is a fifth civil violation. Coming over undocumented, that is a misdemeanor. That is a criminal offense.
8 U.S.C. 1312. What should the penalty be?
Well, in my opinion, these kinds of like laws are usually they're what do you call it? They're
Look at this. Hold on. I love this. Because he's exposing himself. Notice how quick and swiftly he talked when he had a whole script laid out in front of him of talking points to speak. And then when he's questioned on one of them, these laws, what did Mark, what did that one guy say that one time?
With the earbuds in though is crazy. It's like, what are you getting fed your listening points right now? Oh, my bad, your talking points? Like, what's going on here?
Usually the sorry. Wait,
Ask your phone.
Can I check my phone real quick?
He said, "Ask your phone."
I mean,
yo,
the crowd said, "Yeah, check your phone." I mean, they were being sarcastic, bro. But that's tough.
Apologize.
Can I look at my phone for an answer on what my opinion should be?
Sorry.
What should the penalty be for someone that breaks or comes into America illegally? What should the penalty be?
I think there should be a merit system where the people. Okay.
And shout out to my man Chris. He's like, leftists that glorify his death are losing their jobs. My supervisor glorified his death, and I said something to HR. She fired. I'm so happy she got fired. Now, I heard that's actually happening at CNN too. Like people on CNN, CNN was scraping X accounts and they found out there was a couple of their employees who was celebrating Kirk's death, and they was like, yeah, you're gone. Why? Because, like, you're fueling, like, honestly, political hatred or not racial tensions, but political tension towards CNN. If CNN was to keep those people employed, like your job would be feeling that type of tension if they was to keep that lady employed. We just can't have that right now. Like, think about it. Let's say a bunch of MAX supporters in your area found out that your supervisor made those threats, and all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of guys in red hats and big trucks outside your job. It's like, bro, who want those problems?
The penalty. All right,
that's
penalty.
not the answer. It's a very simple moral and legal question.
Okay.
What should the penalty be if you come into America illegally?
Okay, so since it's a misdemeanor, not a felony, misdemeanors
I just told you it's not 8. You can look up on your chat GPT what is 8 USC. Look up what is 8 USC 1312.
No, I know. I've already looked it up.
Yes,
And why did you say it was a misdemeanor?
Crossing the border illegally, then it becomes a felony.
It can be, and it is enforced as a felony. And it usually is done as a misdemeanor citation because no one has the stones to do 20 million felony, applications.
Okay.
So I just want to ask, what should the penalty be then for someone that comes into this country illegally?
I have officer's discretion too.
Usually, there's 3 ways that go about this when there's a penalty. There's either like a fine, or there's some kind of like public service that this person does. Or you send them back.
Send them back. I agree. That's what we should do.
Okay.
Yeah, send them back. And I mean, how the hell are they gonna pay a fine? What, you think they came over here and with US dollars? Like, come on. They're here to get US dollars. What fine are they gonna pay, my friend?
So this is interesting. So one of the statistics that I read said that illegal immigrants don't cause as much like they don't break the law as often as people who are native born.
Hold on. What you mean? It's in the name. Illegal immigrants. They came over here illegally. Boom. Law broken right there.
That is statistic.
But
no time out.
But every single one.
Can I pause? Can I pause?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So by definition, every American citizen is born here, right? They have 0 laws on their books. Every person that crosses the border illegally has already broken 1 law. So 100% to whatever the crime rate in the United States is, 100% of them have committed crimes. 100% of them are not here legally. And then a percentage of those that have already broken at least 1 law go out and break another one. Or they go out and drive without car insurance and they hit you and it costs you a shit ton of money because they flee the scene. Or they murder you.
Oh shit. Oh, I mean, great point.
Sure, by law.
Well,
by law.
No,
by law, of course. Of course they are.
So if they commit less crime and they're all criminals, wait a second. By definition, they all have broken the law by being here, and they break the law every day by staying here because you're actually not allowed to stay here either. Do you know that? So every day you're here, you're actually continually breaking the law.
That's what I'm saying. It's like people, well, they've been illegal for 20 years. They've been illegally breaking the law for 20 years. That's a career criminal right there. Like, that's literally the definition. Like, bro, I'm just gonna be real with you guys. You're literally trying to protect career criminals at that point. And I know it sucks when y'all hear that. Oh, well, this was my neighbor and he's my favorite. Okay, I was about to say something incredibly racist, but this is my favorite illegal immigrant. Okay, that's great, but they've been breaking the laws for 15 to 20 years straight. They gotta go.
Or harbor. That's what the federal law says. Okay. So by breaking in, it's not just the only law they broke. Every second you remain here, you're also breaking the law. So that statistic is invalidated by just them breathing here. They're breaking the law.
No, of course not. So of course it makes sense for them when they're here. They're breaking the law because they're illegal immigrants, obviously. But once they're of course. So once
but we want to excuse that.
Once they are here, what kind of harm are they actually doing? When you look at the numbers,
a lot.
No,
a lot.
Okay,
Black so wages have gone
Texas,
down.
Okay, in Texas,
DUIs have gone up dramatically.
Try not to interrupt, bro.
Well,
okay,
hold on. I'm
you asked the question.
And I
mean, yeah, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. Is like, bro, yes, I mean, a lot of people don't understand, but they do take black jobs. They do move into our neighborhoods, take jobs in that neighborhood. And why they do this? Because it's cheaper to hire an illegal than an American citizen. Across the board, it is what it is. So when you guys promote this stuff, you're pretty much saying F the middle class and the lower class as well, because who jobs do they take? those people jobs. I mean, all the way from the construction jobs all the way down to your manual labor jobs. Well, which is construction. I would say down to your service jobs.
No, yeah, manual labor can be anything like cleaning floors.
Yeah.
Or digging dishes.
I mean, shoot, some people consider waitressing manual labor, which, yeah.
Interrupted with your whole soliloquy,
Right?
right?
The servers.
So let me ask you a question now.
Okay.
So if it is correct that illegal aliens commit less crimes, which of course it's not correct.
That is correct.
You know what a lot of people don't understand? If we get rid of all these immigrants, right, and there's less supply in the workforce, you know that only drives up wages due to scarcity? Like, did anybody forget that little simple, supply and demand, like, how that works out? Like, you're going to decrease the number of people here, which means these guys can't prey on lower wages and they have to start paying American citizens. But hold up, there's not that much workers. I mean, they have to drive up wages to make it competitive. I mean, it all works in our benefit. But you know what doesn't work in our benefit? Bringing them in.
Think about this, Set. Trump does not want illegal immigrants in here killing people and committing violent crimes or committing any crimes. He also doesn't want them affecting Americans' wages. He also doesn't want other countries that employ people for slave labor to affect American wages. It's almost like every facet of his argument is America first. And you idiots are arguing against it. You want to be impoverished forever because it's easier to blame the billionaire because you're unsatisfied with your piss poor performance.
Man, and that is facts.
Look it up. In
But
Texas, they made a
is
study of
any crime? It's just not correct. But I'm not going to debate that. I just proved it at its face because they commit a crime by being here every day. That is a crime.
Okay, once they are here, what kind of crimes are they committing? Which is
okay. Well,
they're 26%.
Hold on.
Do you know the name?
Set. That's like saying once you kick in someone's door in their house and you just walk in and won't leave, what crime are you committing?
Home invading,
entering, trespassing,
home invading, and shoot, probably a little bit of kidnapping. So I mean, what?
Right.
And then who's gonna pay for the broken door?
Oh man, the American people. Well, shoot, actually, that American person.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Do you know? Wow. Do you know the name Rachel Morin?
No, I don't.
Wow.
Educate me. What
So
kind of...
Laken Riley was a girl at the University of Georgia.
Okay.
There was a peeping Tommy, a legal alien that was deported 5 times prior, and Biden kept on letting him back in. He hunted her down, raped her, sodomized her, and murdered her on a hiking trail, University of Georgia.
Okay.
Oh no, it was way worse than that. The dude literally jumped her, bashed her head, and then did all that. It was way worse than with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's giving you the PG version. I mean, he bashed her head, dragged her into a tunnel, and proceeded to do all that.
But they're good people. I like street food tacos.
That much crime. I mean, look. This may be an extreme example, or y'all would like to frame it as an extreme example, but there's a lot more examples. That's the problem. It may not be as gruesome as this, but yes, there are people who are not supposed to be in this country committing crime.
And guess what? They're also bringing in these horrible things called guns that you guys are so afraid of. And guess what? They also have this thing where there was a world pandemic. And that vaccine that was supposed to cure everybody, they didn't take that before they came here. But we're supposed to stay in our houses and can't go to church, but illegal immigrants can fucking flood the country. Got it.
Man.
A person doesn't represent
Hold
all
on a
illegal
second.
immigrants.
Every person who is killed by an illegal alien is one that should not happen. Every single one.
Of course, and also the ones that are native born.
Everyone. And so that's the point, is that it's not a matter of the rate. The rate, even if I accept your premise, which is incorrect, the rate is irrelevant. The number is what's relevant. There should be 0 illegal aliens. There should be 0 Americans being killed by illegals. Not to mention there's 6 other problems with the illegal aliens. They steal social security numbers. They depress wages. They are heavily involved. By the way, not to mention, A lot of people that cross on the southern border are also smuggling girls, weapons, and drugs alongside the southern border when they come. It's the largest slavery operation in American history that many illegal aliens helped make possible on the southern.
I mean, like, bro, it's like Dems love slavery, but they don't know that they love slavery. It's like weird. It's like, yeah, I know y'all literally championing slavery and human smuggling. You know that, right? When you want these open borders, and when you say, oh, these illegals should stay here and all this good stuff, we should just let them keep doing what they're doing. Yeah, you're kind of championing slavery and human smuggling. I mean, come on now, guys.
You know damn good and well, if Democrats had their way, you'd still be picking cotton.
Bro. Well,
they don't care about slavery.
Man, I'm telling you. So pretty much they let go of the black people.
John Deere would not be a company right now.
Good point. But hey, it's pretty much like they said, all right, guys, we're gonna let the black people go. We're just gonna flood the country with Mexicans, and those are gonna be our slaves. Like trade-offs.
Border. And I guess the final question I'll have is, should a government serve its citizens?
Once again, here are Republicans trying to stop it, and here are Democrats holding on to it again. Great.
First and foremost.
Yeah, of course. Well, okay, there's been many people who are like very political leaders who have said that this place is built off of immigrants.
Oh, is it? Wait, hold on. Let's think about that.
Sure.
First of all, it's legal, not illegal. But was America founded by immigrants or settlers?
Settlers.
That's not an immigrant.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not my point. My point is that people
brought up
that you just made that point.
Nation built by immigrants.
Yeah,
we're actually not.
Because the political leaders have said that this place is built.
Yeah, and they're wrong.
They're wrong. Political leaders are wrong. George W. Bush is wrong. All these political leaders who have built America.
By the way, the first person to say that was.
How is that wrong? When illegal immigrants make. They grow the economy.
Okay,
statistically,
allow me to build it out for you.
Sure.
Immigrants have helped at times in American history, but
you know what's crazy? They grow the economy for the billionaires that you guys hate, but they don't grow the job market for the U.S. people. That's the problem. That's
the way
logic.
The ignorance is so palpable because you know the way they grow the economy. They help billionaires' bottom lines because they can enslave them for pennies a day. And what are you going to do? Complain about it? I'll just call ICE on you. That's how they improve the economy. And I'm sorry, I'd like to know that, the corn on the cob that I'm eating is not from slave labor.
Yeah, like, bro, here's the thing. Just like when they pulled up when ICE pretty much did that raid in Georgia at the Hyundai factory.
Yep.
That was the problem. The Hyundai factory pretty much betrayed the American people because they said that you're going to come here, build here. The American people are going to fund your tax breaks and you're going to give jobs to them. They did not do that. Instead, they filled 400 positions with immigrants. Well, over 400 positions with immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
We can't have
and
it.
If you don't understand, I'm talking to the guy in the chat that can't seem to grasp the concept of what we're talking about. Just go look a couple things up. Like Google is free. It's very left-leaning and you're going to get left-leaning results. But you can weed through the bullshit. Like all of these statistics are true. Like they get paid shitty wages so that the reason they hire them is because they can pay them less. That's how they, quote unquote, support the economy. They don't support the economy with their fucking $20 a day. They support the economy because they make the consumer price index lower.
Yeah, so shout out to the left. I mean, y'all talk about hating billionaires, but you're also for them having these pretty much slaves so they can keep up their profits. I mean, way to go, guys. Way to go.
And nobody talked about this until Trump. This was not an issue that was brought up. This was not an issue that was discussed. This was illegal immigrants are bad. Let's pass this government bill to spend more millions of dollars and send money to Lockheed Martin.
Man, and all right, let's get back to it.
We are first and foremost a nation founded by settlers. Immigrants come to a country already built. Settlers come to a barren place and build something new.
Right.
This land was barren when people came. In the 1840s gold rush, this was not an easy place to live.
Yeah.
California was not exactly industrialized.
No.
There was not immigrants coming west to California. Those were settlers building.
It was the woods. It was a whole bunch of woods and a whole lot of desert. Well, a little bit of a desert.
There was this pesky problem called Native Americans.
I mean, damn. Hey, man.
I'm being facetious.
Oh, God, that was thing too. Scalping was definitely a terrible thing to go through.
A new place around Western values. Finally, I would just ask the question: do you see a moral distinction between a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant?
Well, the argument is that they're cutting in line. Like their argument is that they're cutting in line in the 20-year process that it would take for someone to cross illegally.
It's not 20, but yeah.
At most it's 20. At most it's 20. Right now there's around like 1.2 million people who are currently waiting that would take 6 to 7 years for a hearing.
And by the way, no one has a right to come to this country. To be clear.
Let me stay on track of what I was going to say. Okay, so
are you drunk, dude?
People who come here usually. Almost all the time when they come here, they benefit society. They benefit society.
No, they don't.
There's studies that have done this.
Not necessarily.
Lincoln Riley would disagree with you.
Yeah, that too. And I mean, shoot, the American people low-key disagree with him too. Because I'm like, bro, they take jobs away from Americans. That is not a net benefit, no matter what. Every time an illegal immigrant gets a job, that's a job that an American could have had. And guess what? You're literally helping the billionaires that you guys claim you hate. You claim this. But you're all for letting them raise their profits through illegal work.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? They bitch about companies like BlackRock, which I also bitch about. But you do realize BlackRock has their hand in every single market in the U.S. And everybody complains about the housing crisis and the housing problem in the U.S. and how these massive mega investment corps own all this private land. Well, guess how they're getting that land? Through the exploitation of labor. Guess how they're exploiting labor? By hiring illegal immigrants.
They just don't understand.
Okay, not necessarily, but overall in general.
But no,
when you look overall
I
in general,
fundamentally disagree with that.
You can't disagree with a fact.
Hold on. Do you think Ilhan Omar has enriched the United States of America?
I don't know who.
Do you think Rashida Tlaib? I mean, I could go through person by person.
Sorry, I don't know these people. Are these people who have are illegal immigrants that have caused harm?
Yeah, if you don't know, I don't.
They're illegal immigrants.
Okay,
but
I mean, I guess they're, would you say, illegal immigrants who became politicians, pretty much.
I guess the final question is, do you have any concern that there are too many people coming into this country and we're a nation of strangers, not a nation of neighbors?
If the people who are coming are creating America, making it more growing, like the economy is growing, then what harm is that doing? Especially if the people who are coming
more than an economy, though, aren't we? We're a culture. We're a language.
Yeah,
we're
of course.
People.
Okay, so let's talk about that front. When they come here, they don't have any kind of. They're not committing more crimes than the people who are already here. That is
you've already dispelled that, but
that is not. You can't dispel a statistic.
Let's take California. You can't. Do you think there's anything wrong that a majority of young people in California speak Spanish, not English?
Wait, sorry. Can you see the?
Do you think there's anything wrong or troubling to the fact that a majority of people under the age of 30 here in the state speak Spanish, not English? Is there a problem with that?
Well, yeah, everyone should be able to have a ability to communicate with the rest of the crowd. So I don't know what the big issue of that.
See, I think it's a huge.
No, I think it's unfair. I think what he's getting to is that it's unfair how in America we kind of supplicated to y'all. We damn near made it easy for you guys to come here, work here. But there's some workplaces that are dominated by Hispanics or certain Africans, and we can't really get in those places because everybody's speaking a different language. They're not speaking English. In America, though, we're getting pushed out of certain workplaces, out of certain cities in America because what? We pretty much let a culture take over that's not American culture.
And it doesn't, and here's the thing, Set, it doesn't help that at the same time, simultaneously, every job for the middle class is also getting taken away from them. So now the middle class has nothing to go to they can't even be poor because the illegal immigrants take the fucking poor people jobs.
I mean, here's the thing: a lot of people don't consider it, but construction and all that good stuff, and I mean,
that's a good fallback. If you manufacture things for a living, maybe building houses is a fucking good And this idea that
the trade jobs like plumbing and all that good stuff, they get undercut. How roofs undercut. I think I told you the story about what my mom did with, instead of going with the white guy, and she went with the Mexicans and got a hell of a deal. Why? Because they're illegals. And they put up 14 people deep.
But they didn't have no licensing. They didn't pull permits. They didn't have any insurance. So if they cut a hole in your mom's roof on accident, she's just SOL. They're going to disappear. The business name, there's not even a business name. It's just a phone number on the side of Pedro's van.
Yeah. Literally.
Problem when we have a nation where you can't communicate
Sure.
with your fellow
Okay.
neighbor.
Simple solution: teach them how to speak English. What is your
yeah,
point?
and our schools don't do that actually.
Actually, here's the thing: they're supposed to do that themselves. They're supposed to actually like try to do that coming into an English-speaking country, like a majority English-speaking country. So why should we have to supplicate to them and they not? No, they're coming into our country. We're not going to Mexico. We're not going to nowhere in Latin America. They're coming here, so they should get to start learning that English. Not the Queen's English, but at least a little bit decent English. You know, the hilarious Mexican English that they be speaking.
Like, I don't even care if they speak.
Don't
like I don't
speak broken.
I was gonna say, as long as I can understand you, like I can have a conversation without you just pointing and gesturing to things because you don't understand what I'm saying. Like and I love all the haters in the chat. White people don't do jobs Mexicans do. You do realize I worked in construction, right? Like, I was an electrician and I had to work with people that didn't speak a lick of English and had to explain to them freaking things I can barely understand myself in English. Like, there is a problem, and that creates problems, that delays things, that makes things unsafe, and I don't know. Like, I don't understand how people do not see that as a problem.
Because a lot of these liberals, I really think a lot of these guys are upper middle class and up. It's like they just don't see the problems of the middle class and lower.
He went to the most expensive area. He went to school in the most expensive area in California.
Exactly, and you want to talk about the problem that's
someone else.
These impoverished communities, and I'm just like, no, bro, you do not know nothing. You cannot talk about how I just came out one of the richest neighborhoods in Cali, but let me tell you something about the poor people, though. It's like it don't work like that.
Import a bunch of people that don't speak English.
You mean importing people who actually grow the economy?
Well,
who
again,
don't
reject.
What?
I reject your premise. And
that's not a premise. That's a study that's been done.
Do you know what a premise is? I don't actually care as much about economic growth because we're one nation under. We're one nation under GDP. We're not one nation under GDP. We're a nation under God. Yeah. And when we lose social cohesion, and you import a bunch of people that don't share our values, that don't necessarily always assimilate, that's a major and serious problem. And we are a people first and foremost with a creed, and that creed is falling apart. Mass migration has not helped that creed. Yes, they might buy more trinkets. They might help depress wages. Mass migration, of course, can help.
All good things, all great things for America.
They help major corporations, but you know what they also do? They keep down the wages of working people. If you are a plumber, yes, of course. If you think about it, if you're a plumber, electrician, or a welder, and you have to compete against someone from Nicaragua who's willing to do it for $5 less an hour, that depresses the wages of the American citizen.
Right.
Yes. What are they gonna do? Just lose all their business out to the illegals? No, they have to compete, and they have to probably have to fire some people. They gotta lower their pricing. They gotta literally downsize their business just to compete with illegal wages. Like, that's not cool. It's not fair. And the fact that the liberals are championing this, it kind of lets you know who they're really with.
So
they're not with you.
Yeah, they're not with the American people. I'll tell you that.
They proved that 2 days ago in Utah. They're not with you. If you rise up against them, they will kill you.
Ooh, man.
Also, counteract that. Illegal immigrants.
Well, let's use our reason.
Let's use our reason. Our studies.
Let's use our reason.
How about statistics?
How about our reason? So we've had mass migration for 20 years. Have wages gone up?
I don't know.
No, they haven't actually. Yeah, okay. So forget your studies. For 10 years, we've had 30 million people come into America. Wages have gone down dramatically. Yeah. Maybe there's a reason why.
Okay.
So what I encourage you to do, just because there's a study that confirms, you should use your reason and look actually at self-evident truths. Be like, does that make sense? Can you name
statistics are self-evident?
Well, not always. Statistics are very misleading. Yes. Like, for example, I could say, did you know that 600 people a year die because of seatbelts? Well, that's a misleading statistic because over 100,000 lives are saved by seatbelts. That's an incomplete statistic.
Wait, okay, so so that's a gray area. So where's the gray area where people are talking about where 26% of illegal immigrants who come here commit less crimes than native born?
Okay, how many times have you been over this? That's just not correct.
Well, that is correct. That is correct.
Every single crime. It doesn't matter about the rate.
This is a study that was done in Texas, the most diverse, second most diverse state.
Every crime an illegal commits is one that should never have happened. Okay. It is a period.
Yeah,
they should not be here. So I don't care about the rate. The rate is irrelevant. So let me just ask one final question.
The rate is relevant.
Someone broke into the country and cut in line. What should happen to them?
Well, they're given. Ideally, there's a system. Ideally, there's a system that's merit based, where these people then become part of the citizen. Like they become a legal citizen.
Yeah, I mean, we have clarity but not agreement. I say deport them all back to their country of origin and put Americans first.
That's not an appropriate solution.
Well, the American people voted for it, and it is appropriate.
It isn't appropriate because most of the people that do come here illegally contribute positively to society.
You're wrong.
Statistically,
Everything
backs this.
You're not listening to anything I'm saying. That's fine. They take jobs from Americans. They depress wages. They steal social security numbers. They commit a crime every single day that they're here. They flood our public schools. They flood our social services. They flood our hospitals. They are a burden on the taxpayer. They should go back and make their own country great again. And
go back and take your country away from the cartels or your socialist leader and leave us alone. I mean, and here's the thing: some of these people like low-key come here just to enrich themselves in their own country. They don't even come here and try to add to the American.
They don't even fucking want to be citizens, because that would mean they'd have to pay taxes. That means they'd have to give up their citizenship. That would mean that they'd have to pledge some allegiance and learn some fucking English and not smuggle drugs and not be caught about it. They don't want to be citizens. They want to leech off the American people.
And let's be real, if you're only here just to make some money, then you don't need to be here. I'll be quite honest with you. Go make money in your own country. I mean,
your whole argument hinges on
who are in this country.
Yeah, his whole argument hinges on illegal immigrants are good for America. Then why don't they become citizens? Because they can. They absolutely can. You know, the easiest way to become a citizen in the U.S., join the United States Armed Services. Go to a recruiter and say, hey, I'd like to be an airman. Hey, I'd like to be a sailor. Hey, I'd like to be a Marine. And you know what they do? They don't give you your citizenship automatically. But when you work your way up through the ranks, over 4, maybe 8 years, because this guy's complaining that the 6-year process where you're outside of the country is too long. How about a 4 to 8 year process where you're inside of the country, drawing benefits, making your life better? Any dependents that you have are getting paid well. You're actually getting paid good wages. You have good benefits, and you're contributing to the American people. But you know what they don't do? You know what they don't want to do? They don't want to contribute to the American people. Why? Because they want to leech off of us, because we have it good and they can't figure out how to get it good themselves.
Facts. And here's the thing, like I said, they have the nerve to come over here and talk ish about our country, but then won't go back and fix their cartel ran countries. Like, come on now. And at least y'all can do is show some loyalty to the country that's not cartel ran, that lets you be able to work and not being forcing you to work in a poppy field somewhere. Like, you're welcome.
Again, you can go to any recruiter's office and you do not have to be an American citizen, and you can join the military and you will get everything given to you. Everything that they're talking about, they will get tenfold. Because apparently our healthcare system's completely broken. It's not in the military. Apparently our education system's completely broken. Well, the way we pay for education is completely broken. You can get a GI Bill. If you get disabled in the military, you get the Chapter 35 benefits, and your kids get those benefits. So now your kids can go to college. Like this idea that they're just lost without a cause and everything's so horrible and they have it so hard. They have it on easy mode. They literally, I'm not joking. You can look this up. If you're lower enlisted, you do not need to be a citizen. But when you become an NCO, you need to get a top secret security clearance. So that's when you become an American citizen. And when it gets to that point, it's almost automatic that you get that. So there is a pathway, a much, much quicker pathway. But you know what it requires? It requires you to have some allegiance to this country. And if they were really looking for a fast track, an easier way to do it, they would be doing that. But they don't want a fast track because the Sinaloa cartel doesn't give any two fucks about America other than how much the gringo can pay for their cocaine, how much the gringo can pay for their heroin that's killing us.
Damn. All right, let's keep it going.
Immigrant, if they want to live here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next question, yeah. Hi. Wow, that's aggressive.
All right.
Okay, jeez.
Perfect.
Get that guy a Valium or something. Xanax. Jeez.
We
Good. All right. Good morning. So I am conservative, but there is one thing that I did want to debate you on. So you say that college is a scam and that so many students go hundreds of thousands in debt and useless degrees. I completely agree with that. My question is, why is it on the institutions and colleges and not on the students, since we as conservatives always focus on personal responsibility? When a quick
That's a great question.
Honestly, I think it's on the institution, on the colleges, because, well, they sold y'all a lie. They literally sold you a lie, make you feel like, oh, if you get this education, you'll be able to go out there, get a job easy, pay this back, and you get to be and do what you want to do and live your life oh so happily. And they lied. You got that BS degree, you went out there, you found out there was no jobs for real in that department, and now you're damn near working, well, I'd say below your education level. I mean, that's sad. It is sad out there for a lot of guys who go to college and then think they're just supposed to get this job that the lie that college sells you, and it don't work out like that. Honestly, I do think there do need to be more of an apprenticeship type of internship deal worked within the colleges, and not just you having to go out there and get it, but within them, since they're charging your ass to, get these type of jobs. I do feel like they should have a more hands-on approach. Something like how.
Hey, Seth, real quick. I just sent you a screenshot in Discord for all the idiots that think I don't know what I'm talking about. Very, very clearly outlined that you can join the United States military as a non-resident or as a permanent resident, so a green card holder.
All right.
Yeah, it should also be on the students as well.
All right. Is there any thing about the universities and universities should be doing then? Since it is a capitalist society and they are trying to get profits.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know what the endowment is here, but I think that the endowment should be used to help repay kids' student loans that they scam.
All right, let me go ahead and show this from my man Monty real quick. Right here, shout out to Google's AI overview. He says, yes, a non-U.S. citizen can join the U.S. military if they are a lawful permanent resident, aka a green card holder of the United States, and are physically present in the U.S., meets the physical, mental, and English language requirements, and pass a background check. All right. Well, there it is, guys.
And because Seth, because remember,
show us your loyalty.
remember, they're not committing crime, so they shouldn't have any kind of record.
I mean, true, but then here's the thing, though. Usually, the green card holders are the ones who came in the right way. So you got to come in here the right way, sadly, for you even get that opportunity.
I think the fact that Harvard is sitting on $55 billion, I think that we should take the endowment money from places like Harvard, Princeton, and Yale and help kids pay off their student loans because they've been so severely scammed by the system.
Damn.
And what can students do?
I mean, that would be billions of dollars, and I ain't gonna lie. Charlie, he a real one. That's a real one. I ain't gonna lie. I agree the same thing. Because a lot of these colleges push this curriculum due to their endowments. They don't do it to help us because honestly, the tuition that we pay these colleges is like 15% of their profit. Most of their profit comes from endowments. So maybe, we should make these billionaires and corporations who push this onto the colleges, let them pay for it. Why not? But here's the thing. I do also believe that, if you got yourself in debt, you need to drag yourself out of debt. It is what it is. So don't just because I'm speaking on this, don't think that, somebody's going to save me. No, they won't. You got to pull yourself out of debt. But I do feel bad because I do understand that college has misled a lot of people. Shoot, I had a guidance counselor that almost misled me into more debt. Luckily, I was smart enough to get out of that.
There's Google, there's tons of things that I think personal responsibility is a huge issue that a lot of students
But I'll be real with you guys, it's gonna hurt you, but bro, your college counselor do not give a fuck about you. 9 times out of 10. No, I'm gonna say 8 times out of 10. I ain't gonna do all of them that dirty. They don't care about you. They just want you to run up more money. That's their job, is to get you to stay there to run up more money. I mean, bro, you could be failing every class and they'll just try to get you over to another degree to get you to run up more money. They'll turn you into a 8-year, 16-year student just to get you to run up more money and put you in more debt. Does that sound like somebody that care about you? All right, then.
Are blaming it on the universities when they pick degrees that don't have much money or job opportunity or things like that. What should students be doing?
Say that again. Sorry.
What should students be doing since it is a personal responsibility? And a lot of students are blaming the universities and colleges for tricking them when a quick Google search would suffice.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, again, that's why I don't think as many people should be going to college. And so, yeah.
All right, thank you.
I'll sign your hat. Thank you. Yep. All right, disagreements, you guys can come up. Yep.
Yes. If you guys disagree, come on to the front. Come on.
Hi, Charlie. Thank you so much for coming here. I think it's really good that you come to campuses and talk to people who disagree with you. I also think it's like a testament, like you've like gotten a really big following, and it's a testament to the fact that capitalism works and merit-based societies work, that we can actually grow our influence. And yeah, so I agree with you with a lot of things, but I do disagree with you with like 2 or 3 particular points. And I hope to like go touch on all of them. Firstly, it's about morality and the fact that your claim that objective morality exists. I disagree with that. I think morality is relative for everyone or subjective, and it kind of like grows as with the culture and as the culture changes. So yeah, what are your thoughts about that, and how do you justify objective morality?
Do you believe in absolute truth?
What do you mean by absolute truth?
Absolute truth, like that there is truth absolute for all people.
Yes.
You do? Okay, that's objective morality.
That's objective facts. I won't say that's morality.
Okay, so do I have permission to ask you a provocative question?
Sure. I know what you're going to ask.
Okay, fine. I mean, was Hitler objectively wrong?
No. So I do. So
what was the Holocaust objectively evil?
I do. I want to like make a distinction between like my personal views that I do feel that it is wrong, but I can't say that it is like objectively wrong, because I don't believe that objective morality exists. Like, why can I ask you, like, why do you think objective morality exists, and how do you like ground that objective morality in?
Well, first, of course, we believe that the Lord of the heavens and the earth gave us that objective reality through revelation.
Okay.
But secondly, we believe it's written on the heart of every human. You know, in Nuremberg, it's very interesting. When they did the Nuremberg trials, and the Nazis basically said, well, in our country, it was right, therefore it's right. Do you know that in Nuremberg, they rejected that? They said, no, every human being knows that killing 6 million, babies and kids is wrong. And so do you think there's anything built into us of a moral compass that prevents?
All right, now I do want to play this little Charlie Kirk clip, one of his best moments. Since like I said, people want to call him, he's a racist, he didn't like you. I'm like, I don't know. Let's be real. He actually had a movement called the Black Youth Leadership, Black Conservative Youth Leadership. I was like, what? He's out here getting the Black youth engaged in politics and all that good stuff. I'm like, okay. Like, you can't be mad at that. But let's get to it. Whoops.
Are the most absent of, unfortunately, in the Black community, dads are the most absent of any community. About 2/3 of all Black youth will be raised without a stable father around. And I know it's crazy, right? And that little precious angel of yours deserves to have a father around. For daughters and for sons, it's different things. For a daughter, that's a father figure to look up to say that is how a man should act, and someone that I ought to one day marry, someone that will protect me from a vicious world, and someone that makes me understand what strength and not brutality looks like, what justice but not revenge looks like. To have a father figure is a silent way of forming a child to be a mature citizen. And unfortunately, as we've removed dads from families, government has come in and has taken the place. So some people need help and they need social assistance. All of that should be about incentivizing the dad staying around, not the dad leaving. Unfortunately, with welfare, you can get more money for single mother assistance. And so you agree. We're actually subsidizing single motherhood more than we are subsidizing family formation.
Man.
The number one objective of any social welfare program should be, how do we keep the family together and put dads back in the family?
Yep.
That is the number one priority.
And he understood this. I mean, that's one thing I always respected about Charlie Kirk, is that he wasn't like a lot of people who want to talk around it and blame the police and all this wild stuff. No, he said, no, we need to bring the Black family back together. I mean, and here's the thing. I mean, even the let's be real, even the Black liberals who say they love the Black community will never talk on bringing the Black family back together, because some of them don't even do that themselves. Let's be quite honest.
Us from doing.
I mean, shoot, you can't preach what you don't practice, huh? And that's why a lot of these guys hate when Charlie Kirk talk about bringing back the family together, because, well, I guess a lot of these people believe in a broken family. They came from a broken family, or they created one themselves. It is what it is.
And we have to try to stifle it.
I think there are moral intuitions that everyone has, but again, like those moral intuitions can differ from person to person, right? Like I might say that, like I don't know, like doing something is wrong, but like someone else might say, oh, it's fine in this situation. So like, how do you distinguish? Like, so it's obviously subjective, right? Like everyone might have their own opinions on what is right and what is wrong. So how do you how do you make a framework that says that, like, these are the rules of what is right and what is wrong, and like how do you ground
The
that?
more important question is, do you believe in God? Which I guess you do not.
I'm agnostic. Like,
yeah. Okay. So yeah. That's where. Okay. So if you don't believe in this, actually, what's your name? Sorry.
Abhinav.
Yeah. Well, you're making a great argument, and your argument is totally correct, which is that if you don't believe in God, then you cannot say that the Holocaust was wrong. In order to believe that, in order to believe something is objectively wrong, you must believe in God. Because if you believe in God, then you believe that there's a transcendent moral order that is over all of us. And you're proving that point. And it's not even a criticism. You are being consistent.
Okay.
And to your point, which is that, so we believe that there is a God that has rules for life. We believe that was given to Moses primarily at Mount Sinai. Thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery. And that every society and every culture lives under that natural law. And so, but it's very interesting that if we get away from the idea of a belief in God and the transcendent, you can see how dangerous that is for society, right?
I wouldn't say it's dangerous, because it really depends on what the morals the society adopts, and like what their constitution is, what their values are. I don't know why that needs to be grounded in religion.
Well, so let me ask. Okay, so would you say that murder is bad? Yes.
I would say that.
By what standard do you measure bad?
I would say that like it's based on my environment, how I was raised, like what my cultural beliefs are, like how everyone else like morality has influenced my morality. So it's like I believe that it's like, for example, like I think you brought this up in some other debate that like some tribes might like are okay with child sacrifice or cannibalism or things like that, right? So for them that is okay. For me, it's not, right? It really depends on what society we grow up in, I think.
Yeah. So child sacrifice is not something you think that is objectively wrong.
I'm just trying to understand how do I
Let's
ground
pay attention up here, guys.
How do we ground what is objective? And also you brought up a point that like if you do believe in God, then we do have objective morality, right? And you obviously believe in Christianity. But my point is like, if, for example, a different religion has different morals, how do you determine which one is objective? Because both will think that it's objective, right? So how do you make that determination?
It's a great question.
I mean, I think universally everybody would agree that, universally, I think the religion that doesn't want you to sacrifice human life is better. I mean, yeah, it's better than the religion that does. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody would come to that conclusion. The religion that lets you dress however you want and let women have rights is better than the one that doesn't. I mean, I'm just saying, I feel like everybody would, kind of come to that consensus. You would hope, right?
Well, first you have to look at there's just a side show going on here. You have to look at the proof and the fruit of which that moral system has delivered. Okay. And so are you from India? I don't mean to.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm from Delhi.
Do you, can I ask you a provocative question? I don't mean to offend you by any way, but
sure.
Do you think that the moral system of India or the moral system of America, which is better?
What do you mean by moral system? Like
our moral system is better than India. India believes in racism on skin color. If you're a dark Indian, you're at the bottom class. They believe in the caste system based on skin color. They're completely racist towards their Muslims. I mean, but let's be real. Yeah, I mean, we do have a better, morally speaking, we are a better country than India.
System.
Yeah, I disagree with the caste system.
Morally speaking.
So you disagree with it.
And economically speaking. And militarily speaking, in a lot of ways.
But is there something objectively evil and wrong with saying that 200 million people are permanently in poverty?
Again, I want to ask you, like, how do we ground objectivity? Like, what,
Yeah.
like, for example?
And there's a permanent poverty there in India. Like I said, they have a colored-based caste system. I mean, they had this for like years, generations. So, yeah, like when you guys kind of go off the whole color system thing in India, I don't know, man. You can't say that y'all have any moral superiority to Americans when you could be any color and be successful here. You can be any color and rise up the ranks. You're not just destined to live in complete filth. India.
We like for scientific theories, like we can like conduct experiments and say, okay.
But it's not bashing on India time. It's just, I'm just saying. If you want to talk about which one is morally better, USA.
It's objectively true. But like for morality, like it depends person to, like, for example, people living in India at that time, for them it might have been okay, right? So like, how do we ground the objectivity? Like
you have to believe in God. You have to believe in a power, more specifically a monotheistic one.
Okay, why is that?
Well, because if you have many gods, polytheism, you have many moralities.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want one God, one morality. So that's why ethical monotheism founded America. And so, of course, it's a faith claim in some ways, but we can use science also to get us pretty close to believing in God, from space, time, and matter, from the teleological argument for God, for how all the fine tuning of our universe exists. But then in order, once you believe in a God, then you can then say there's an objective morality. If you don't believe in God, your position is correct. It's all just context.
I do disagree with one thing, that like, because there are multiple religions, right? Multiple monotheistic religions. So how do you determine which monotheistic religion is true?
3.
So why is mine true? Because because the resurrection is the most documented, followed, and proven fact of history of all the different things.
Yep.
Is that the resurrection of Jesus Christ is by far.
I mean, let's be real. Even the Muslims recognize Jesus' resurrection. A lot of people don't really know that part, though. Yeah, even the Muslims recognize Jesus as a prophet, and that he resurrected, and that he will resurrect, and that he will come again. I mean, yeah. I mean, when the Muslims even going like, all right, we got to give it to Jesus. The Christians do kind of got some validity right there. They got some validity when a whole nother religion kind of, give kudos to your prophet, or my bad, to your Messiah. Sorry, guys, my bad. Shout out to my man, Guest Dude. He says, heads up from this mad mod. All bands celebrating this event will come with a report of supporting terrorism attached. Enjoy the parting gift. Woo! Man, on God, because some of y'all just need to be, man, y'all need to get banned from commenting for like, I don't know, like a week and then come back. When you guys and settle down from y'all seething hatred of anybody who has an opposing opinion from yours.
The most compelling event in human history besides the creation of the world is that we know Jesus existed. We know that he was killed. We have extra biblical sources that prove it, from Josephus, from the Talmud, to the historians of the day. And there are so many facts surrounding the resurrection that cannot be explained other than that Jesus actually rose from the dead. From Wayu's female witnesses, we know that he was in the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea. We know that the tomb was empty. Where did Jesus' body go? For example, if you wanted to disprove Christianity, why didn't they just...
Oh, look up the Shroud of Jesus. Now, look, I'm not your biggest Christian. Trust me, I'm not the biggest Christian. Actually, I'm not even Christian. But due to what I've been hearing, the discovery of the Shroud of Jesus and all these chemical miracles around it, I mean, the man might have actually risen from the dead. He might have actually risen from the dead and ascended into the air. I mean, does that mean we're just going to call it? Does that mean I believe he's, son of God and all this wild stuff? No. But I'm be honest with you, it does seem like every year they're coming out with more and more proof of this man's existence.
March through the streets with Jesus's corpse and say, nope, actually, he is not risen from the dead. Here he is right now.
But for Charlie Kirk, though, Christ is king in the chat for Charlie Kirk.
From all these different elements, we stake all of our chips as Christians into the resurrection of Jesus Christ, amongst many other things, that the Bible is materially true every time that we do an archaeological discovery in the Middle East. The more that we discover, the more that we search in the Middle East, the more we find out that the Bible is true.
Okay, so your belief is basically based on the...
Yeah, and we get like a deeper understanding of the life of Jesus and the resurrection, and honestly, like the times in that area and how the law works and all that good stuff. Because, man, apparently Jesus was quite the rebel.
Truth value of Christianity, basically, right? And like the fact that like you believe that your religion is true, and therefore that's where you derive your morality from, right?
Partially, yes, okay. But even before that, you don't have to believe in the resurrection to believe in God.
Okay.
You can believe in God and not believe in the resurrection. So but you asked me why I believe in Christianity.
So, for example, there are a lot of arguments, for example, the cosmological argument or teleological argument that you mentioned, which do not really like do not refer to like a particular God, right? It just refers to God in general.
Correct.
So how do you derive morality from just the existence of God without associating it with a particular religion?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So you can use reason that if there is a God, then God would want us to live a certain way. And which way is best, which way is most efficacious. This is not my argument for it, but this would be a more deistic morality that some of the founding fathers had, that if there is a God, well, then he probably wouldn't want us to screw up this place too much. He wouldn't want us to hurt each other, right? You can use your reason to get to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's not a perfect fit. The Christian answer is a far better one, right? And
I think the most simplistic version of what God is just God is everything good. God is positive energy, positive emotion, positive action. God is everything good. And the devil, Satan, whatever you want to call the opposing force, is everything bad. All bad, bad talk, bad emotions, bad actions is all of the devil. It's kind of like the whole yin and yang thing. It's the most simplistic way if you wanted to explain God.
A lot of what we consider to be correct moral thinking is rooted from a belief in objective morality.
That's fine, but like then you would have to contend with things like the problem of evil, right? Because that would be like a problem, right? Because like, for example, the Christian theistic, like the God is like all good, right? But
yes, but sorry to interrupt, but atheists have a problem of evil too.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what the problem of evil is for the atheists? They can't tell us what evil is.
That is
right?
true. Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
So we have a problem of evil, which is to explain evil. We struggle with that. Atheists have a problem with evil, which is they can't tell us what is evil or good.
But that's because they don't believe in objective.
Exactly. So, but that's a bigger problem. So they can't even use the problem of evil against us because by what definition do they consider something evil? They can use a problem with suffering because suffering is objectively measured, right? Pain or struggle. So yeah, I mean, look.
I don't know. If you actually read all, like, and be real with your religious texts, it kind of says that suffering is a part of life that every human should expect, and it's how you kind of grind towards greatness. Even Buddha, who wasn't even a religious figure, just like I guess they would consider him a prophet, or you know what? But yes, even Buddha believed in, you must suffer to get to nirvana and all this good stuff. Like life is all about pain and suffering. So when people want to, well, why do we suffer and all that good stuff? Well, you obviously did not read the Bible, the Quran, or listen to the ways of Buddha, because they kind of said that that's what you're going to have to do to get to a great life. They already told you what it was. So you obviously didn't read.
The problem of evil, I don't have a great answer. I'm not going to give an answer that no one's ever given. Evil, actually, you could argue, is an absence of a good thing. Evil itself does not necessarily exist. It's just the absence of good, the same way that dark is the absence of life. But look, we as Christians, we have a couple things that are very hard to answer, right? Problem of evil and like why kids die. I mean, amongst many other things, right? Atheists have to explain everything else. They have to explain why we're here, how the earth was created, love, mercy, justice, forgiveness, everlasting life. And so,
yeah, and all they can give you is like these weak answers that don't really explain anything. It's just a very, easy pass off of how the universe was started. That's a problem with atheists. It ain't got too much substance to it.
We do have an answer in, the Christian faith that God uses all things for good for those who loves him. God works in mysterious ways is the old thing that we say. But also, we also believe in original sin. But all of that actually appeals that there is a transcendent good. Evil itself does not disprove God. It might question what you think of God and the nature of God, but itself does not necessarily disprove it.
Okay, thank you. I did have one more point.
Yeah, and then we'll get to the next question. Very good, though.
Very quickly, you mentioned that the previous person also talked about, you believe that university is a scam, right? I just wanted to ask you specifically, what aspects do you think are a scam? Do you think all majors are a scam, all universities are a scam?
Not necessarily, but I mean, half the kids in this audience, if they get a job, they'll end up getting a job that does not require a college degree. So and I mean, you think about that. I mean, by the way, the national graduation rate's only 59%, 41% of people that enter college do not graduate. So
I do agree with you that the tuition part of it can nowadays, on the internet, you can find almost any information. Yeah. I do believe that the utility of universities is the networking that you can do with the peers, as well as industry professionals, and also the resources that universities provide, especially for
not
the
all
STEM,
universities, but
subjects.
true.
And I wanted to
getting in there with industry professionals. Not all universities give you that opportunity, but as far as networking, he's absolutely right. I'm still networking, still friends with people that I went to college with today, and a lot of those guys, man, shout out to them.
ask you, like, since you
really quick. Yep.
Yeah, I would last question. I wanted to ask you, like, since you did not go to university and you built this entire big organization yourself, how did you tackle those networking challenges, and how did you step by step build up to this?
Phenomenal question. You find somebody you want to go meet and you go find them. You don't need to go to college to meet important people. You literally can be like, okay, what do I want to do? Who's the best person in my local area? Find out what charities are involved. Call their office. Show up at their office. You'd be amazed at how many people are willing to work with you and meet you, but you don't need to necessarily go to college to be able to do that networking opportunity. Thank you so much. Very good. Do you want a hat? Okay, thank you. Excellent questions. I
remember in college, I thought it was so confusing when we was taking a class on how to get a job and how to be persistent towards getting a job. And I was confused on this class. So I was like, yo, I learned this from my mom. It's like, what? Wait, hold on. Y'all just turn in an application and don't check up on it? They don't call the office or call the HR manager to make sure they received it, just to show them that you're interested in it. And because like, come on now. When they was teaching this in college, I was like, bro, this stuff I learned when I was in middle school from my mom. But yeah, you don't really have to, and that is one of the things that was surprising about college to me is that, well, people are learning life skills now instead of back when they were living with their parents, especially in the terms of, how to do a resume, how to put it in, how to apply for a job, how to interview and all that good stuff, how to prepare for an interview. All that got learned in college when, some of us were blessed enough to get that teaching from our parents, or I would say older siblings. Some of us older siblings. Me was my parents.
Thoughtful, my friend. Thank you. That's how it should be. Give it up for him. That was really good, everybody.
I'm crying. He's like, oh, we know you love those guys. Set clicked. Hey, what's good, Castro, man? Shout out my man Daniel Castro.
All right, next question.
All right. So I would like to ask you about for abortions, right? How do we explain to those who are for it? How do we explain that even, I don't know if you believe this or not, but in terms of a rape or unintentional or really unconsented pregnancies, can we say that we should still be anti-abortion in that scenario?
Yes.
What's your grounds for that, and how would I explain it to someone else?
Sure, it's a good question. Let's say I have two ultrasounds here. One is an ultrasound of a baby from a loving marriage. The other one is a baby conceived in rape. Which one is which?
We can't exactly tell.
So they're both human beings?
Right.
They both deserve human rights.
Okay. But then what is if someone pushes back against with the idea? What is if someone pushes back with the idea that now, in terms of the mother, right, one of them was willingly conceived while the other one was a forced conceived?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair argument. The question then should be, when, if ever, in your moral universe, is it okay to do something evil after an evil act to try to make that evil act correct?
But how about in terms of
ancient Babylon?
The position of the mother?
Yeah, this ain't ancient Babylon, man. It ain't an eye for an eye.
And she is, I don't want to take the risk of illness, death, or whatever to have this child.
Sure. So it's a little bit of a false choice because they're acting as if the termination of the pregnancy will have no consequences or costs. A lot of women that get abortions have regret. Women die when they get abortions. They have a lot of their health issues. It's not just like getting a haircut. So it's a little bit of a false choice. But we come after it from a very basic moral argument. There are two lives involved. There's a little life and a grown life. And no one has the right to eliminate a human life in utero, period.
So then at that point, now we're forcing someone to do something that they never consented to, never wanted to do. How isn't this violating their human autonomy?
Well, again, but eliminating the human being would also violate the baby's autonomy too, wouldn't it?
Well, then we would have to ask, right? Maybe in future years, we will have the technology to be able to extract a fetus and grow a fetus outside of the uterus.
All right, so at least you're admitting that it's not just a clump of cells, but yeah, bro, you got to kind of get down with the fact of, You can't really have this abortion debate without dehumanizing the baby. And that's a problem with a lot of these, well, pro-abortion people. The anti-abortion, yeah, like I don't see these people honestly care about human life. You pro-abortion guys, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. Calling it a clump of cells, a parasite, anything to dehumanize that potential life in your stomach. Anything.
But given our state of medicine right now, we do not have that.
Sure. I mean, but again, no one is delighting or rejoicing in these circumstances. I mean, it's a terrible situation. I want to reiterate that. But you have a unspeakably difficult choice that is very morally, clear though, which is that you don't eliminate a human being because an awful action happened.
Are you saying that as someone who can get, well, I guess my pushback against that would be then if we say that it's entirely wrong, right? We are.
All right, now let's go over here to, well, shout out to Pierce Morgan. We're going to go ahead and get into the shout outs to Charlie Kirk, all the way from PBD, Candace Owens, and all them guys there, work closely with them. We're going to go ahead and hear their shout outs. Let's go ahead and get into Pierce Morgan.
Right now, it feels, I'll be honest, febrile, hate-filled vitriol.
All right, let's get into it. I mean, Pierce, come on now. How long did you do this for?
And in the middle of all this, lest we forget, one side, chilling calls for vengeance on the other. And in the middle of all this, lest we forget, is a grieving mother and two distraught young children who now have to face the rest of their lives without their dad. Charlie Kirk was a remarkable man. By the age of 31, he built one of the most powerful organizations in the United States media and transformed the way that millions of young people think about politics. Many people disagree with his opinions. But the fact is, he spent his life debating those opinions with the very people who disagree most. That is actually democracy, plain and simple. We've heard so much in the past 2 years about the threat to our democracy.
And those of you who are championing Charlie Kirk's death, you are an enemy of the American democracy. You're an enemy of debate. You're an enemy of our democracy. You're an enemy of our constitutional republic. Sorry to say it, but you're not an American in my eyes.
So let's be very clear. The greatest
Honestly, I don't think you're an American in most of our eyes. Let's be real. And not just MAGA.
To democracy is the idea that words in themselves are violence. This insidious belief that opinions should be crushed, cancelled, or as we've just seen, gunned down in cold blood. That is violence. And there are some very dark times ahead if we can't all agree that it's wrong. In a couple of minutes, I'll talk to our star panel, the host of the Rubin Report, Dave Rubin, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the host of Batia on News Nation, Batia Ungar Sargon, and in the studio, broadcast and host of the News Agents, Lewis Goodall. But first, Stuart Kaplan, the former FBI special agent, joins me now. Stuart, thank you very much indeed for joining me for this special edition of Piers Morgan Uncensored. Let me just start, first of all. I'm a little bit bemused about what's happened here in terms of how this shooter has done this. He seems to have fired one bullet with a Mauser Model 98 bolt-action rifle with a scope mounted on it from a roof about 200 yards away from where Charlie Kirk was doing this appearance. And that one bullet has killed Charlie Kirk. In your experience, how unusual is it that somebody of 22 who's not in the military is able to carry out that kind of execution with one shot?
Well, look, when you look at it, you would say, boy, that's, hard to understand how this child, young adult at 22, could have pulled this off. But Pierce, what I've said for many, many years, because I stay in my lane and I only offer my opinion as to what I know, and that's because I have two children myself. The classroom has become the factories to indoctrinate our children with garbage. And then the very teachers or professors are the engineers behind what you are now seeing continually, constantly play out over and over and over again. Young adults getting up on a particular day and engaging in this type of unthinkable behavior. When you have kids that are basically living their lives in isolation on video games or on social media, they are absorbing all of this garbage, to include what is being fed to them in the classrooms. And when I say the classrooms, elementary, middle school, high school, college, we've seen it play out last year with the anti-Semitic behavior in all of these top universities. These kids are now indoctrinated to believe that the world just has it wrong. They're right, and they're going to right this wrong. And so you see someone like this get up, 22 years of age, has a solid family, and just is able to carry this out. It's unthinkable. Yes. Is it inconsistent with what we would think the shooter would look like or what his background would be? But I don't put it past anybody in this day and age.
The actual choice of weapon, most of the mass shootings we've seen in recent years have been with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle, which is very light to use and can fire off a lot of bullets very quickly. This particular choice of rifle, from a technical point of view, is it surprising that a would-be assassin would use it, or is it an effective tool of execution if that's what you're choosing to do with it?
Well, given the environment being out there in Utah, which is God's country with respect to hunting and fishing.
You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and play this speech again. And shout out Monty, because I think you showed me the speech, but I found, a more clear version of it.
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again. Second, do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families, for sanity in a culture gone mad, it is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy, do it with strength, and never ever let evil think it won.
Oh, man. Well, I guess AI out here speaking for the dead.
This would be a weapon that you would probably typically see in any household where they engage in hunting. This is a perfect weapon to use for big game hunting. And so it would be typical to be found in that household. And I'm sure that's exactly why he was able to get access to this very weapon. Now, the interesting thing is that we kind of pause a little bit, because this guy, Tyler Robinson, went up on that rooftop, was extremely disciplined, stayed focused on his task, and assassinated Charlie Kirk. If he had an automatic weapon, or even if he decided to slide back the single bolt action, he could have reloaded and created a lot more mass casualties. But obviously his agenda was just to take out this one individual. Thank God he only used that weapon for its single purpose, but it could have been a lot worse.
What does this mean, do you think, now for protection of high-profile people in the political world in America? We've seen 2 attempts on Donald Trump's life in the last year. We've now seen Charlie Kirk killed. What should people in the public eye? I've already been seeing some horrific things on Blue Sky, in particular, the new social media platform, with people just brazenly putting other people's names up to be assassinated. Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, all these people. What should individuals like that in that space be doing to better protect themselves?
Pierce, the problem is it's going to come down to how much money you want to spend on your personal security. I'm in that business,
literally,
and I can tell you.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and a lot of people do what Charlie Kirk does. Well, now they start copying it, going to these colleges. Well, honestly, I think it was Steven Crowder who did it first. But they go to these colleges, they set this up, and now if you're influential enough, you might need one of those shields that the president got. I mean, ever since they shot at the president, that man started speaking from behind one of those blast shields. So I'm thinking we might need that for these. I'm gonna be real with you, all political pundits, all political people who have an opinion. Because I wouldn't want this to even happen to nobody on the left. I wouldn't want this to happen to nobody on the left, and I damn sure don't want to happen to nobody else on the right.
would not have been anticipated given even the venue. Now, look, I am critical that when you have 3,000 people assemble in an outside venue, I think.
And this makes it harder for, I would say, guys like me to start doing that stuff, because I've thought about doing it. But if you're telling me I need security with a blast shield just because I can't trust the people around me to not get too crazy. I mean, yeah, you're trying to pretty much silence opinion. You're trying to silence it from actually getting out there on the street so everybody can hear it.
6 police officers is sufficient. I would anticipate crowd control issues, disruptive behavior within the crowd. Do I think 6 police officers was sufficient? No. Would I've considered a rooftops more than 500-600 feet away as being potential threat to Charlie Kirk in any normal sense of what we perceive as the typical threat of someone rushing the stage or using a knife or pulling out a handgun? I don't think there was any way to have anticipated a rooftop sniper. Now, with saying that,
I mean, not for Charlie Kirk, I'm be honest with you. Maybe if he was a political figure, they might have done that groundwork, but nobody would have honestly thought that Charlie Kirk was get shot at. Like, that's just was not in our bingo card for 2025. Let's be honest. And a lot of the unexpected things happen for 2025. So I wouldn't have put that on the bingo card of Charlie Kirk or any political pundit getting shot. Like, maybe the politician, I might have had that on there, but Charlie Kirk, it's crazy.
Now the landscape has completely changed. It's very, very different because we've now seen that there are people out there that are contemplating utilizing and implementing this type of way to take someone out. Now, the problem is, how much money could a private public figure be able to expend to have the type of detail that you would need? Counter snipers, drone technology, all of those things we see that are similar or consistent with protecting the president of the United States. If Charlie Kirk had the level of security, by way of example, that the president has, you're talking about millions of dollars, and that would be cost prohibited. So the question is, what do we do as being public figures? Is it worth it for us to entertain and expose ourselves in these type of venues? Or
I mean, I'll do it. It's just that I'm gonna take those precautions. Like, I get what he's saying though. Like, is it worth it? Seeing what happened to Charlie Kirk, you get big enough, they might do the same thing to you. Well, I mean, we're just gonna have to work around that. I mean, we'll get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, when the shots start firing, I'll worry about it then. With the blast shield in front of me.
Are we gonna have to
hopefully that works
behind bulletproof glass or forego these type of events? That would fly in the face, which is exactly what Tyler Robinson wanted to do. He wanted to scare us. He wants to chill our First Amendment right to be free to speak our opinions and our minds.
And then, you know what's even worse? People are trying to make it a Second Amendment point, like, oh, Charlie Kirk died on that Second Amendment point. Ha ha ha. I'm like, bro, you guys are idiots. You guys are idiots. Actually, speaks more up for the Second Amendment, because the only way we can protect protect what we say. The only way we can protect what we think without being prosecuted is through our guns. But a lot of people don't understand that part. But all right, though, let's get into Myron and him explaining it, because he had a pretty good rant about it. Like, and shout out to Myron Gaines, because I ain't gonna lie, bro. Man, trust me, he was crying about it. And you know, this is probably one of the most far right guys. Like, this is like far right, bro, far right. And he knows Charlie Kirk a little bit. He disagrees with him on a lot. And even he started crying because, well, Charlie Kirk gave that man an opportunity when nobody else did. Charlie Kirk truly believed in freedom of speech. Like, and we're talking about Myron, the guy that literally don't like Israel and all this wild stuff. And Charlie Kirk loved Israel. And he gave that man a platform. Like, Charlie Kirk literally proved that no matter what you think, I'm willing to hear you out.
You guys see this right here? See this? I don't need this. All right? I don't need that. I got this. And I got this. This and this put together is a more lethal combination than this with a fucking magazine in it. Right?
Facts.
Way more lethal than these two. The only reason you have the gun is so that you can defend this and this. We don't need guns to fucking get the truth out there. The guns are only there to defend this.
Yeah, what you think?
All right? That's all it's for. Just to defend yourself. We only use violence to defend ourselves. We never use violence to attack people for having a different ideology, for having a different religion, for having a different worldview. Even the fucking crazy trannies and the fags and the Jews and the blacks. We will fight for their ability to say what they got to say, even if we disagree. There's no need for fucking guns or violence, ever. The only time you pull out your gun is to defend yourself if someone points a gun at you. That's it. We are not on the offensive from a violent perspective. They're on the offensive because they can't defend their bullshit ideology anymore. I'm going to say it again because it's so fucking important, guys. It's really important. I know a lot of you guys are emotional. A lot of you guys like Charlie Kirk. A lot of you guys saw the fucking, the tragic footage, which I'm not going to play. But, you guys can look at it yourself on X if you guys want, right? It was extremely graphic and extremely bloody. Out of respect to Charlie and his family, I'm not going to play that clip on here, but you guys have seen it.
Yeah, I'm not doing it either. I can't.
You have to exercise self-control and understand that we are going to win this war without firing a fucking bullet. We don't need to resort to their fucking
level. Yeah, we don't need to lower ourselves to their level because we're winning. Like I said, nobody on the left getting shot. Nobody on the left getting their life threatened like this. Nope. I mean, who the best y'all got? Y'all Sam Cedars? I mean, that man's safe to do whatever he want. Don Lemon, he's out on the street right now. He's safe to do whatever he want. But for some reason, when our man Charlie Kirk at a goddamn college campus, he gets shot. This lets you know that we're winning the argument. We're winning because you literally have to kill a man to silence him. We don't got to do nothing to y'all to silence you. We don't got to silence you guys. We just got to let y'all talk and hang yourselves, and we just cook you on the back end. You guys literally showed, and I'm talking about the left here. You guys showed that you guys have a weak position. And honestly, some of y'all got weak morality, but we'll get into that one later. Nothing but weak positions. And you're so insecure about it, you're willing to kill. Willing to get violent. Sad. And this is not everybody on the left. I'm not saying this is every liberal, every leftist. No. But there are a lot of y'all over there that are talking like this. And honestly, you guys need to, like I said, hold your own accountable before things get bad and other groups start holding your own accountable.
They're using violence because they can't win. Now they need to kill us.
Oh, and shout out to my man Ham. He says, tell the senators in MN that no one on the left gets shot. What are you saying? Bro, well, hold on. You in Minneapolis? That no one on the left gets shot? Bro, somebody on the left did the shooting. He was a trans dude. He did the shooting. What are you talking about, Ham? Like, and did he shoot these people for what they were saying? No, he shot them because he's deranged. So we're talking about somebody dying because of what he said, and people dying because some deranged guy just lost his mind. Like, come on now. Can we be sensible here? Why did Charlie Kirk get assassinated? Because for what he was saying. Why did those kids get shot? Because some deranged lunatic with a gun decided to. Like, come on now. Come on.
To control the narrative. They couldn't censor us anymore. Right?
And Monty says, by a lefty. I mean, and they're trying to call the guy a right winger, but if you actually looked at what the authorities were saying, the authorities were pretty much reading off all the CNN, MSNBC talking points about Trump and Charlie Kirk. Yeah, he was a leftist. He was a leftist. I mean, and thank God his dad and his minister spoke some sense into him, like, son, you need to turn yourself in, because what the hell? He's like, this is not what we do.
Couldn't censor us anymore. Trump became president.
Raised them better not to be radical.
Now, people that were banned, people that were fucking censored, people that were getting, hit with, all types of censorship problems. Now we're breaking a containment. Nick is huge. He's got 170,000 people watching him live right now. Right? This channel, we've gained, 200,000 plus in the past year?
True.
Right? So,
I mean, so far we got about so far in views, we have about 290,000 people who's watched so far. So I appreciate you guys. And yeah, we are growing. Even now, I believe we've grown by at least a couple hundred subscribers. And I do appreciate you guys, by the way.
The reality is that When you got the truth on your side, it's a matter of time.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. Anyone for violence is not a friend of America. I know, these are the real fascists. This is the fascism that you guys try to call us. Any dissenting opinion, you need to get violent or you need to get homicidal about it. Yeah, you guys are the fascists, not us. We just want to debate. We just want to talk it out. Y'all are the ones getting violent. Y'all are the ones with the hatred, vitriol. We just want to talk.
Time. And since the censorship is chilled out, now we're winning. We're winning so much that they had to fucking go after Charlie. Because Charlie was one of the chief architects that helped put Trump in office. Got to give him credit for that.
True.
He basically ran Trump's ground game.
Yep. For free.
So they said, you know what? We got to get rid of this guy. And they fucking had to shoot him because they're bitches. Because they're fucking pussies. That fucking loser, you know what that guy could have done? That pussy-ass coward assassin? He could have walked down there, put the rifle down, held up the mic, and fought Charlie with his ideas.
True.
That's what he could have done. Charlie would have talked to that fucking fag. Whatever he is. He could have put that fucking rifle down, walked up to the mic, and used his brain. But knowing that he couldn't do it, what did he do? He picked up the rifle instead, and he took the coward's way out. Like the left always does, and these fucking stupid-ass liberals. They can't win in debate, so what do? They call you a Nazi, they get you banned off social media, or, in this case, they fucking assassinate you.
Man. And shout out to my man Monty. He says, it is your responsibility to pick up the torch set along with many more. His shoes will never be filled, but we got to put our best foot forward. Exactly. It's like, man. I mean, shoot, like I said, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to do best I can. But I ain't never going to sit here and be like, oh, we can replace Charlie Kirk. Nah, that man was one of a kind. We're going to give it to him. We're going to give my man his flowers. And we're going to give him we got to give him the props. He tried to create the most respectful, peaceful debate platform he could. And he got killed for it. Shoot, reminds me of a certain black leader I know.
Again, guys, I have to harp on this. We do not need to do what they do. And the reason why is because, and you guys have heard this before, we are better than those niggas, bro. And I mean that shit from the bottom of my heart. Not just Abba and Preach, those fucking faggots, sodomite Canadians. But okay, I'm dead ass. When it comes to how we view the world, two genders, men and women are different. God is real. Freedom of speech is important. No wars. We are better than these niggas, bro. They think they're going to get us scared. Oh, look, Myron didn't go to fucking North Carolina, Asheville. Yeah, we won. No.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. I know this shook Myron, too, because he started doing that. He started doing the same thing. Like Charlie Kirk inspired this man to go out there and start debating these university students, these college students. He started doing it, too. And now I'm pretty sure he's scared going like, bro, I'm not trying to be there and somebody shoot me. It's like, just because what? And now here's the thing. Like, this might motivate some radical people on the left to take that charge. Like, that's the scary part. Like, they see one guy doing, they might follow by example. I'm like, and who want to fuck around and find out?
Didn't. We're going to be out there. And we're going to continue to fucking push out this ideology. Because, guys, keep in mind, the things that, you know, me or Nick or any of these guys might disagree with Charlie Kirk, not really minor things, not that big.
Crazy.
We disagree on a micro level, but on the macro, we agree on a lot of things.
Yeah,
right? And we're not going to let them fucking win. We're not going to let them silence us. We're not going to let them win. We're going to fucking take over. Young men every single day are finding this type of content and, you know, realizing what makes sense. And that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. They want us to rise up with arms and retaliate the way that they do. We're not going to do that shit. We're not going to go for the fucking bait.
I know, because that's what they want. They want the Civil War for some reason, because they know they just can't win civilly. They want the Civil War because they can't win civilly. They can't just talk to us. Why? Because I don't know why, honestly. I would really have to ask a liberal. Oh, because you guys support fascism, but you guys are the one that's killing us for what we say. You guys are the one that's lashing out when people don't agree with you, when the world doesn't agree with you. That trans shooter in Minneapolis, why does she shoot those kids? Because she felt abandoned by the world, because when she turns trans, she still wasn't accepted. I mean, it ain't us. And it ain't us promoting that type of ideology to push people to that extreme. I'll tell you that right now. So I like how you try to blame us while taking no accountability for the fascism that y'all spread yourselves. And everything, I don't even think we spread fascism, not in the slightest, but you guys do. You guys literally teach people to hate those who have different opinion to them, look down on them. It's like, what atmosphere did you think that's going to promote? Like, how are we going to have a middle ground when you guys already come trying to look down on people? Like the narcissist, you. Crazy. And shout out to my man James. 2 commandments Jesus said, love God and thy neighbor. Yeah, 2 commandments. Jesus said, love God and thy neighbor. And that's honestly what we need to keep in mind at this point. Because like I said, not all liberals are celebrating this. Like, let's be real, we know all liberals agree with Charlie Kirk on something, but not all liberals are sitting here going like, oh, we're happy he's dead. No. It's this fringe few, and we need to go ahead and we need to separate them. And the left, you guys, the liberals, you need to separate yourselves from them. Ostracize these guys, put them in a corner so we know who they are. All right. I mean, we had a way. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. The people on the right who are extremists kind of ostracize themselves with the whole frog emoji, with the little Pepe Frog profile pic. I mean, they ostracize themselves. Y'all need to kind of do that to y'all radical leftists. Y'all radicals, you need to put them in check and let them know that, no, we don't stand with you. Because a lot of y'all radicals, they think they're standing up for you and what you believe.
First, I'm sure you like the Constitution. I'm sure you're a big fan of our Bill of Rights, the habeas corpus inclusion in the before even the Bill of Rights in the Constitution itself. When we look at the current league of deportations that's happening, particularly when it predates to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right? He is a man who hasn't had his due process. He never had his day in court.
That's not true. You know that he spent 4 years in court from 2017 to 2021. In fact, so much so that the judge even ruled on his immigration status, saying that he could be deported at any time for any reason.
Yeah. He had 2 days in court. Yeah, he definitely got due process. Just the Dems don't like to mention that. They like to radicalize people, making them think that, oh, they're just locking up anybody, even though it's been proven that he's not a U.S. citizen. He's from El Salvador. He was given 2 days in court, and, well, he lost both of those cases, and he was ordered to be deported whenever, just not to El Salvador. Supposed to be Guatemala.
That court order actually elapsed, so it wasn't valid at the time of his deportation. If we want to go through these, we need people to have their habeas corpus rights. We need people to have the ability to show up in court and actually exemplify their have their case be heard in front of a judge, be heard by a jury of their jury of their peers, and have a chance to be.
But again, I've done this so many times. Let me just pause, and I don't mean to pick on you. How hard the left is fighting for this MS-13 scumbag is just remarkable to me. It's like I'm not trying to pick on you. Let me make a broad statement.
Worst person in the world. He could be an absolute scumbag.
Is he a U.S. citizen?
No.
Oh, that actually changes things.
It does, absolutely.
And so,
but it does not change
due process. Yes, it does. The Alien Enemies Act says you do. That's not correct.
Okay.
The Alien Enemies Act says you do not have to give due process to those that you are deporting. It is not correct. So they invoked the.
Pam, I would advise you look into that a little bit more, because you don't know the facts of that case. If you actually looked at Vance Bolter and all the evidence on him, it's actually a little bit questionable if he was MAGA or not, to be quite quick, because he had a whole bunch of protest Trump stuff in the back. Republican, sure. MAGA, no. And not every Republican's MAGA. I would hope you guys would understand that.
Alien Enemies Act.
What does it take to invoke that act?
I would hope.
And signature from the President of the United States to say that you are being invaded by a foreign power or assisted by a.
And shout out to my man Jet. He's like, leftards riot in the street when something happens. MAGA have peaceful prayer and vigil. So please remind me who the actual peaceful party is again. I mean, Like I said, even like, and man, I'm telling you right now, you might want to look up the facts on everything because it wasn't being confirmed that he was MAGA. It was just confirmed that, yo, this guy was a Republican. And like I said, just because he's a Republican doesn't mean he's MAGA. Also, if you actually look into the lady that she took out, I mean, here's the thing: it didn't even make sense. Why would a guy who's MAGA, take out a lady who's trying to stop the immigration problem in that area? And that lady was getting a lot of heat from her own party about the bill she was about to pretty much sign on. So you might want to look into that a little bit more.
Certain force on enemy ground. He was part of MS-13, which is a paramilitary arm of the Venezuelan government.
So, but in order to enact that act, don't we need a war declaration?
Oh yeah, no, that's what he did on day one. He said that we're being invaded.
Does he have that power?
Yes.
I thought that was a congressionally approved
No,
thing.
that's not correct. The President of the United States has an ability within a 90-day emergency clause window to say that we are being invaded by a special power. It's called the War Powers Act of 1990 something. The War Powers Act gives the president the authority for 90 to 100 days to declare that we are being invaded. And we have been invaded, by the way, by MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. It's a material fact.
Considering, okay, one of the things that's super important when we consider law is the spirit of the law. And do we really believe that these laws were enacted with the spirit in mind of gangs being associated as arms of a state?
Potentially.
MS-13 and Tren de Aragua are not Venezuelan arms. They're not.
No, MS-13 is. That's not correct. But let me throw it back at you. MS-13 is El Salvadorian and also Venezuela. Yeah, Tren de Aragua is Venezuela. MS-13 is El Salvadorian. He signed declaration of invasions against both.
And you know, the crazy thing is, Ham, even to go further into your point, I mean, when those two died, even I gave them the RIP. I mean, a lot of people in MAGA gave them the RIP. So, and here's the thing, there wasn't that too many people. I did not see nobody on the right, really, but that was sitting there going like, oh, yeah, they died. Ha, ha, ha. No, but y'all doing that to Kirk. So it's not like we understand that there is murderous people with crazy ideologies on both sides. But the problem is, you guys champion y'all. You guys champion y'all killers like Free Luigi. Remember that? I mean, let's be real. You guys champion y'all killers. We condemn ours.
Let me challenge you on this because you're coming after this in good faith.
That
was
you
the First
don't
Amendment
want to look at
written in the spirit of Facebook posts?
Can you clarify a little bit?
The First Amendment,
yeah,
part of the Bill of Rights.
Yo, shout out Monty, my man came back. Yo, all right,
it's ratified in 1791. Was it written?
What's up?
Apply to tweet.
Yo, what's going on?
Sorry, I had to get an appointment done real quick, but I'm back.
All right, it's all good.
Not to private corporations.
Well, no, meaning like, do your free speech rights apply also to the internet?
So it applies to public squares. The question that we're having now is Facebook a public square? Are Twitter public squares?
It's a separate issue. The issue is that we would all agree that you have a First Amendment right to express yourself and the government can't throw you in prison regardless of where you have it, whether you write a newspaper op-ed or whether you do a Facebook post.
Unless you're in the UK, you can definitely get arrested for what you write on Twitter or social media, whatever social media. Apparently in the UK, they are not playing with you.
Right? You have a First Amendment right to do that. The point being is you say, well, the spirit of the law in 1798, it doesn't matter if a law is old. It matters what moral claim is the law trying to make, because times sort of change, but people do not. Human nature goes unchanged. And so the point being is the Alien Enemies Act has been invoked 4 times in our nation's history. War of 1812, Civil War, World War I, World War II.
Shout out.
And I believe totally appropriately invoked here. It's been enjoined by the Supreme Court right now, so we'll find out its future. But when you have 15 million people come into your country in a span of 4 years, that is definitionally an invasion.
I guess an invasion requires a certain commitment from a state, right? It's a big difference between an invasion and an immigration wave is
an invasion and an immigration wave. I mean, to be honest, is damn near the same thing. I mean, they're invading the country. They're coming in here illegally. Yeah, that sounds like an invasion if they're kind of just rushing our border, trying to break our laws.
Hold on, Seth. Hold on 1 second. So I level with him on what he's saying. There does have to be a certain aspect of a state for a quote unquote invasion, because countries invade countries, people don't invade countries. However, the prominence of fentanyl and narcotics that the Chinese Communist Party is giving, the precursors to Mexico that they're turning into drugs that they're smuggling into our country, one could argue that they are agents for the Chinese Communist Party,
True. To be quite honest, we're being invaded by the Chinese Communist Party, or we're being invaded by Maduro, the Venezuelan gang Tren de Agua, or the Sinaloa cartel. That's in Mexico or Colombia or something. One of those places. All right, guys, let's get right back to it. Actually, I do want to get right into the Utah authorities, because they were breaking more information, just to kind of kill the whole narrative that, he was on the right.
You saw some of that in the video that we released last night. Consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this?" ? Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" ! Catch! !
Wow.
Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
Wow.
We are...
Yeah, sounds about what a 20-year-old would do.
Indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson, who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well.
Real ones.
I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor
and to the people. I mean, shout out to the people as well too. Shout out to our law enforcement, shout out to the FBI, and shout out to the people.
Cox. The suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 interviews, 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake field office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team tacticians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions. And we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk.
Oh,
rest down, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Damn.
Thank you, and good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community, because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed.
All right, now let's get back over to the Piers Morgan panel with the other panelists.
Well, let me turn now to my panel. A lot of different views here on politics we've all had over many years. I'm sure we're all joining.
Man, I know. Casper Till looked like that man was about ready to tear up in the back.
That hit a little bit different. I hadn't actually seen that clip.
Yeah,
I kind of watched everything except for that press conference. So yeah. I'm glad he said that. Like that man.
Man, he said Valhalla, man, where the warriors go.
Yeah.
Are the same view that this isn't absolutely appalling.
And shout out Dave Johnson. May God bless and keep you. Well, my bad. He said, yeah, may God bless and keep you, brothers. R.I.P. Charlie. Man, I appreciate that, man. R.I.P. Charlie. Yeah, man, God bless and may God keep all of us safe. All of us, honestly, because this is crazy.
Thing to have happened, and that the consequence of it could be very far-reaching. Dave Rubin, let me start with you. You know, this is a cold-blooded, deliberate, pre-planned execution of a high-profile conservative who, irony of ironies, was the guy probably leading the charge to sit down with people whose views you don't agree with. In other words, almost the opposite of what this shooter appears to believe that he represented. What is your reaction?
That's the left.
Well, Piers, before we do the political side of this, I just lost a friend. My friend was assassinated, a man who I spent an awful lot of time with, who I broke bread with many times, who I sat at weddings with, who I toured with and did many of these college shows with, a man who, as I was leaving the left about a decade ago and realizing the hysteria of the progressives, who welcomed me, even though we had various different opinions on very closely held things like abortion and marriage and taxes and death penalty and all of these things. And in the 10 years or so that I knew Charlie Kirk, I never had one bad experience with him. I had only good experiences with him. To your point about the political part of this, yes, Charlie was better at reaching across the aisle than anyone. I like to think that I'm pretty good at it, but
to be honest, because I mean, not to sound corny, but bro did it with love. I'll be real honest with you.
No,
really
he
had real compassion.
He
and empathy.
genuinely did, which is why, if anybody's not understanding why we take such a hard stand on this, is he was the best possible voice to be out there, and for you to call him a fascist and a racist and a Nazi and all of these fucking words that you use just indiscriminately, like he's just another lackey and you don't even know the first thing about him, is
I mean,
it literally makes me sick to my stomach.
Man.
But I'm sure, I know that's what you want, so you know, I guess you got it. Not for long though.
apostate from the left, someone who left the left. In some sense, they want less to do with me than even someone like him. So it became harder for me to reach across the aisle. Charlie spent his life trying to widen the tent that is the conservative movement. He wanted the ex-liberals like me and Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, the thing that Donald Trump represents in a wide tent MAGA movement, because it's based in America and freedom. And I don't know anyone, literally anyone on earth, who was doing it better than him. So I mourn deeply, deeply for my friend, and I mourn for America, because in your intro, you laid it out correctly. There's a lot of anger right now. There's a lot of sadness, I can assure you of that, but there's a lot of anger. And I feel it's incumbent on me, and hopefully guys like you, Piers, to be a little bit better right now, because otherwise this thing, this very precious experiment, could veer out of control unbelievably quickly.
I think that's completely right. Cenk, you and I have talked a lot about the toxic nature of political discourse in America.
Hold on 1 second. Pause.
Go off.
So, to fucking, where is he at? Odom, fucking dumbass fucking name. Your views are skewed by your position. No fucking shit, you moron. No fucking shit. Of course my views are skewed by my position. But what does that fucking change? You're advocating for murder. You're dog whistling to everybody else, and it keeps on fucking happening, and it gets worse, and it gets worse, and it gets fucking worse. And here you go. Fucking all, like, you ramble off, not understanding what you're talking about in any situation, and this is the consequences for it. You know, if I had my way, I would print his photo out with him fucking bleeding all over the place in front of his wife and kids, and fucking put it in your fucking face every single fucking day. I would, oh my, oh. Of course my views are skewed by my position. How would you feel if your fucking Messiah got fucking murked on TV? How would you fucking feel if the fucking deporter-in-chief that you so clearly adore fucking got murked while he was on TV speaking about something you cared about something, you know, taking our country back from the fucking corrupt fucking shit it is in the nicest way fucking possible. But yet you call him a fascist, you call him a racist, you call him a Nazi, you just perpetuate what the violent terrorist did. So now you know how you use the word Nazi sympathizer? Now you're a radical left sympathizer.
Damn. All right, Monty.
And I'm referring to the Messiah as Obama, for the record. I'm not calling Charlie Kirk my Messiah. I'm mocking you because you're an idiot.
Of the woke left, actually, in particular, and the way they've over-demonized everyone, calling everybody Hitler, fascist, and so on. It seems that this 22-year-old shooter had, you know, anti-fascist insignia on his ammunition. It's pretty clear, I think, that he hated Charlie Kirk and wanted to silence him. You know, we don't know his exact political allegiance. That may or may not emerge in the next few hours and days. But certainly, he was behaving like a fascist. You know, a fascist at their heart will stifle.
Isn't that fucking ironic?
People. And this is exactly what this
behaving like a fascist. That's what fascists do. I mean, if you don't agree with them, they kill you.
We're the threats to democracy, but you know, you're open and tolerant as long as we agree with you. Otherwise, we get a bullet to the neck, right?
Man, but all right, hold on. Shout out to my man Ham. He's like, hold on. He said, Odom did not advocate for murder. He made a point. That's how you see.
Stop making a point. This is not the platform to make a point.
God damn. Hold on, my little. Let me go ahead and finish this one. He said he made a point that how you see Kirk's question were not loving to some perspectives, to some perspectives. Pretty simple. Well, hold on. Questions were not loving. Bro, I'm
really
like this. I'm gonna say like this. It's better than, because be real with you, that was
he's a lot better of a fucking man than I am.
To be honest, yeah, I'm gonna tell you that was the nicest it was getting. What you guys were getting from Kirk was the nicest.
That's the nice version of what's coming.
Yeah, because us, like, bro, I'd have been brutal with these guys, and I consider myself a nice guy, but the way Charlie Kirk like handled a lot of these guys. If you thought that was hateful, if you thought that wasn't loving, then oh man, I guess y'all never been bullied before.
Unless you get up in bed with them and fucking cozy up to them and just agree with their echo chamber, you're hateful because they didn't pass, first fucking grade and, sticks and stones and all that fun shit. But, so now he's hateful. He's a Christian man with Christian values that embodies those Christian values in every debate that he has. All of his points are rooted in a loving, fucking seriously loving way. If you listen to anything he says, he tries to reach common ground with people, unless they just want to get up there and heckle him. Then he just roasts them.
And him, I'm giving you the grace. I know you're just pretty much saying what other people are thinking. I know that's not what you think because I read some of your chats. But
this is not the time. Like, let his body cool down before you keep insulting him.
Yeah, and here's the thing. That's as nice as it's gonna get. If you really look at Charlie Kirk compared to most right wingers, compare a Myron Gaines to a Charlie Kirk. That's and they damn near do agree on a lot of things, but instead of Charlie Kirk calling you, oh, you're gay and we will try to accept you, Myron's just gonna call you a straight up fag, and that's it.
Right.
That's as nice. Charlie Kirk was as nice as it was getting for y'all.
I love you and I'll pray for you. I don't agree with your lifestyle decisions, but we can have a conversation because I want to hear you out. How is that hateful? How is that hateful? I disagree with you, but I love you.
It's not like he gave you a pamphlet for conversion camp.
Jesus Christ.
That guy was literally as nice as it was get. That's as nice as it gets, guys. After now, I'm sorry, liberals, but it's gonna be hardball.
And every time this happens, it's going to get worse. And I promise you.
In terms of language and rhetoric, you killed the guy with the best rhetoric for you guys. That's the sad part.
Yeah. Who agreed with you on issues? I can't socially, he agreed with you on a lot of issues, and he's a fascist because he says, maybe illegals shouldn't overrun our country. He's a fascist because maybe we shouldn't kill babies in the womb. He's a fascist because X, Y, and fucking Z, because you disagree with him. You cannot have a peaceful discourse. You are the fascists.
Person has done in the absurd guise of being anti-fascist.
Yeah. So I think that this is a huge problem in America right now. So to the point that Dave's making, look, so Dave changed some of his opinions and didn't change others, right? I didn't change any of my opinions, but Charlie and I had many conversations. He came on the Young Turks at the Republican National Convention and the Democratic National Convention. I went to America Fest. I got a lot of heat for going to America Fest, but the part of that's left out is that Charlie invited me to it. And not because I had changed any of my opinions, but because I hadn't changed any of my opinions. And then once we had those conversations, what we found out was, yes, we still deeply disagree on many things, state of race relations, power dynamics in America. I could go on and on, right? But it turns out we actually did agree on a bunch of things: housing, paid family leave, how the American people are being taken advantage of by the powerful, corruption, all of these things. So you don't get to there unless you have conversations. So I know some on the right certainly were shutting down conversations earlier in my lifetime.
Hey, Seth.
Some today are making that argument.
Yo, what's up?
I'd love to hear the fucking twisted, stupid fucking logic that the shooter was Republican, which he wasn't. He was registered independent, for the record.
No,
he
go
had
back
Republican parents.
Yeah, no, I said go back and listen to what the Utah authorities said, and they'll tell you that this man had a whole lot of anti-Trump rhetoric, rhetoric, and pretty much anything really right wing. The man had regressive tolerance, like to the extreme.
Yeah, We're right, because Republicans are the crazy ones that are spewing out anti-Trump rhetoric. Republicans are the crazy ones that are calling everything they disagree with fascist. Republicans are the ones that are advocating for trans to go shoot up schools. And then, funny enough, he gets shot when he brings up that point. Just just gonna throw that out there.
Funny though, that chick saying, "Well, the right wing, try to censor me." I'm like, bro, did they shoot you? Did you get shot, Shank?
In your neck, on live TV, in front of your daughter and your wife.
Like that didn't happen to you? Okay, shut the hell up then. Okay,
like
because
fall off a cliff.
Like obviously you wasn't talking hard enough. Obviously you wasn't stepping hard enough because they ain't shoot your ass.
Argument, and in their anger today, and then justifiable anger, there some were talking about striking back, and then on our side, yes, there's way too much censoring, way too much. Never talk to anyone else. Just stick within your own tribe. Well, how are we ever going to heal a country, especially if you're from the left, guys? We're supposed to be the side that has empathy. I'm not saying the right doesn't. I'm just saying that we
that's the moral high ground that they take
ourselves on having empathy and reaching out and having conversations and healing and uniting. So the way that this country is going and both sides are going is a deep, deep problem. And one of the issues, Piers, honestly, is media and algorithms. It rewards extremists. And the more extreme you are, the more rewarded you are. And so we've got a way to fix that. If we don't fix it, the money and the spinning out of control of both sides' political fervor is going to be an enormous problem for this country. We've got to stop right now. Look, either we could use this moment to hate each other more, or we could use this moment as an inflection point to begin to heal and to unite and realize that we're all Americans together. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing, and we could say that fervently without crossing the line into hating each other, thinking that both sides are Nazis of some sort. And you're right, Piers, even I've gotten called a Nazi by some portions of the left for disagreeing on trans issues 5%. No, that's too much, guys. It isn't about me. It's about the hatred that gets built in and entrenched when we can't even talk to the other side and we can't see each other as fellow Americans.
Batty, I want to play a clip. This is of Charlie Kirk on Piers Morgan Uncensored in November 2023. At the time, we just had the start of the Israel-Hamas war. I'd been defending Israel's right to defend itself at that stage. I've obviously become a lot more critical in this year, certainly. But at the time, he talked very pertinently about actually the left, and in particular in relation to campus colleges. Let's take a look. The very same people who've been behaving in this way, effectively supporting a terror group, have gone out of their way to deplatform and shame and cancel anyone who, mainly on the right, it has to be, so on the conservative side, who've deviated from their worldview. So free speech to them seems a very complex issue.
No, that's right. And look, I mean, we have to be disciplined in how we advocate for dialogue and free speech. And when I go to these college campuses, it's come very clear, and you see this now manifesting in some of the larger censorship regime that is taking over the West, that if a young student finds disagreement with a conservative or somebody on the right, they don't just find the ideas objectionable. Some, in fact, a majority by a recent Pew poll, want to use force to try to silence and stifle and even censor those differing ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, how
go ahead. Say he's lying.
It already went from yelling for them trying to pull down the whole setup that they have. Like they was already getting aggressive. This was just the next step.
Yeah. Go ahead and call Charlie Kirk a liar when he says, the left is getting more violent. Please go ahead and try that.
Batty, those comments seem now, because that's exactly what has happened here. What's your reaction to Charlie's murder, and how do you feel about the way things may go from here?
Thank you so much for having me, Pierce. It's obviously still very raw for a lot of us. I'm finding myself very caught between, on the one hand, wanting to honor his legacy of unity through debate, coming together to take down the temperature, and then wanting to honor his legacy of telling the truth. And the truth is this is not a both sides issue.
It's
The
not.
killer killed him, according to police reports, because he found Charlie Kirk to be spreading hate.
Yep.
This is a view shared by every single prominent
He didn't.
Democrat.
But no, that is the view shared by every single prominent Democrat. As she said, that's the problem. That rhetoric that you guys were saying.
Yep. Over and over. You're complicit. If you say that he's a fascist, you're complicit. If you've ever said he's a bigot, you're complicit. His blood is on your hands.
Spreading hate.
Yeah.
I ain't never seen this man spread no type of hate. If anything, I've seen the left spread hatred of Donald Trump and anybody who talks for Donald Trump.
I will give anybody $1,000 right now that can show me anything that Charlie Kirk said that was hateful in the full context, because I can find the context. You tell me that a couple of gun deaths are worth the Constitution. Yeah, he wasn't talking in that context. So keep going. Find me anything that he said that was hateful, and I'll give you $1,000. Find me anything that he said that was fascist, and I'll give you $1,000. Find me anything that he said that was bigoted, and I'll give you $1,000. Find me anything that's any of these characterizations that you make of him that he said, and I will give you $1,000 fucking dollars. But we're gonna put it to a poll first.
Really? All right, shoot, I'm ready. What's the poll, Monty?
Put it to a poll. Fine. Anybody can hop in the StreamYard. I'll pay your way. Find me a clip. Find me anything that was said in any hateful or any tone of anything other than I want to have a debate with you or I disagree with you. Please tell me, find that.
Yes, there are people on Blue Sky
You have 10 minutes.
advocating for violence. But what actually caused this was the utterly quotidian, utterly ubiquitous demonization of the political
And shout out to my man Guest Dude. This is why Pence isn't an option. Well, my bad, Pence. Wow.
Peace.
This is why peace isn't an option. War has been declared, and they have logistics, intel, support among half the nation. I mean, yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Honestly, it can be an option. I don't think it's most of the left. I think it's this radical small group in the left that's trying to inflame the entire country into going into a civil war with each other. They're even trying to get the most sensible people on the left to go along with the bullshit. But let's be real. Most people on the left is pretty much bowing this one out, going like, yo, RIP Charlie Kirk. Like, we disagree with him, but it's not that serious. You got your radical few on this left that's trying to anger those in MAGA and those on the right. And then there's the guys who are just don't want to take accountability for the rhetoric that they've been spewing. There's also that's pissing us off. So I would say this, us on the right, let's try to calm ourselves and let's understand that we're kind of just being toyed with by the monkeys on the left.
opposition from the left. And
No,
it
the
has
radicals.
just led to violence because they said
Well, I say it right. The monkeys of the left, the radicals of the left, the buffoons of the left.
the other side were Hitler and Nazis. They said that speech is violence. To combine those two things together is to sign the death warrant of prominent conservatives. And that is what we are seeing again and again and again. And it is utterly facetious to suggest that there is any comparison between political violence on both sides. Every example they bring is not actually showing that, whether it's Governor Shapiro, whose attempted assassination was from a free Palestine leftist, or whether it was Minnesota.
Shout out to Guest Dude. He said it is most though. They will play nice and diplomatic while on the sidelines outside the spotlight cheering it on. I mean, I don't want to believe that, Guest Dude. I'll be so honest. I don't want to believe that. Like, I don't want to believe it. What about?
And I'm trying to keep some semblance of a cool head through this, but it is very, very hard to do that right now. Like I didn't even know the man, and I feel like my brother died. I didn't know the man, and I feel like a role model of mine died. I like it. It just,
man, that's what I'm
and
saying.
I didn't even agree with him on a lot of the religious ideologies that he has. Like, so, like, you know, personally, on a personal life level, didn't agree with it, but I respected the way he had a conversation, and I respected the way he took ideas and presented them in a completely non-confrontational, completely defenseless way. He just said, "Hey, this is what I think. Prove me wrong." That was literally the name of his fucking show.
Like
Prove me
literally.
wrong. I want to hear your opinions. But that's fascist. You know, a hallmark of fascism is shutting down opinions, right?
I know, and Dems want us to look up the characteristics of fascism. It's like actually crazy. I'll even try that argument. But and shout out to my man Guest Dude coming in again, man. Guest Dude, you might as well come on to the stream if you can. But all right, shout out Guest Dude. He says every vote counted on that side. Dang, every vote counted on that side was a vote towards this. And they lost, and they are circling the wagons. And they tried to pop Trump a year ago. I mean,
yeah. They pop Trump and they celebrate, or they're sad that he missed. There's videos all over the place of them screaming and crying about the guy missing. They try again and fucking miss, and you get the same thing. They kill the CEO of an insurance company, and suddenly the good-looking guy that he's celebrated. You know, 10 out of 10 would hit. And now we have Charlie Kirk, and you're celebrating again. You're the extremists. You're not the ones on the right side of anything. You look more pitiful and pitiful as time goes on, and eventually, the common thinking people, you know, the people that don't want to get into politics, because you know it's only 160 million people that vote. There's 350 million of us in the country. Some of them are kids, but let's just say 200 million for good reference. The people that don't want to get into it, the people that are tired of seeing constant violence from your party or your ideology. I don't care if he registered as a Republican. Of course he's going to register as a Republican. I promise you he didn't kill Charlie Kirk because he didn't like the way his hair looked. Like, when are you going to give up the jig? When are you going to stop lying to yourself and living in your little fucking echo chambers that are causing you nut jobs that can't figure out what gender you are to go kill people?
And shout out my Daniel Castro. He says, but we must come together. He says when. And the thing is, like, I hear you, Castro. I hear you, but man,
I don't want to come together anymore. I want to defeat you in every way possible.
Ooh. All right, man. I got Monty fired up. All right, guys. I guess I'm the good cop on this one. But look, I honestly do not want to stoop to their level. I don't want, like, bro, student to their level means, and here's the thing: who's influential on their side? Who?
No one. They ain't got no one to back their horse.
Who's y'all
It's
hero?
all a bunch of conflicting ideas and a governor that can't run his state that thinks it's funny to copy a meme president.
Exactly.
And a lady that says she's from the Bronx and is just a fucking two-bit liar. That's what you got on your side. We have an America first fucking let's care about our people agenda, and you have let's hate the orange man because let's come up with words.
Man, and that's what I'm saying. Like, who are y'all heroes? Please, who are the heroes on the left? Who's y'all most outspoken? I'm not saying no, and please tell us, because we don't want nothing to happen to them. But if something was to happen to them and we would start celebrating it, what would you call us? I mean,
right.
I would hope you would call us fascists at that point. I would hope you would.
Yeah.
Man, but shout out, man. We got my man Guest Dude and Castro, man. How's it going, guys?
I'm sorry, guys. I'll bow out.
What's up? Oh, you don't ain't gonna bow out. You ain't gotta bow out. No, so yeah, been a minute. Didn't expect to come back because of this, but yeah.
I know, right? Crazy timing.
I should probably elaborate because I think I stirred the hornet nest up, but I got tired of dropping ban hammers. I think I'm up to 130 bans today.
Whew, it makes sense.
But it's just hey guest dude, it's just a fringe group. It's not the left in general.
No, I've made it pretty clear in the last few months that I've broken off entirely from the left. I'd already done it a while back, but it's like officially over the last year, it's become pretty self-evident that I needed to pull away entirely. And now I'm running around jokingly saying, all leftists are bitches. But no, it comes down very simply to the fact that, I mean, how many shots around the world did the right have to hear before you guys wake the fuck up? I mean, I'm the anarchist here who's just sitting on the sideline. You guys know that. But how many do you guys got to hear before you guys stop preaching peace and let's chill and not escalate? Like, how many? This is what?
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you,
Three
guess
now?
I can answer that one. I just need to figure out who the radicals are. Like,
There are no
honestly,
radicals.
There's no radicals. It's a movement. It's mainstream.
It depends on what topic.
If I can
Because that's the thing. You've got to understand very simply. They circle the wagons and they keep the useless idiots like the Leos and the Schmulies, the prim and proper suited up ones on the outskirts. So you guys are like, well, they're debating us. They're trying to stay civil, but they dog whistle like crazy. They call you fascist with that. No matter how many times you correct them on the definition of X, Y, and Z, they still skirt around and they're slippery, like trying to keep mercury in your hand. The whole time you're getting mercury poisoning.
I date a liberal. I date a liberal so I can fuck one weekly.
Like, I'm not talking about liberals. Like, we've got you guys have
it's not liberals. It's not liberals. I've had so many
No. You guys got to understand. You're the fucking liberals.
Hey, according to PragerU, pretty much.
Like
They're the leftists, we're the
liberal
liberals.
democracy is an enlightenment concept that is attempting to be conserved right now. And you're up against a leftist movement that has become mainstream amongst pretty much the bulkhead of probably about 40% of Gen Z, 60% of the millennials, and Gen X is hard to really gauge, and boomers, they'll be dead soon, so don't worry about them.
Yeah.
But like in terms of what you're up against, you're the liberals, and you guys got to you guys can't even. You're losing the fight because you don't even understand the language. Like, sets up here. How many times have I corrected you on fascism, and how many people have I corrected up here? And you're still using it incorrectly.
Hold on, I haven't used fascism yet.
Well,
yes, you have multiple times today. You're calling them the fascists now. You're using their busted ass
I said
lingo
fascist
against them.
characteristics. I said one of the characteristics of fascism is to quelling the speech or trying to get rid of
No, it's
speech that
not.
you
That's
don't
just
like.
authoritarian. That's just an authoritarian structure of government or just terrorism in general.
Either
That's
way, they're a
not-
bunch of fucking bitches.
That's not fascism. Nothing
right,
that's going on right now anywhere in America is emblematic of fascism. And the fact that we keep letting them guide the language and guide the debate. Charlie Kirk never won a debate with anybody. He would go up against a bunch of college kids that didn't know what they were doing, and he would be using the language of his opponent thinking he was winning, and it was just a muddy mess. That's why I called him out all the time. That's why I was like, hey, this guy needs, like, the same thing with Steven Crowder and all these other big guys who came up in the last 15, 20 years. They're using the language of their opponent that the opponent is better at because they've written the language for the last 100 damn years.
I will agree with you on that, yes, dude, because it's hard to argue with idiots because they bring you down to their level and beat you over the
They're
head
not
with it.
idiots. See, that's another thing. You guys are underestimating your opponent. You're going into a match
to be idiotic, not
somebody who you think is going to box with you, and they are wielding daggers on every part of their body, ready to stab you 6 ways to Sunday.
Now, hold on. Now, first off, dude, I do want to ask, like, what is the definition of fascism?
Okay. The three main components of fascism are the state is above all else, the state is a mystical entity, and service to the state is the paramount purpose of the individual. Directly from Mussolini's own essay, and considering he's the only one who's ever established a long-standing, well-established fascist state, aside from theoretically Franco, but there's some question about whether or not that was just a monarchist revitalism. Those are the three key points. It was a progressivist movement trying to reject monarchism,
so
liberalism, and republicanism.
Okay, so now I get where people say it's fascism, because within that type of system, the government could take out speech that they don't like.
Yeah, but I mean,
okay.
Technically,
so could the United States. What is the Espionage Act? It allows for them to curtail.
Well, think about it like this: in a fascist society, in what your definition is, the state could do it, and everybody's just going to see the state as some mystical hero.
Yeah,
in our
but I mean,
society, we just
every
have
government has it. Are we going to say that because right now the UK, which is in no way, shape, or form a fascist government, because they're censoring the internet's fascist? No, they're just doing stupid stuff because a bunch of old people don't understand how the internet works.
All right, so it only gets to fascism when people are just putting the state above everything.
Yeah, when the state legitimately becomes an entity of itself.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that is the definition of fascism, but that's not the modern day
and that's
use
because
of the word.
It's because a bunch of leftists have muddied it to such a degree that they can weaponize it in any way they want. It's why I use the analogy of you're fighting with somebody, and it's like trying to hold mercury. You're sitting there trying to hold it, and the whole time you're breathing in mercury gas, and you're slow poisoning yourself till you die. They don't get hurt from it, and every single one of them, they lose.
Yeah,
they don't care. That's the collectivist mentality doesn't care. Look at how the Russians fought during World War II. They would send hundreds of thousands running into a fight. They didn't care if they lost 50,000. If the
As long
fight
as they
was
won the
won,
fight.
they won.
That's how they're doing it now.
And the key component.
You can't fight that kind of system, that kind of mentality, that kind of enemy without looking at it from that point. If they're leftists, they're collectivist. And if they're collectivist, you can't look at somebody who's going, well, I'm not like that. I'm not like one of those radicals who's cheering this on. It's like, yeah, but you're still encamped with them.
Yeah, their victory started with the war on words and definitions. And
it gets so much worse when you look at it from a very simple frame of they were willing to vote somebody in last November simply because that person was selected by their system who was going to put a Cheney back in charge of the war machine.
But all right, hold on, guys. Before we go too off topic, I do want to hear from Castro last. Castro, I'm going to let you have the closing statement on this one. Go ahead.
I just want to say we have to take back the definitions and end the war on words, and that's where it starts. Also, men, we have to stand up and do what we know is right and lead these younger generations into a better future by being the example.
Agreed. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
Assassinations, which were from somebody who said he was operating at the behest of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. There is a culture among Democrats at the highest level to suggest that their political opposition are a danger, and that suggests that their lives are forfeit. And I want to come together. I do. I love what Shank said. It brought tears to my eyes. I had to reach for a tissue while you were playing Charlie's words. But at the same time, we cannot unite with people who are lying to our faces about who we are, who will not take responsibility for the fact that they suggested that we are Nazis because of totally legitimate views that reflect the majority of Americans. So what I say is, let the left say we were wrong. It is legitimate to vote for Donald Trump. It is legitimate to be pro-life. It is legitimate to believe that there are only two genders, and we were wrong to suggest that that was not the case. We were wrong to say that that is hateful. When they say that, I am...
Yeah, I guess they do need to water down the radicalization.
I mean, but see, that's the thing, they won't. Their entire philosophy hinges on these things. I was over there for most of my adult life. I know there is no peace treaty coming from this. I'm warning you, there is not a peace treaty. I keep asking, how many more shots around the world do you need?
You know what, guess, dude, I don't want to agree with you, but I gotta agree with you. Pretty much.
Yeah.
When the anarchist who's sitting off to the sidelines is like, hey guys, you might want to start thinking long-term strategy, because they've already built the logistics and supply lines and the intel. They control way more than you think you do. Oh, you have the presidency, but he's compromised entirely. The Epstein files have completely compromised him.
Debatable, but we'll keep it.
There's enough question. There's enough question with every politician right now. Who's really on and not on? We don't have a release. Do we have a release? There's enough question amongst the middle now that now it's down to the people on the far right and the people on the far left who are pinned up against each other, and everyone in the middle who's kind of like, okay, we just watched what happened on the 10th, and now the battle lines are being drawn.
And to piggyback off of that, I want to say it's very easy to figure out who's your friend and who's your enemy. And that's anyone who is calling for extremism or violence is not a friend of the party. It's both sides. It's not just the right or the left. It's the extremists and the propagandists that are feeding into this and giving all the power away, because they divide us. And we can't have a unified front as long as we allow them to lead us. We have to take our parties back. We have to take America back.
And don't get me wrong. I'm over here like, okay, yeah, peace might have been negotiable 5 years ago before we, witnessed back of the head on their knees executions in the middle of multiple cities because people were wearing red hats. Before we saw sections of cities cordoned off by BLM and turned into exclusionary zones. Before we saw cities burned to the ground. Before we saw the entire apparatus of the United States for 4 years turned into a weapon against one side of the political spectrum. Before we saw a round clip a candidate's ear. Before we saw a CEO get back of the head tapped by a kid. And now this.
I'll give you that. Well, all right, guess, dude, I'm gonna give you that one. You're cooking.
There was plenty of off ramps before we escalated to, oh, now there's not even a road. We're Wile E. Coyote in the air.
All right, let's get back to the video. But hey, I'll give you that one.
Waiting with open arms to take down the temperature.
Lewis Goodall, you are.
I know, right? It's like I don't want to believe it either. It's like, damn it, guess, dude. But that's why we love you, man. You bring the necessary doomsday scenario sometimes, even if we don't want to.
I don't think it's doomsday. Set. I don't think it's doomsday. I think he's saying what fucking. He's saying exactly what's going on. Like we try and have discourse. We try and have dialogue, and we like it's not just Charlie Kirk. It's not just pick your favorite person. They all do it. Everybody on the right wants to explain their point of view. They don't want an explanation. They want you on your knees apologizing.
All right.
Left. And the one thing that's really struck me about this, I don't dispute for a moment that there are people on the far right that commit a lot of acts of violence and can be equally hateful. That's my personal view. But I have been truly shocked, genuinely truly shocked, by the sheer enormity of brazen, dehumanized calls on social media from people on the woke left, the sort of far left, which has been calling themselves progressive, but in my view are the opposite. But how they've reacted to Charlie Kirk's death, we've got a little mashup of some of it.
The regressives.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. We think that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck.
Oh, yeah. I was hoping he didn't play any of these because I'm like, bro, that shit is damn near heartbreaking. But
And if you look at these, here's the thing, Set. If you look at these videos, these reprehensible scums of the earth that should have been aborted. I don't even like abortion. They should have been aborted. We could have dealt without them.
hold on, and shout out to Steph because my bad, I actually missed Steph's super chat. God wouldn't want us to stop. God wouldn't want us to stoop to their level. Well, man, according to General Guest, we might just have to go ahead and take that. I mean, take the battlefield on that note. So,
but that's the thing.
Crusades existed for a reason.
Okay.
It was all foreseen.
Did you say first aid?
No, crusades existed for a reason.
I thought you said first aid exists for a reason.
No, I'm
I was
saying
like, what?
crusades existed for a reason. Like
this
whole idea that for 2,000 years Christianity was just 100% this religion of chilling out and being beatnik hippies. No. No. They got really good at carving crosses into blades and shields and armor and marching their happy asses off to go deal with problems.
But I was gonna say, I hear over and over again, it doesn't represent the Democratic Party. It doesn't represent leftist ideas. That we want dialogue and blah 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 blah. And you see she's celebrating, and it has 3 million
Correct me
views.
if I'm wrong. Maybe I slipped from a Mandela universe at some point since the last election, but I'm pretty sure Kamala called the then candidate Trump a fascist and a Nazi at least once. So
live television.
I'm going to go with bullshit, horse shit, more bullshit, and double on the horse shit.
And all right, shout out to ER Gun. He's like, don't you know not to wake up, Gen X?
Yeah, I don't consider myself a radicalized person on the right. Like, I'm very, very open-minded about social issues that don't deal with other people's issues. Like, I've been up here defending the right to burn a flag for the past week. And this is, and I believe it fundamentally is a right for certain reasons. And there's many other topics that I could go into. I do not see myself as some radical. I just feel like common sense and what you can see with your eyes should prevail more than some snot-nosed kid that's in some freaking underwater basket weaving class major thinks that he read in a statistic somewhere put out by Act Blue that
funded by BlackRock.
Funded by BlackRock that just fulfills his fucking echo chamber of, oh, I just got to read surface level on the headlines and, because all these people aren't lying to me. They don't have any hidden agenda behind anything they're doing.
Never mind the billions of dollars it's going to generate for the politicians and fucking technocrats.
And all right, guys, let's get back to the hate-filled message.
Ugh.
Shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah, ooh.
I would say pour one out for Kirky boy,
Uh.
but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Charlie Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah, and I could not be happier.
I will not
That's the dumb one.
ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
I'm fucking stoked right now. You want to know why I'm so fucking stoked? Fucking yeah!
CK got AK'd. And he's gone.
He did say that gun deaths were an acceptable side effect of gun rights.
We got Charlie in the neck. We got Charlie in the neck.
There are, but it's just a minority, right?
But it's just a minority, and then all of those videos have thousands and thousands of views and likes.
Well, man, not like it was a big group. Like, come on. I'm trying to defend my liberal.
These are the ones. No, I want you to take a pause from Piers Morgan. I guarantee you right now, you roll over to TikTok, You roll over to whatever, everything you want. Go pull up one of those random videos and scroll through and see how many likes and how many comments are on the same par as it. Or better yet, just take us on a happy walk over to Blue Sky, the fucking cesspool of the internet right now.
You know what? I'm gonna have to take you up on that one, actually.
Yeah. No, expose them. Speak truth to power.
Trust me.
You know
this is not a minority. We're talking
No, it's not.
Easily 20% of Americans are celebrating right now.
Like I said several times, the Democratic Party has a 26% approval rate. Those are the people that agree with the Democrat Party as it's fucking showing right now. Of all of the rhetoric, that's the people that like the Democratic Party.
Well, so I'm gonna go ahead and find.
Speaking of which, pause real quick. Hey, where are the rest of my mods? Because I can't be in there bombing people. Get this McMuffin nugget twat monkey out of there. I need orbital bombardments and reports of terrorism on McMuffin nuggets.
You haven't gotten a kill streak yet. You got 5 more left.
Foxtrot, Delta, Tango, Bravo.
Yeah, I see you.
Fire for effect. Fire for effect. No impact, no idea.
Bombardment on target.
Repeat. Repeat.
Bye.
Repeat.
All right, guys.
You think I can't see you just because I'm up here? I will still call in Artie.
All right, guys, hold on now. I'm gonna go ahead and look through one of these liberal cesspools. But first, though, let's play the video.
We've seen teachers, we've seen hospital executives, we've seen people who want to run places like the Oxford University Union, for example, and so on, all coming out with similar gleeful celebration at the murder of a 31-year-old father of 2 young children. I find it utterly despicable, but also quite terrifying, actually, that they're so brazenly doing this. What is your reaction to that?
Well, Peter, my reaction is that I think it's reprehensible. And I think it is part of a much wider pattern of behavior driven by partly social media, but in particular the hyperpolarization of American politics, which is part of a big trend of legitimizing violence, of making violence an acceptable means of prosecuting your politics. Where I would disagree, possibly with you, possibly with other members of the panel, is that this is somehow just confined to the left, or the idea that this is just happening on the left. Yes, there have been examples of that. We've just seen it just now. I was disgusted.
All right, let's take a trip down next real quick. I'm not gonna play this video, bro, because this video is like every angle of the death.
No, Seth, play it. Play it.
All right, then. Why not? F it.
Counting gang violence. Great. You know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
That's what you guys fucking caused.
America over the last 10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
No, we won't go too far into that.
Yeah,
but
that's enough.
Let's just go into some of these comments.
All right, I just had to step out real quick to go make sure McNuffin Nuggets out there with his bullshit got himself a second report of supporting terrorism. I'm back.
Oh, nice! I didn't even think about that.
Oh no, I've been doing that all day. As soon as I got tired of their shit, I started reporting everyone that played their little game supported terrorism.
I'm wild.
They are. Hey, what is this? This was considered an act of terrorism, and they're supporting it.
The federal U.S. code for terrorism, and I'm paraphrasing because it's been a while since I've looked it up, effectively means any act of violence meant to cause political change or to scare political opponents. And if you're making these kinds of comments, like rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, like our little friend McNuffin Nuggets in there decided he wanted to do, that is an act of supporting terrorism.
Even more so, it's an earmark for sarcastic terrorism.
So yeah, enjoy that. I wasn't kidding around when I said I was dropping cobalt salted orbital bombardment strikes on these people.
Yeah. Okay. Let's not.
Make sure you show all
Not to
comments too.
not to interrupt, but I really can't stay very long, and I do want to add this really quick. The Bible does say at the very at the very end of last days, it does say that humans will turn against each other, like it is exactly right now in Isaiah 3.2 and 2. Timothy 3. I know there's a lot of people probably in the chat that don't believe, in the Bible or anything like that. But at the very last days, it literally says exactly what is happening right now.
Well, damn. But Leo, how you been, man?
Yeah, long time no see you guys.
Yeah.
Thought I'd tune in because this is a pretty big thing that's happened. I'd say, but man, I think the hysterics you guys are pushing is exactly that, fucking hysterics. Like it's sad he died, and yeah, the political motivation is seeing that downgrade in society is pretty horrendous step for us, like normalize political violence. But this
So then it's not hysteria, it's pointing out what's happening.
it's no, but you're what you're doing is you're looking at this online left and the people who can get away with saying these things online and with no consequence, and
That's the
saying this
thing.
is a broad net of what the left
So it's
wants
just
and
online.
thinks,
So it's
and the
just online.
yeah, it's just
Democratic Party
online.
wants
So
this.
it's not that. So the fact I live in a college town, and I saw people celebrating around Trump, his attempted assassination. So I've seen tons of graffiti celebrating
So since
Luigi.
my coworker said that fucking Luigi Mangione was a hero, but it's not mainstream at all.
And you know what? I am I am beyond tired of this. It's only online crap. When we all thoroughly are aware that since 2020, 60% of our lives exist online now.
I'm not claiming that that you don't like the repercussions haven't made its way into the real life. I'm saying your focus on this political violence and
It's
so
let me
just
try
let
to
me finish. It's
Except you're
getting to the
wrong.
point now
So I'm
where
not going to
you
let a
are.
wrong opinion finish anymore. I've made my point clear. I'm not playing the game of bad faith arguments anymore with your side.
This isn't a bad faith argument. This is
It
this is only
absolutely
calling
is.
out.
You're
We are all
justifying
online all the time now.
Hold
so
up,
this
hold up.
whole thing,
I
it's
never-
just a
All right, guys, hold on.
group of people online.
We
is
do
a
have to
bullshit
let this
argument.
guy. Come on, guys, hold on.
No, maybe we should follow Maxine Waters and tell him he's not welcome here.
I was
not. Come on, guys. Come on.
We should follow the leftists. They're the righteous ones, right?
Yeah, but we don't stoop to their
I don't
level.
think that. I think people who are calling for this sort of stuff is again. I said it's a regression.
It's not just the people calling for it. It's the ones who circle
people
the
listening and
wagons
doing it.
Echelons around those people.
And by your estimation, what is the split up here between people on the right doing it, people on the left?
Name me someone on the right that's done it.
The guy who broke into Paul Pelosi's home and tried to kill him, fractured his skull. By the way, Charlie Kirk actually encouraged people to bail him out of jail. If that's not intimidating a political opponent and attempting murder of a political dissident, I don't know what that is. 2 Minnesota lawmakers, actually, I think it was more.
Shot by someone
2 months
appointed by
ago.
Tim Walz.
Huh? Oh, yeah. So okay.
That
so
had no
here's
King's
the thing.
flyers in his
here's the
car,
thing.
huh?
So here's the thing. This is where the hysterics comes. Is now it's Charlie Kirk getting shot. It's the radical left.
It is the radical left. They didn't shoot him because they didn't like his hair color, dude.
But when it's the Democrat that gets hit by a political assassination, it was an inside job by Tim Walz or an inside job by so and so. Like I'm just like that's just so fucking the dissonance there. It's just crazy.
Yeah, Okay.
The wagons don't get circled by the right. Again,
The
anarchist.
wagons don't get circled by the right. What do you mean? You have a president who is ordering military into the streets of your country. That is the
Again,
First of all, the National Guard is not the fucking military, you dumb shit. Learn a thing or two.
Which part of Canada you live in again, Leo?
It's state sanctioned.
So you don't even fucking matter in this conversation. Get the fuck out of here.
To Canada, unless you're in one of the ones who are about to leave Canada because of how shitty your country's been run for the last 50 years.
Yeah, maybe you should fix your fucking country before you have any fucking voice on ours.
Well, I'm just saying, my country,
No,
we're not.
piss
We're
off,
not. We're not
ghost.
doing political
Go,
assassinations on the regular.
Bye.
We're not,
Bye.
You got me talking like Dave now. That's how pissy I've gotten.
Yeah, because you know why? Because you just let your emotions get.
No, this is not emotions. This is pissiness.
overwhelm
There's
your
a
fucking
difference.
position. And like
I am-
Dave, all he does
I'm
is
sorry.
name calling.
We just watched someone get fucking assassinated. Emotions are warranted. Remember
Yeah.
that whole maybe we should stop doing the thoughts and prayers thing. Remember that?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
should,
we're not doing the
honestly, 'cause
thoughts
they
and
don't
prayers
mean
and
dick.
stand in solidarity anymore. You're
They
a
don't
piece
mean
of
dick.
shit. You
I'm
want to
saying-
argue for it. Get fucking lost. Slit your fucking wrists and die.
No. Oh, okay. So who's advocating for violence now?
Everybody on the
Jesus
left.
Christ. Oh my God.
Except
You
no,
know
here's
what's
the
funny?
kicker,
And you know
Leo.
why?
Here's the kicker. I'm stating very simply 5+ years. Well, fuck it. I'll go all the way back 10 years now. 10 years this has been boiling up. 10 years I've been warning this was going to keep boiling up. I've been inside of this fucking debate for 10 years saying you guys keep egging this shit on, and both sides are going to get to a point where you're going to have people who not even 20, 30 minutes ago were talking about peace telling the opposition to slit their fucking wrists.
Now, guess dude, hold on now, guys. All right, let me have this conversation with Leo real quick. All right, Leo. So you're pretty much saying we're over sensationalizing it. Is pretty much what you're saying.
Not to the purest extent, but like you're over sensationalizing it in the sense where, I mean, I couldn't actually hear who said it, but when I mentioned that 2 Democratic lawmakers get assassinated, it's now some fucking Democrat plot. And
Yeah. Okay. No. Here's the thing, though. No, I get what you're saying.
Remember how the right tried. Remember how the left tried to say that Thomas Crooks was a Republican.
Monty, hold on.
How does it taste?
Monty, hold on. Guys, hold on here. All right, let me talk. Because what I'm pretty much trying to get around to you is that, yeah, and we condemned that guy. We didn't champion him.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Well, again, I don't think it's a mainstream position if you look on the left of people championing this killer.
Your main platform, the main platform.
Hundreds of thousands of views say otherwise.
Monty,
Yeah, wow.
let me try to play devil's advocate here for him real quick. Leo, you're flawed in this right now. The main platform, because right now Twitter got kind of fractionalized, so you have the extreme right sitting over on truth or whatever the fuck it is.
Got unmoderated by Elon Musk, where anything.
Okay, no,
can be fucking said.
Enough with that. I'm talking about the fractionalization of the extremes. Okay, the extreme right wandered off into the Rumble truth territories, and the extreme left fucked off over to Blue Sky. Okay. Now, as someone who pays attention to all this, I don't remember seeing a buttload of fucking TikTok videos or a buttload of YouTube Shorts videos or a buttload of fucking anything. For fuck's sake, I didn't even know 2 guys in Wisconsin got popped. That's how little fucking information on these fucking channels wiggled through my fucking constant data stream of me following this stuff. Which means there wasn't some celebratory revelation of even the extreme right, the fucking Spencer nutcases with their Pepe frogs weren't even freaking out going, yeah, some Democrats got popped. Yet, within 30 minutes, I had already collated nearly 500 TikTok videos.
Like,
and
it honestly goes into my point.
Blue Sky shut down all moderation within its own internal algorithm because they couldn't keep up with the celebration of Charlie Kirk's death.
But hold on now, not but Leo.
Yeah.
The problem is that you guys don't really condemn y'all radicals, but we do. I mean, nobody was on that man's side. We didn't even
celebrate them.
Do you want
Like
me?
the problem is,
I
and
condemn it
not
right
you,
now.
Leo. We're not even gonna say specifically you, but it was a disturbing amount of people on TikTok, on Instagram that was celebrating this man's death, and it was a
And
disturbing
still
amount.
are. They're still in our chat right now doing it.
All I can say to that is grow fucking tougher skin. This is the
No.
21st.
Oh, grow tougher skin so that it's bulletproof.
Now hold on now, bro, because I know you just
what
said off Monty. Hold on now, bro. To say that about somebody's death, I understand if they was talking crazy about Charlie Kirk and we were getting offended. I would say yes, grow tougher skin. But about a man's death is a little insensitive.
It's
murder.
dude. This has been.
That's
I
the
don't know.
tolerant
This is
left for you.
since the consent. No, this is the rational.
Bro, if we was to say that about a
look at the
conservative
history-
and a MAGA guy killed a conservative, we said grow tougher skin, you lose your
Well,
mind.
yeah, because dude, look at the history of like online discourse.
This is outside of the online discourse. Bullets are flying through the air. You need to understand we've, as a species, as a society, as a nation, moved beyond being able to say, oh, this is just online. No, online, Gen Z spends upwards of 75% of their day as an entire generation online. They are already being called by high levels of the entirety of academia the first cyborgs.
I'm
So
pretty sure.
you're gonna
Hold on.
sit
I'm
here
pretty
and
sure.
tell me.
Hold on. I'm pretty like I'll just shut it down right now. I'm pretty sure Thomas Matthew Crooks took a shot at Trump in real life. I'm pretty sure that Brian,
Well,
not
no,
Brian
Monty,
Cranston.
this is more important for his argument keeps going back to this old argument that might have worked maybe in 2003, might have worked maybe in 2012. It does not work in 2025 when an entire generation is now being coined as the first cyborg generation by very intelligent people in academia because they are so ubiquitously integrated into technology that they can't function without it. And you're going to sit here and tell me, oh, it's just a small minority on the internet. No, this is not a small minority. This is like trying to say like, oh, people with newspapers in the 40s that because they are using newspapers that they weren't integrated with the information channels of that time.
Well,
This is how these people function. This is how they operate.
Yeah, see, I think I can understand. I can see that, but at the same time, with the just massive integration of foreign entities pumping information into our data centers.
A foreign entity didn't shoot the man.
No, but a foreign entity could very well be posting celebratory
Okay,
things,
even then,
posting inflammatory things.
you think I don't run the statistics on that? You think I don't run the statistics on that? I already know dead internet theory through and through. 60% of all comments that I collate, I moderate here, dude. 60% of the comments I banned today were
why are we
bots.
saying, oh, now this online TikTok videos is 20%, and that 20% is the decline of the Democrat
you're not
Party.
understanding
So the
my
Democrat
point.
Party is now 20%
When you have
more
a
radical.
Buddy, just
population,
go get back to fucking making maple syrup. You're not going to understand the fucking
when you have
argument.
a population of 350 million and 20% of them are to the point where they are cheering on an assassination.
I don't at all agree with that number. I don't know where
I don't care what you
number.
agree with. Facts don't care about your
I don't
opinion.
think that's an accurate number. Like you could just say you're just
Fuck
saying
your
it.
numbers. Fuck your thoughts. I don't care what you
Leo,
think.
Right, guess, dude, hit me up
all
on
you
Discord
need
and
for
show
a
me this
proper
stuff.
statistical analysis of a population group is a percentage of the population group.
Guess, dude,
At
send
this
this shit to
point,
me on
we're
Discord.
well past being able to statistically analyze this. We're talking hundreds of thousands of comments, millions of comments even. We're talking about thousands of videos that are still coming in right now. I guarantee in the time I've been here moderating this morning, there have been thousands upon thousands of new videos celebrating it. Thousands upon
And they
thousands
feel
of new
empowered to
comments.
do
Just
it.
as many condemning it. Like, what are you talking about?
Because you're supposed to do that, you dumb
But
shit.
here's the thing. I'm not talking about the ones condemning. I'm talking about the ones who are circling the wagons. I'm talking about the ones who are celebrating. I'm talking about the ones who come in here like you and want to try to play this smoke screen, gaslighting bullshit, big word
I'm not
crap
trying to
from another
gaslight
country.
anyone, my guy. I'm just trying to tell
We're being
you that
hysterical because we're mad that you're
you're
fucking
being a
spewing
little
hate.
bit, yes, you're
I
being
got
a
2
little
points.
bit hysterical. Yeah,
I got 2
I
points
think
I want to
so.
say. I got 2 points I want to say. Look, what happened
But
to this? If one life is saved, it's worth it to call for action. This whole COVID mentality the left had for fucking lockdowns and everything, it's just poof, gone. And where are the people shutting this shit down on the left, calling out these people? There should be 10,000 times the amount of people shutting these people down, posting this crap from the left. The right
You
shouldn't even
can't
have to
even
do
fucking
it.
say that the vaccine doesn't work without getting fucking censored on the fucking internet, but somehow we can celebrate death?
Yeah, death gets
Yeah,
celebrated all the
yeah,
time on the
yeah.
internet. Death gets celebrated
You're,
all the time on the internet. I don't know what you're talking about.
Shut the fuck up,
this
dude.
isn't just celebrating a death. This is promoting
Hatred.
terrorism.
And how is that
You
even a
know
fucking
what? I
argument?
would feel a tiniest bit more sympathy for the people who celebrate this stuff if I weren't also bombarded day in, day out with videos of children getting burnt to a crisp in fucking Gaza.
We're not
And
Oh
burning.
my
that being
fucking god.
normalized.
Okay,
We're not
enough
burning.
with
I
your
knew it was
enough
gonna
with your
come
Move!
here.
Get the
toxic
fuck out of
empathy. You
here.
All right,
Get
all
the
right.
fuck out of here. Get
I knew it was gonna come to that. Okay, somehow I knew.
Disingenuous bullshit.
All right, I knew it was gonna get there. Well, okay, guys, let's go ahead and cool down a little bit. So I had to go ahead and mute everybody. Let's cool down and let's remember what Charlie Kirk's memory was: being able to debate each other without yelling at each other, without
He
cursing
got
out
shot
one
for
another.
that, so that's out the
Yeah,
fucking window.
I mean, but we still come on now. But then we pretty much throwing away what he died for at that point. I think we just got to stick to the message here. Like, and let's be real, Leo is not them. Let's not try to project this on Leo. Like, let's be fair here and let's have a reasonable conversation. Like, this is what we do it for. And we're like, come on, we
That
can't
is a
just do
fair
it for
point.
every
He's
lefty
not
to get in
them, but
here.
he does. The
He
point
just
that I'm
called us
making is
hysterical.
the left actively has a built-in immune system of useless idiocy, and they will use things like empathy or
All right, but I
things
do need
like
to ask
this
Leo
to put
something.
that buffer between their radical side, their vitriolic, their violent side, and people like Leo. They'll create a whole wall of it so that we who will step out and be like, well, maybe we're overreacting. Leo's not acting like the guy who just shot Charlie Kirk. Maybe we are
Here's the
overreacting. And then
thing,
we calm down, and then a few months later, oh no, another blood geyser.
I need to test
How
something
could
with
we have
Leo.
not
Like,
seen
Leo,
that coming?
hold on. Yes, dude. Hold on. No, Leo, real quick. Do you believe that people deserve to die for their opinions? Leo.
You hear me? Oh, here we go. Sorry, my mic
Yeah.
was off.
Oh, you're good.
No. People shouldn't die for their opinions.
Well, here's the thing now. Like, even though I also disagreed how Charlie Kirk viewed the war, I'm still, like, yo, this is a bad thing. So I don't think it's the best thing for you to sit here and say, oh, well, because of his opinions on Gaza, like, should we feel that bad? No, we should.
Sorry, I'm
Okay.
not saying it was his opinions on Gaza. I'm just saying we're in a desensitized area of life now. And that's why you see people celebrating this, because one day you could just be watching a building of people disappear, and the next you're seeing this guy's neck gush blood. Like, what is that to say?
Leo,
Yes.
if you're desensitized to that degree, go see a
We're not the
shrink.
ones being hysterical.
Go see a
No,
shrink,
I'm
because
not.
I've seen people blown up by a command that I gave. 16-year-olds that I had to watch get vaporized by a hellfire. And that video still hit me in the chest. So you might want to go see a shrink.
Yeah, it's called PTSD. Like,
No, what I'm
saying that
saying is
stuff
I still
doesn't.
have real empathy, not the fake kind that the left carries.
Okay, like seeing it was a freaking brutal video. Like, I'm not.
Yeah,
Like,
backpedal now.
it's a terrible way to go. Seeing him just kind of in
There
an
we go.
instant lose the
Backpedal now.
light.
See,
But
this is what I'm talking
not
about. The
everyone's
useless
gonna
idiots are
have that.
buffers. Don't let the useless idiots act as buffers.
No, because so many people are
Yeah,
comfortable and
plenty of
don't
people
have
die
to
all the
care
time. We get that.
about
We
this
Do
stuff.
we
understand that.
look fucking comfortable with any of it? Do you fucking hear me up here fucking defending Israel?
I'm not
No,
talking
I would.
about. I'm not
Like,
talking
Leo, do
about
you
you
understand
guys.
that your argument didn't work on me at all? I've had to carry 4 16-year-olds that I was responsible for almost a decade now. And even then, still watching that fucking video hit me in the chest. I wasn't expecting it. I was scrolling through my family group chat and it auto played. Didn't know what was going on. Hit me in the chest and I had to go take a break.
Yeah,
And you're
well,
saying, "Oh, we're
that's a.
desensitized now."
You know.
No, your
You know.
That,
side's
okay, that's an
desensitized.
Hold on.
anecdote.
Hold on.
Maybe
Can
Your
an
I
side's
say something?
anecdote.
desensitized.
Hold on. Hold on. I watched a man, or sorry, I cared for a man that got crushed by a tractor. Crushed by a tractor. His whole body was fucked. And I see shit like that on a daily basis, almost. And like he said, it should never not hit you. The announcement of someone's death is a little bit different because you don't get to watch it. I get that. That's what we're desensitized to, is hearing death numbers because the media plays them over and over again like it's cool. We hear numbers. We don't see someone spouting blood all over the tent that they were peacefully talking to people in.
Yeah, we'd like that to be the reaction, right? Like it should. Like you feel that way. I felt pretty uneasy watching it, but
See, this is what I'm saying.
it's the separation. It's no, but it's the
Don't let the
separation.
Let him
immune
finish.
system
Let
of
him
the
finish,
left.
bro. You gotta let him finish.
It's
Let him
just
at least
this.
finish the paragraph.
It's just the separation of the people who, they call them a fascist, whatever. They have no attachment to this man. They have no sympathy for this man because he represented to them someone who was trying to destroy them or marginalize them.
And
And
I get
so
that. And that's why I'm angry, because you can't be a human being and not have sympathy for someone that died.
I
You
would
know who
say
doesn't?
my only response to that would be that they don't feel like Charlie Kirk would have any sympathy for them. Were they to be erased or
No.
were they to be, and you
See,
can
and this is
debate
what I'm
that
And
saying.
that's
point
their
on.
own
Set,
lunacy, dude. That's not our
Monty, pause
fault.
real quick.
I know
Pause real
that's
quick.
not your
Set.
fault.
This
I'm
is
not
what I'm
saying that's
saying.
your fault. I'm saying
This is what I'm saying.
he's a,
Don't let the immune system of the left work, Leo. Just
I,
double down on me on the point that I made. Those 16-year-olds that I had in that time, they weren't exactly coming to give me flowers. They weren't exactly coming to, say hi and be all kind and gentle. They were legitimately trying to kill me, not marginalize me by some weird political discourse. They had it full intent to kill me and mine.
yeah, I get it.
And you want to sit here and talk about, oh, these people, because they saw some clipped video on TikTok, have lost all sense of human decency and empathy. Yet
Well,
I still had sense of
it's
decency and human empathy over 4 kids.
it can be hundreds of videos and hundreds of articles and stories. It's not
No,
just like a
no.
breaking point.
This is why you don't let the left's immune system work.
One
That
second.
is a
No,
buffer zone
I'm glad
between
we
the
can.
radicals and you, and it will de-escalate what needs to be
Congratulations,
done.
you're a useful idiot.
No,
And more
I'm glad we can.
shots around the world will be heard if this immune system keeps being allowed to work.
You know
Well, I
who's
think the next
desensitized to
shots
all
that we
this?
will hear are retaliation shots. To be honest, if there is.
Retaliation, so he deserved it, huh?
No,
See, the
I'm
immune system's
saying.
breaking down. The more you push at it, the more it breaks down. It's not a good
It's so
immune system. They're
sad.
useless idiots for a reason. The
I'm
idiot
saying. I
being the
wasn't
key term.
saying. I never
And you
said
know
he
who it
just.
is? You know who it is? It's the people who have no life experience.
Yeah,
It's the young, it's the fucking mentally ill. They have no experience with death and,
and they
and,
don't.
and the value of life. And so they can't comprehend it. It's so frustrating that you
Yeah.
champion all this crap from nothing. You have nothing to hang your hat on. You have done nothing in this country to fucking have any say so about the value of life. Or it's just so frustrating. And
No,
you're propagandized to the max. And now You expect us to feel sympathy because you fucking swallow this shit up like a damn last meal. I mean,
No, I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm just saying that this comes
Good,
about.
because you don't get any.
You're
You want my
right.
sympathy? Look between shit and syphilis in the fucking dictionary.
Yeah, okay, well, good one. Like, I guess, dude, you're saying there's this capture moment, and it's, yeah, lack of consequences from young people who don't have this experience, who see someone they view as the enemy die, and they can say what they want and not face any consequences. And when I said retaliation earlier, I wasn't saying Kirk deserved to get shot. I was saying the next shots we'll be hearing in the next few weeks will probably be in response as like retribution for him is
Oh,
my
okay.
guess.
Right, got you.
No, self-defense is not
Because let's
retribution.
not pretend like there's not radicals on the right who wish to do harm to people on the left. And this is a
Here's the
perfect.
difference. Here's the difference, bud. When we take fucking arms to the street, you'll fucking know it. And
So
I'll
so
just
what a
leave that
great
there.
I
what a
would say here's the
great
difference. When
So what
our
a
radicals get out of
great
control, we
condemnation
condemn
of
them.
violence and domestic terrorism is when we do it, we'll actually be fucking like fucking street-wide terrorists, not just shooting a guy.
Except that you're missing the point. Almost every single damned time, the right, and it's what I got up here to talk about, the right always goes to the airwaves and talks about peace, 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 peace.
Every Democratic lawmaker put out peace and thoughts and prayers. It's now
Well,
these radical online fucking
to save
douchebags.
face for their fucking vitriolic fucking cesspool of a fucking idea.
Dude, that's just every
after hours of
politician. Are you
video.
kidding me? Every politician
Meanwhile, they're
saves
calling.
face with these.
Meanwhile,
So it's
they're the ones.
disingenuous
Meanwhile,
then.
they're the ones who've been going around calling the sitting president
A
a
fascist and a Nazi.
Nazi and a fascist. Like, that's not the biggest dog whistle for an entire nation that was born out of the myth of World War II.
Take them out of
The myth
take
of
them out behind the
okay, but the myth of the
bullshit.
Cold War too. Like the left just gets called communists, Marxists,
They are,
anarchists.
though.
Because you
They are.
idolize that.
You guys wear Che Guevara shirts unironically.
Y'all brag about reading the manifestos.
Like,
you shit on tradition, morals, and values, religious systems.
we call you a duck because you're out there quacking like fucking Daffy Duck 24/7.
And shitting on everything and then asking why does it stink?
You
All
guys
right, guys,
act
now-
internationalist. I don't go onto a Canadian streamer's fucking YouTube channel and talk Canadian politics, but we have to sit here and parse fucking 15 different leftists from 15 different nations around the world because you're a bunch of internationalists throwing your useless idiot at us.
All right, guys.
The
I want to
US
give
is
Leo a
the
chance to
number
respond.
one internationalist fucking country in the world. I don't know what you're talking about, guest dude, but
The country,
go
yes,
on.
but like I'm not sitting here as an individual hopping over into some fucking Polish or Canadian or fucking British fucking stream going, you guys need to run your country this way. Stop
I'm
doing
not telling you how to
things.
run your country. I wasn't telling you how to run your country. I was
You do
telling
it
you
all the time, dude.
we were
Don't
explaining the
double
radicalism on both
speak,
sides.
double think. At
Dude,
this point, are you even do you even run brain cells or do you just parrot?
I live in one of the most probably politically divided cities in Canada right now.
Your whole country's divided right now to the point that they're trying to leave. Like, let's not mince words about how bad your country's running right now. Maybe you shouldn't be on an American stream. You should go try to find a Canadian streamer and work at your country before you guys start trying to hop our border like the other countries on the continent.
Yeah, you don't
Tell us how to feel.
Yeah, that's just not an accurate statement. But
What are you doing right now? You're on an American stream. It's not accurate at all. It's it's a statement of
that
fact.
we're all trying to leave Canada. That's just not an accurate statement. But
okay, whatever, dude.
4 provinces are currently debating a.
I had to make this point before when talking, like whatever, a few months ago. It's been a while since I've been on the show, but
4 months.
You live in an echo chamber. You wouldn't know what your fucking opposition fucking does.
4 provinces right now aren't debating it right now in their local.
Let's not jump this, man. Leo, please respond to what they've told you and take your time.
I don't think me being Canadian really matters if you're paying attention. Like we suffer from similar problems to the U.S. We have really bad immigration problem, housing problem. Our economy is not really doing that hot, and we have radicalism on both sides that has been amped up to the extreme. And for the U.S., you guys are the poster child for this, this kind of discourse that's been going on the past, like you said, yes, dude, like 10 years worth of ramping up. And I'd say it's pretty Western centric of how these views are getting, or how these views are like propagating. So I think I have every right to comment on this. I've watched Charlie Kirk videos. I've watched him debate people that I like in the past. Like, I'm not a stranger to this, but it's an easy thing to say, go, why am I not on a Canadian streamer's podcast? Like, because
The
we
point,
Because
just
you
had a
want to stir up
Canadian
shit
fucking
while we're
well,
icon
fucking
Monty,
die.
upset.
the point that I was making, Leo, wasn't that you don't have a right to. It's the point. It's reaffirming my entire argument.
Which was,
Leftism is the current flavor of leftism is an internationalist movement, and the
Globalist.
whole the whole reason
that's interesting you say that.
it exists the way it does, and it's manifesting the way it does, and why it does things the way it does, and why you have you here, and why I've had to deal with people from Poland here, and why I've had to deal with people from the UK here coming in and griping about American politics, bitching at us about ICE. What does a Polish guy or a guy from the UK have anything to say about American immigration fucking policy? Nothing.
Nothing.
But they're here and they're griping because they're part of an internationalist movement of politics.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because you're right. It's spread with the internet. It's spread,
It's
but
not just the internet. It's Marxism is internationalism.
yeah, okay. But when you look at when Trump was
Yeah,
elected,
okay.
when you look at when Trump was elected the first time, and then you get this string of Bolsonaro and Erdogan and the guy from fucking Hungary, Orban, and these are all nationalist fucking guys. Like, that's a wave in itself too of
Yeah, it's
nationalist
the counter movement to the
authoritarian
internationalist
sentiment.
movement that took over during the entirety of the 20th century.
What?
The entire 20th century was an internationalist movement, neoliberalism on one side, communism on the other side. And now lots of countries are going, maybe nationalism's the way to go. This whole internationalism thing from both sides of the equation ain't working for us. Globalism kind of showed its major flaws during COVID when all of the trade networks collapsed into their own assholes within probably, 2 weeks? And we still haven't properly recovered from the economic damages of COVID because
Yeah.
globalism was not as secure as we thought it was. And
Yeah.
now a lot of people are like, okay, nationalism. Well, is that the way we go or not? But the
Yeah.
point is, leftism is still trying to insert itself globally. And that is why we're dealing with a lot of the crap we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with bot farms in China pumping all kinds of information into the internet in the UK and Canada and America. We're dealing with all of this crap.
All right, guys, hold on now. Time. We're going to get back to the video, and then I'm going to pull you guys in for your thoughts. All right? Let's get right back to it.
At the reaction to what happened with Luigi Manzioni earlier in the year. Very similar sort of phenomenon.
Yeah.
But let's see where it's happened in other parts of the right. Do you remember what happened with Paul Pelosi, for example?
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi's husband almost killed to death. What was the reaction of not just some random left-wing accounts, not some teacher, not whatever, but Don Jr., Donald Trump Jr.? He decided to put out a picture of a hammer and some underpants and say, I've got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume tonight. This is the wider legitimization of violence that we're seeing. And let's just have a look. I mean, let's talk about some accounts that I've been looking at. You've been horrified what you've seen on Twitter, some stuff I've seen on Blue Sky, some stuff I've seen on X over the course of the last 24 hours. Liberals can never be allowed to run this country again. How can you coexist with people that want to murder you? If you vote Democrat at this point, you're a demonic, evil person. I will support whatever saves our country. Trump has a blank check as far as I'm concerned. I could go on, I could go on, and I could go on. And I could give a list of all of the many occasions we've seen in recent years of right-wing, hard-right, far-right terrorism that we saw against what happened in Minnesota. I mentioned Paul Pelosi, Josh Shapiro. In fact, I disagree with just as a matter of fact. Investigators found in the Shapiro case online activity and writings that included extreme right-wing, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and rhetoric against Shapiro, who is, of course, Jewish and a Democrat, and in Michigan. And even in the last 24 hours or so, what do we see from Laura Loomer on Ilhan Omar, the Democratic Congresswoman, Laura Loomer being a very senior MAGA person? At the end of the day, everyone needs to realize that Ilhan Omar is a bloodthirsty Muslim terrorist sympathizer who has no place in our country. Her presence in Congress is a national security threat, and she's an enemy from within. So please, the idea that there is some sort of asymmetry on this, the fact of the matter is, America and indeed the UK as well, we've got into a really negative cycle here, where basically the temperature goes up and it goes up and it goes up. And then sometimes some of the people who are responsible for that turn around and go, God, I can't believe it's so hot in here. Everyone needs to pull back from the brink. Social media needs to actually be reformed and needs to be changed. Elon Musk has been pretty responsible for some of this stuff that we've seen as well. So let's not pretend. If we pretend that this is just a problem of the left or of liberalism or of wokeism or whatever you want to say, this problem is not going to be any better or get any better. Let's use this as a moment for all of us to look within ourselves and decide to be better.
Okay, well, we've been joined on the panel by PBD podcast Angry Patriot, Vincent O'Shannell. Vinny, great to have you back on Uncensored. I'm sorry it's in such awful circumstances that we're talking on this Friday. But your response to what Lewis Goodall's just said, that this is a problem on all sides, that political violence has been ratcheting up and that there's a collective issue that needs to be dealt with.
Well, Piers, thank you for having me, and hello to everybody on the panel. Piers, I'm sorry, but trying to compare a photo of a Pelosi hammer for a Halloween thing to somebody getting shot in the neck in front of his family at a campus is unbelievable. The fact that you're trying to make the two comparison is absurd, okay? And if we want to, since you're on the left and you have those beliefs, give me something that the left is positive about. Because from what we're seeing, they're pro-abortion, they're pro-celebrating assassination, they're pro-open border. Give me something positive that the left is running on. Because at the end of the day, they're at the Democrats' 35-year low approval rating. And Piers, I have to go a little bit deeper. I have to go, this isn't about left, this isn't about right. Charlie was a proponent. He was a Christian praising Jesus Christ everywhere that he went. And I think that's where we are, Piers. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12 says, for we not wrestle with flesh and blood, Piers. It's principalities, it's evil, it's dark forces in high places. And it drives me crazy, Piers, that we've gotten to this point. And when Tim Walz and these people are like, well, I woke up, I wanted to hear bad news. Hearing TMZ lying when their freaking people are back there cheering of a murder of a guy that did what, Piers? He went to college campuses. He was peaceful. He just wanted to have a debate, a conversation. And it is the left. Okay, when Joe Biden got diagnosed with colon cancer, who was celebrating? How many thousands of people were out there praying and hoping for this guy to recover? Okay, no, there's something that's captured, Piers. That image, that montage that you played, did you see the eyes of these people?
Yeah.
They are captured by something dark and they don't even know it, Piers. That's where we are. And I want to say something, Piers, before I give it back. Charlie was not murdered. He was martyred. And I want to say this in the Bible, and I'm sorry, I never was this guy, Piers, but we're at the tipping point. We are here. We have to understand that it's God or you're on the opposite side. And Revelation chapter 6, verse 9-10 basically says, when a martyr's blood hits the throne of heaven, it turns the vengeance of the king towards the evil ones on earth. So for all the people that want to get mad and do something, stay calm and be easy, because God at the end of the day, Piers, has vengeance on all these people that are spilling innocent blood.
Are you really saying that the American right, the Trump right, MAGA, has not got a problem with political violence?
Are you comparing? Wait, are you comparing us, who, by the way,
no, I'm asking
for how many years have 10 years? Hold on. Are you comparing the two? Hold on. I'm not saying that the right doesn't get violence, but show me where they're celebrating the murder of a father on a campus. Give it to me. Who celebrate Luigi Mangione, where he's in magazines and girls want to marry him and want to be with him?
No, you just have the president of the United States' son. You just have the president of the United States' son tweeting out a picture of a hammer, making fun of a guy who nearly got killed because of a right-wing maniac. Please do not tell me that somehow one side is more morally superior than the other. This is not. And just while we're talking about, excuse me, sir, while we're talking about political violence, what about January the 6th? What about January the 6th, where a MAGA mob decided to try to use violence to overthrow democracy? That is the definition of the legitimization of violence in the political process.
How many people? Excuse me, since you're such an American historian, how many people died on January 6th? One, Ashley Babbitt, a fellow United States Air Force, excuse me.
Actually, a lot of people died on January 6th.
A United States Air Force veteran got shot subsequently in her freaking neck. Why? Hold on. Why? Because she was unarmed and she was advancing to a hall. Please, I'm 100% with you. I don't condone any violence, but the comparison is not even close to what the left does.
So let's have some statistics from your own government.
They promote it.
Let's have some statistics from your own government. These are your own government statistics. Now, I know you might not want to listen to the facts, but this is the facts. A study from the US government itself says that the majority of political violence in the United States occurs from the right, not the left, from the right. We have also seen in my own country what happened with the assassination of a Labour MP, Joe Cox. We saw what happened in Norway with Anders Behring Breivik. All violence from the right. I do not say, as you
in Norway, whoa. Are you talking about around the world? Or is he comparing the whole world or the United States? He's talking about other countries.
Yeah, I told you. It's that internationalism, man. The leftists always go global with their numbers.
Crazy. Because, if you're comparing the entire world, maybe. Because let's be real. Like, people consider nationalism as a right-wing. I'm going to see a extreme nationalism as a right-wing thing. But
like it's always the same thing with them. But then when you try to get them to pin down, what about just one country? Let's just look at that. Let's in America, like even the FBI in the last 10 years has had to go, something's really up with the left.
And he said, what is it? Your numbers from the US Gov. So the US Gov did a study around the world instead of in our country about who's committing most of these crimes.
And when was it done?
Sounds like they were trying to hide something.
Well, no, we'll have to look that up because I think he was just saying he was saying the U.S. government numbers show more right-wing violence, and then he expanded to what about even in the world at large in our liberal democracies worldwide. Where is
there isn't more in America? There isn't more right-wing violence. The problem is the problem is
let's go back on it. Let's go back on it. We're going to hear it back again.
Let's do some digging because
hold on. Let me quash this real fucking quick. So I got 4 assassination attempts / assassinations in the last year, all from the left. Or left-wing ideologies, and you brought up Paul Pelosi. That happened years ago, and some fucking maniac that was attending No Kings protests. But you notice how there's not millions of views and videos and likes and comments about that guy. You notice how there is millions of views and people that are upset that Trump didn't take a bullet to the freaking head. You know how there's millions of people laughing and chanting in the streets right now, and you notice how we allow that to happen. That's the difference. That's the moral. That's where your whole moral high ground, this nice big mountain of lies that you've built up for yourself to stand on, falls apart.
Well, I'm not gonna.
More importantly, no. This is a key point that needs to be brought up. If you look at the FBI statistics, they take information like extensions of the Aryan Brotherhood that came out of prisons, and they count that as a right-wing radical group, despite the fact that it's a principal prison gang movement. It has no real political ideology behind it. It is simply a prison organization.
White nationalism is a political ideology.
No, it's a prison-born mentality. It exists purely
where people live in cages.
It birthed out of the prisons and bled out into the population because of the way our prison industrial complex works. And once you calculate that into the numbers, the number of right-wing
right-wing based violence, political violence in the United States drops off to like 10, 15 every 5 years.
Yeah, I think that's just really convenient for you guys to say that.
No, because you got to think about
Please,
it.
please tell me which one of your groups of political extremists
Okay, so in that
would you
case,
like to take out?
are we going to start? Then explain to me. Then explain to me why, when a black nationalist gang that was born out of a prison isn't calculated towards anything.
Yeah, you know, they should.
Yeah,
They
that's a good
should do
point.
both. They should do both.
Like
But I find
that's a left-wing
think
movement.
Like Chicago, like the Crips and the Bloods,
that's a
and the
left-wing movement.
96ers.
It is strictly a left-wing movement that was born out of prisons.
terrorism. Yeah, it's
Doesn't get
domestic
counted
terrorism.
towards left-wing crime.
You know what? You know, I find
Your stats. You're right. It is very convenient that your stats say what they want them to say.
Exactly.
No,
I'm not. I've dug into this for 10 years, Leo. You are not going to win this debate. This is 10 years of me trying to fix the left from inside the left, and I gave up.
Well, that's too bad, because you know it's a little ironic though, because I feel like if you were to talk to the real radical left, they would have no problem with Paul Pelosi getting the hammer either. Like they don't, like they're. Like,
You don't
they're not-
understand. There is no fixing internationalist leftism. It's a broken philosophy, and it's the only leftism it's the only leftism in town right now. There are no other games in town. There is only internationalism. The Fifth International was called in 2008 by Venezuela and pushed heavily since 2008. There is no other game in town.
Funny how we elect a African American president and race relations go through the shitter.
Yeah, because a lot of people actually didn't think Obama was the best representation of.
But you voted. Sorry, you didn't vote for him because you're not an American.
No,
it has nothing to
I know.
No, you got to understand that it has nothing to do with that. That was a side effect. All of that was a side effect.
I know it's a side effect. I'm just pointing side effects out.
This is purely the internationalism. This is the
yes, dude, I get that. I'm a symptoms based diagnosis person.
Well,
I see the symptoms and I come up with
the issue arrives from the fact that people only ever look at 5-year plans when they look at communism, because communism operates in 5-year plans. But they got really good around the 50s at looking long term. They started doing 10-year plans. They started doing 25-year plans. They started doing white papers for 50-year plans. This has all been in play. A lot of it was put into motion before the USSR even fell, and a lot of it's still in action today in South America. We have huge subsections of an entirely different flavor of socialism and communism coming out of South America that makes the stuff coming out of China and Russia look tame by comparison, like positive, like the Brazilian positivism movement. Like this brand of socialism and internationalism, there's a reason why they're sending millions of people up over the border. It's not an accident.
Well, I mean, you could easily make the same claim. What was the domino?
Not without any facts, but
What's
you can. You can make any claim you want.
I'm about to drop some facts. What's the domino theory? That's McCarthyism?
That wasn't McCarthyism. I can't remember the exact general's name, but he initially pitched it.
Right? One country falls to communism, the next.
Yes, and it was proven. It was proven 100% true by the Vietnam War. We stopped the fall of Thailand into communism.
Right, but now it's the U.S. who took it upon themselves to be the internationalists, to swoop in and fund other governments to topple them or provide military to topple them.
Yes, that was the other side of the internationalist equation was neoliberalism.
And so that again that's sanctioned state violence that has been ingrained in your country for like definitely
It
since
wasn't
post
just
World
our
War
country.
II.
We were carrying the mantle of the British Empire, which is just what you
Yeah,
guys
well,
are.
they were just as
Those
bad
two are
with
still
their
Brit.
expansions and their dictating of other people's right to determination. So it's not like the
All right,
left
guys. All right, so
planned.
I went ahead and found the information that this guy was referencing, and well, here's the sad part. There is no reliable U.S. data set that records offenders by party, registration, or ideology. So you can't compare Democrats versus Republicans for overall crime.
That's
The
also
federal
convenient.
system tracks things like age, sex, race, and offense details, but not political affiliation. And this is by the
And
Bureau of
the best
Federal
data you're going to
Investigation.
find is from the ACLU, and they track, strangely enough, the Aryan Brotherhood, but not black nationalist movements, not Hispanic gangs, not African American gangs, but they'll
pretty sure
track weird white holler and stoop gangs from Kentucky.
Well, here's the thing. So what this guy is doing is reading probably an interpretation of the data set from an article or something.
Yeah.
No, that's why I
And
immediately was
running
like,
with
no, it's
it. So
trash.
he's being disingenuous. No, we need to call it out for what it is. Speak truth. That's what fucking Kirk did. He's running with disingenuous idea and propagating it. He's spreading propaganda.
Like
Well,
then that's
Kirk was a
the
propagandist
core
himself.
problem with a lot of this. The immune
No,
system
hey,
of
guys.
the immune system of the left will go up after one of these events.
But
They will
guys, you want to know
smoke
a funny
screen.
thing that they did find though? After a study estimated that ex-felons are more likely to vote Democrat than Republican. That was hilarious. So
Yeah,
because
that
Democrats wanted better prison reforms and stuff,
which is a good point.
Because the
No, they're
prison
just
industrial
soft on crime
complex
and
has
want
got
us
your
all to die.
country. The
but
prison industrial
here's the
complex
thing:
has your country in a
the
nice
immune system of the left will kick into overdrive because they're fully aware that the inner echelons of the left are going to cheer these kinds of things on.
Now hold on, Leo. I know there's a debate you've been itching to have, pretty much. So, because you brought it up at least 3 times.
Okay.
You do not feel too kindly about Trump bringing in the National Guard into these cities for crime. Like, what's your gripe on that one? I'm just curious.
Well, I just think the precedent is
Not unprecedented at all.
It's dangerous as any president who enacts these things, because all it takes is one more one event, one extra riot to then say, okay, fucking martial law, and that's the last thing anyone wants. So
You know what the difference is? Is that the moment that it crosses that barrier, we will be there to back you up and fight for the freedom of America.
That's amazing, because
But you wouldn't be. You wouldn't fucking say.
I would be firmly on the side of fucking no martial law, because
Were you in
Unless it has to do with COVID masks, right?
Yeah, that's something I have to ask. Like, in terms of the responses to COVID, were you in favor? Like, let's take Australia for example, taking people out of their homes and taking them off to some random camp to have them live in some what was borderline military grade concentration camps.
Didn't say shit about that.
Yeah, no, dude.
Probably didn't even know about it, did you?
What about the fact that we've got? Last I checked, it's like 15,000 arrests for freedom of speech violations in the UK right now. Where's the left on that?
That is, yeah, dude. I'm not arguing against that. I'm just.
But you
I'm not
are.
arguing
But you
against
are.
it. No, I'm not. We weren't talking about the.
No,
COVID
what I'm saying
mandates.
is, the left right now, their immune system's kicked into overdrive to protect their radicals. They're not. The left very rarely.
Power is.
The left very rarely operates to what their actual. When they put their little mission statement up, oh, we're against this, we're against this, we're against this. Usually it's, we don't like big corporations, we don't like fascism, whatever nebulous definition you apply to it, and we don't like capitalism. Cool.
Traditionalism.
Got it. So those are your 3 main things. You don't like, well, those are their three things: is capitalism, fascism, and big corporations. Yet you guys parade around without hesitation the talking points of major corporations, don't understand what fascism is, while also not understanding that
Okay.
the West hasn't had capitalism since before World War II. World War II undid capitalism globally.
Wait, hold on.
Like actual capitalism, not fucking this free market fucking idea of capitalism with a whisper of fucking freedom of choice.
Toxic capitalism.
Like we haven't had capitalism since the Great Depression. The Great Depression
So
killed
we're all in
capitalism in the
agreement.
West.
We're all in agreement, right? Then that these corporations and these monopolies have infiltrated our governments and they do their bidding.
I'm not in agreement with anything you're saying right now, because
You don't
what's the
agree
difference
that
between a
corporations have
corporation and a
embedded
government?
themselves in the government?
What's the difference? Tell me right now, what exactly is this arbitrary line between government and state? Both are just manifestations of organization. They're just people that are given a certain amount of power based off of the hierarchy that they stand atop. And you're playing these weird, classist games.
Yeah, that seems a reductive take to the amount of fucking force a state can influence and fucking enact on people.
And you don't think that the left trying to kill a president, trying to kill a president, successfully killing a CEO of one of the most powerful corporations on the planet, and now successfully killing one of the biggest talking heads on the planet, didn't just tip off the entire upper echelon of the elite that they might want to go ahead and, start upping their security forces to the point that the state won't have the monopoly on violence anymore?
No, the state will, because who's the biggest fucking surveillance apparatus now hooked to the Trump government? Palantir.
So you mean a private corporation that now has? That's not the state. That's a corporation.
And unbelievable clearance to enact their vision. Not even a state. Even if the state had a different goal,
you're proving my point.
Yeah,
the
so we're in
state is.
agreement.
They don't have the monopoly on violence anymore. But I'm talking now, because of these events, you're going to have the CEO of Blackwater, the CEO of Microsoft, the CEO of name company going out and going, regular security team with, soft plate armor and all that stuff ain't working for me. I'm going to go ahead and hire a private military corporation to be my security force. And we already have shit recruitment numbers in most Western countries right now. 18-year-old goes to recruiting office, goes, oh, let me see, I could do 4 years of indentured servitude at well below minimum wage, or I could go over here and work for billionaire and get better training, better equipment, and jet set around the world as private security.
No, dude.
Hold on, guess. There are some people, myself included, that would much rather take the indentured servitude for my country versus fucking Microsoft.
Yeah, but you're going to be outnumbered 10-1 by the guys with better equipment.
Maybe, but again, I don't only see this as a symptom of, well, now the radical left has pushed us to this point. It's also there's a right-wing apparatus who's wanted this the whole time, right? Like, they want their control, they want their private military, they want their, like, you equate it, you say it's like a new age of feudalism that we're approaching, guest dude. Am I right? Like, where it's these corporations and these duchies of billionaires that control vast resources and basically call the shots, because if you're not in with the corporation and their private militaries, then how are you going to buy food? How are you going to buy a house? How are you going to do all these things? So it
even
becomes
without that hypothetical outcome, we're not exactly swimming in milk and honey right now.
No, of course
and that's
not.
because of
We're
basic
at a, we're at a tipping point, and
and that's
not.
because of
We're at
basic
a tipping point, and
policy.
that's why.
No, we're at a
people-
turning point.
Yeah, we are, because, and you see
No pun
it
intended.
precisely when people celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. Where
No,
they
the
could
the
feel
pun was intended.
They're not. See, and there it is. There's the fun of being able to bypass the left's immune system from having been inside of it for so long. You just admitted why they're celebrating the death, because they think they're fighting some holy war against corporations.
Yeah, and I'm the
And
one.
you're
to
okay
say,
with it.
I'm the one to say there is a war that needs to be fought against corporations, but not in
And there
in
it
terms
is.
where
Do you know
I
what
told
the
you.
word war
I just-
means?
You guys get that the immune system cannot sustain itself when it's actually pushed correctly. The word idiot is in there for a reason. All it takes is slight pushing, and the immune system breaks itself down, and then you're able to start seeing past the immune system to the real problem. This is not a peace treaty or diplomatic situation. This is oh crap, they mean war. And when the immune system breaks down, even the immune system goes, yeah, we mean war.
But all right, hold on, guys. So we're gonna have to end it here. Got to get some things done, and then we're gonna pop back on later on tonight, because now we got to get on to the political show. Yes, to the Discord.
To the Discord.
But all right, guys, we're gonna be ending on more of a, I guess a sympathetic note. But all right, guys, enjoy the video, and then we're gonna go ahead and close out. All right, in memory of Charlie Kirk. Whoops. Well, that wasn't the best way to go out. But all right.
Hold on. What time are you coming back on?
I'm gonna try for around 10:30.
Your time?
Yep, my time.
All right.
Ohio Central, right?
Eastern.
Eastern? Jeez.
Yeah.
Why you gotta be all the way over there with them weirdos on the eastern side?
Hey, leave them alone.
Hey, man, we're cool people over here.
I thought you guys were over on our side in the centrals.
we may not share much, guys, but we do share a time zone.
True. But all right, guys. Shout out to Charlie Kirk on this one. AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI S.E.T, and use the code S.E.T. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is S.E.T and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.